Chapter 19, Alexei Valance. Alexei, Pho. It finally went quiet after having to continuously throw orders for the reports from my subordinates that never stopped coming. Feudal Lord, it was tiring, right? Alexei, it cannot be helped if the chaos is this big. It was fortunate that we quickly knew that the explosion at the guard station was only a diversion, however the chaos around the citizens is still a problem. There was a simultaneous explosion here and there, even though they just experienced a major fire that damaged 3-digit buildings half a month ago. Rather, we tried to get a lot of hands to reduce this confusion. Feudal Lord, Fumu, let's just say it's already good that we found out it was a diversion, and as expected, the enemy's true objective is here, don't you think so? Alexei, most probably. It was a clear intention for war when the gate separating the noble district and downtown area was blasted away and the intruders went inside. There have been no reports of battle against anyone from the guard stations. The enemy had blasted the guard stations aiming for diversion and scattering the military strength, and without a doubt, they are approaching here. Feudal Lord, what about the war situation? Alexei, it's not in a favorable state either. The soldiers that we have sent are almost annihilated. At first I doubted the reports from my subordinates. The soldiers who protect the noble district can't be matched with the downtown ones, that is to say, it's an army which I have tempered thoroughly by my own hands. That's why, I can't believe that they are almost wiped off this easily. Feudal Lord, Fumu, is this fine for you to not go as well? Alexei, there's nothing to worry about. We have asked for assistance from the adventurers through the guild. Besides, it seems that the migrants are heading to the front voluntarily. Feudal Lord, I see. There's another information as well that the culprit is also a migrant. Everyone calls her Genocider Chan. Was it? They have been calling her that from the start. If it's true, then it's reasonable, though I'm truly grateful about this information. In this way, if I consult with my father, who is the Feudal Lord, about what to do after this. Soldier, report. The army, adventurers, and migrants joint front is almost collapsing. My subordinate came to report while making a face that is about to cry. I didn't expect that she could collapse the front. This can't be helped, if possible, I don't want to leave my dear father's side, but... Alexei, dear father, I'm going. Feudal Lord, yes, it's better if you go. The site where I arrived at was in an awful state. It was a terrible spectacle, much like a city where you can't even think of a single compliment about, as it was brimming over with corpses in every vicinity. Rena. A woman in front of me with a slight look of surprise might be the one who created this. Just now, she avoided my secret technique even though it was her first time seeing it, and she even did a counterattack as well, hence she can't be made light of even if she's a woman. She brought a disaster in the first town and killed a large number of virtuous people, including my men. There's no such thing as giving a handicap at this point of time. Rather, I will defeat her with all my might. Rena, if I look closely, are you not the son of the Feudal Lord? Alexei? What about it? What? What's wrong with being the son of the Feudal Lord? At the same time when I said those words, her expression disappeared and everything that was in light atmosphere became heavier. Rena, if so, I should kill you at all cost. Alexei. Fast? Did I still belittle my opponent? While revising my evaluation for her, I dodged the thrusts which were aimed at my neck with a minimum move and performed a counter. Alexei, She even dodged that and counterattacked. Her dagger obstinately aimed at my neck, hence I avoided it and sometimes swung my big sword while preventing it. She hit my sword while I tried striking a blow from above my head and proceed on evading her backhand blow when she planned to blind me. As a result, I tried using my blade at my opponent who lost her balance, however she bent her knees and threw a piece of glass while avoiding it. Rena, this is unexpectedly hard. I dodged her quick movement with my own movement and dealt with the thrown dagger as well. It's good that I can easily understand that all of her attacks are aiming for my vital parts, but those attacks cannot be ignored, as there were attacks such as throwing something for the purpose of blinding me or obstructing my action. This could become troublesome if we still stuck like this. There were no serious injuries along the battle, but I had a few scratches on my body. How many years ago was it, the last time that I shed some blood? Alexei, it can't be helped, I don't want to use this in the city, but... This area had already been ruined, it won't change any further even if it's destroyed a lot more. Alexei, not just making me use all of my strength, but making me go serious as well. You should regret what you have done. I was told such thing by the big shot guy. However, my opponent's defense is too solid and I can't quite attack and break it off, though. Well, it's just my idle complaint, you see. Alexei, body strengthening explosive lion. Dash oi. Alexei, body strengthening Rakshasa Congo. Isn't this? Alexei, high enchant glory prominence. Dash quite. Alexei, oath a sword to avenge our enemies. Dash bad. Alexei, oath a shield to protect our people. When the big shot guy had done all of the reinforcement, he blew out a bluish-white flame from his whole body with a deep red violent face similar to a demon's, and all of the surrounding stone pavements were melting. His current status is Important NPC. Name, Alexei Valence LV.55 plus 25. Karma value, 175 virtue. Condition, normal. Class, Blaze Knight, second class, Vaidra Knight. Side class, Flame Magician. State. Explosive Lion increases SDR huge increases AGA huge. Rakshasa Congo increases VIT huge increases maximum HP huge. Attribute addition Flame attribution to attack huge. Oath, Palladium increases STR enormous increases VIT enormous reduces HP per second 3%, ones. Remarks. Margrave Valence eldest child. Margrave Valence Knight Captain. Margrave Valence's guardian deity. As expected, isn't he too strong? Chapter 20, Alexei Valence 2. This situation can perhaps be called quite bad. It seems like I could take slip damage by approaching him, so it would be bad getting close to him carelessly. Well, I could just wait as he only has 30 seconds limit for the cost of his super strengthening. Rena. He reduced the distance between us in an instant and cut off my left arm. I did not even see any signs from him at all. I was able to throw a counter and grazed his neck slightly, but it's a shame that I have to sacrifice my left arm, you see. Alexei. Is this person alright? Is he still thinking rationally? With my left arm in hand, I immediately evacuated from that place and threw a poison smoke ball as a souvenir. Alexei, gah. It was blown away by his charge impact, yes. It seems it would be better to aim for surviving and shorten the time without trying to knock him down. Therefore, I aggressively rushed into the crowd of players who are standing still. Player. Wait? Player, Genocider Chan is really merciless. Player, spread out. We will get caught. No, I won't let you escape. I used Sanda-san's holy wall on their retreat path, threw explosive balls, and confined most of everyone with Kageyama-san and the others' shadow weave. I didn't manage to get everyone, but I will keep the majority on the spot and use them actively as shields. Alexei, Goog. As I thought, he still has some reasoning remained as he doesn't want to get his subordinates and players involved, I see. Well, it is indeed strange if he swings his sword properly without any reasoning left, though. I attached my left arm back with the potion that I have created by myself while using the players as shields. I added Sanda-san's light magic, recovery effect acceleration and regeneration effects to the potion. Looks like I can move my arm again, that's great. Rena, what a troublesome fellow. I threw a few poison smoke bombs and scattered them here and there while running from place to place. Although this has been disadvantageous for me since the beginning, it's a lot more difficult if he has super strengthening. It would be great if this will go as planned, but... Player, oi? Night bro. The play. The migrants will revive when we die. Just do it. Player, yeah. Just do it. Player, don't mind us and just do it. TL note, I'm sorry, I can't stop myself from memeing this. It became more disadvantageous, I see? Such unnecessary things. Player, don't hesitate and mind us. Hee, let's go on a fun adventure Togue. Alexei, those who were fooling around got caught and respawned, it seems. Wait, this is not the time to watch leisurely. He's charging in with a frightful spirit while engulfing the players around him. I turned away to the side while throwing the explosive balls and poison smoke bombs as a smoke screen, but I was cut in the stomach. Rena, the potions are being consumed at a tremendous pace. It was a good idea to obtain the medicine skill, yes. If the players can't serve as shields, at least it can be used as weapons, hence I threw some players that I have inserted explosive balls and stuffs beforehand. Of course it was intercepted, but that doesn't matter. I can stop his movement with Santa-san and the others' magic even if it's less than a second, and while I'm at it, I have to get some distances as much as possible and throw another one at him again. Player, about us being Genocide or Chan's weapon. Player, wait, before that, she also used us as shields, aren't we surprisingly good? Player, the ultimate weapon, that is us. If he gets close, I won't be able to use my dagger, and could only evade, fend it off and endure. I dodged while rushing in and released some thrusts with my sword, then I laid on the ground to avoid the slash momentum with a sudden break, and cut his Achilles heel while maintaining a low posture. Though, I don't quite know whether it would have an effect or not. Alexis, Guga! Exclamation mark, this is bad. He is approaching here and his speed has increased. My title's effect has dropped as the number of people on the battlefield has been reduced significantly. This is Rena, ha. I released some slashes with a vigorous yell in an instant while moving my body and half-dodging with my willpower. Rena, f. My arms are now numb and my breath has run out. I have endured while being cut everywhere. It's a good thing that these are not fatal wounds. I can't wait anymore. Is it not time yet? Rena, she. Alexei, yay. Rena, f. Hey. Alexei, goo. Stabbing his shoulders, cutting his stomach, swinging down my right arm, flipping over my thighs, turning around and cut his cheek while dodging with a paper-thin difference, evading, running away, and avoiding his attacks. Player, Yamka 1, I see, so this is Yamka's point of view. TL note, in case you don't know, he's a character from Dragon Ball. Player, Yamka 2, I have no idea what they are doing. But, my left leg got cut off and he immediately charged in when I was about to lose my balance. Ah, I can't avoid this, yes? I watched the Knight Captain, whose appearance is similar like a demon, came charging towards me. This is, the one who will likely die is not only me but also Inoue-san and the others, it seems. Chapter 21, Defeat. Gah. I vomited some blood and kneeled on the ground. I thought I still have some time left, but my body is now shaking and does not listen to what I say. I can see that my body is rapidly losing its energy. Why did I lose? It's embarrassing to say that I don't even understand it. Alongside that question, I glared with overflowing hatred at the woman who is in front of my eyes and currently sitting on the ground. Rena, I have won the bet, yes? It was truly dangerous this time. I asked the woman who got up using a lot of potions and such that I can't quite sure the amount that she had been carrying. Alexei, how come? Rena? What do you mean? Alexei. I should have had 10 seconds left. With that amount of time, I could have pierced your neck. Rena, I have a slight intuition about this, however I cannot help but ask. The woman explained what happened right after she understood what I was talking about. Rena, well, you see. It's not that difficult, so I will tell you everything about it. The woman said so and proceeded to tell me from the beginning until the time when I realized that my hand was struck to the ground like this. Rena, first, my dagger is smeared with deadly poison from the start, you see. You had received a number of scratches, though it was before you strengthened yourself. I was a little flustered as I thought that it didn't have any effect at all, however I felt relieved as it turns out that it worked. Alexei, but I didn't feel like my condition was poisoned, though? Rena, it's easy, the explosive ball itself has a weak poison effect as a side effect, and the poison smoke bomb is not just a poison. Instead, it also has an effect that amplifies the effect when the poison that I have smeared on the knife is mixed with your body. I guess. Alexei, you guess? Rena, I merely read the text, so I was also skeptical whether it is true or not, you know. In addition, I also use dark magic weakness to lower your resistance against abnormal condition just to make sure. As a result, your HP ran out faster than usual. Do you understand now? Alexei. This is frustrating. It was truly frustrating. It's disappointing yet embarrassing as well that I couldn't manage to bring down the monster who had ruined my hometown, and also the enemy of my dear father and the Order faction. Rena, now then, do you have any last word? Alexei, nothing. No, my father. Please spare him. At any rate, you're going there, aren't you? Rena. That's true, but to your father. Yes? Alexei, yeah, would that be no good? Rena : No, it's fine. Although she showed a slight hesitation, she eventually accepted it. I do not know the reason, but probably she has a feud with my father. Rena, well then, this is farewell. It was a lot of fun. Alexei, I also wanted to meet you at a different situation than this, you know. It's really frustrating. Fighting with this fellow who is the enemy of my dear father and the Order faction and a monster who had ruined my hometown was fun. Rena, well then. Her dagger slowly penetrated my throat. It felt as if a foreign object is invading my body and I could feel the heat that is similar like a warm blaze that made me scald in an instant. However, I immediately lost my senses and could feel nothing around me. At last, I felt the sense of iron-clawed passing through my nape. I burned her beautiful face into my memory and finally, my consciousness ceased to exist. Level has increased. You have earned skill points. Karma value has dropped significantly. Acquired skill, Mind's Eye. Acquired skill, Fire Attribute Resistance. Acquired skill, Poison Resistance. Acquired skill, Slash Resistance. All existing skills level has increased. There are skills that have reached a certain level. Evolution is possible. Acquired title, Human's Natural Enemy. Acquired title, Hero Killer. Acquired title, Fierce Battle. Yamada-san's level has increased. Yamada-san has reached a certain level. Evolution is possible. Kageyama-san's level has increased. Kageyama-san has reached a certain level. Evolution is possible. Azabu-san's level has increased. Azabu-san has reached a certain level. Evolution is possible. Sanda-san's level has increased. Sanda-san has reached a certain level. Evolution is possible. Inoue-san's level has increased. Inoue-san has reached a certain level. Evolution is possible. I managed to win against the Knight Captain, yes? It was somewhat a narrow victory as it was a terribly hard fight indeed. Let's reflect on this and put it to good use as a reference in the future. Rena, now then, what should I do? The majority of players had already returned to the dead, and the NPCs had been making a resignation look since the Knight Captain kneeled on the ground. Among them, there's still one party that is glaring straight right here to this very moment. Hands. Rhine, Hands, if you want to do this, I will go with you until the end. Eleanor, yeah, our opponent is also exhausted as well. Cherry, I will do my best to support. Myra, this time for sure, pierce her. Kellen, Tilda. Are you serious? It can't be helped then, Tilda. Ho ho. It's the party that always pick a fight, yes? I don't mind it, though. They immediately readied up their weapon. Hands, no, let's just stop. Rhine, Hands? Hands, it's not good for our current situation, and even if we know what her objective is, we could only hold out at best. Rhine. Hands, but don't you misunderstand this, okay? It's just a temporary withdrawal from our fight. Rhine, so that's what you mean. Eleanor, can't be helped at all, huh? Hands, we will become strong someday and crush you, so be prepared. Rena, it's okay if it's just a tedious talk, though. They are passionately talking to each other for some reason. But, even though it's bad, I have to rush ahead and run through the central area quickly. Hands, as I thought, I hate everything about you. Rena? Is that so? I then killed roughly the remaining party members with a surprise attack and left the place. Chapter 22, Defeat 2. Feudal Lord, he was defeated, huh? I confirmed the conclusion of the battle from the manor's balcony. Feudal Lord, don't you skip over me, you idiot son. People have an important order of things, the ones that are born first has to die first. It's simple but important. I couldn't return almost anything that I got from my father. But I still kept the order and in the end I didn't die first. No matter how loyal the child is, if he didn't follow the order and die before his parents, it could not be said that it's a likable thing even if the child was a knight captain who was being disobedient to one's parent just for striving good conducts. Feudal Lord, I've told you. Rena, what is? Feudal Lord, no, nothing. It's just my own monologue. I looked back while answering the woman's voice from behind. Feudal Lord, in any case, did my son leave some words to you? Even if he's a big fool and unfilial son, he might still have a last request, doesn't he? Hence, I asked her so. Rena, he said please live. Feudal Lord, I see. I see. It was the last word from my son that I deeply engraved as if it was chewed thoroughly. This must be done with maximum effort. Feudal Lord, so? What do the winner wants from the loser? With a terribly complex expression, I asked the obvious question to her. Rena, let's see, first, you have to adopt Ren, the Moonlight family leader, as your adopted child or hidden child. I frowned when I heard the demand from her, who became expressionless in an instant. Because I have understood how it will develop after this. Rena, after completing the various procedures, you will nominate Ren as the successor and retire from your lord position. Feudal Lord, how can I explain this to the central government? Rena, please tell them that Ren has won as a result of the successor's scramble. Feudal Lord : what if I refuse? At that moment, I stopped breathing due to the pressure. Rena, are you going to ignore your son's last will? Feudal Lord, I don't mean it like that, it's just a hypothetical story. This is not good. My son have entrusted his will to her. If you look at her eyes, you will know that you won't just die. Rena, well, let's see. If you refuse, can I have your remaining daughter do her best? If I'm correct, she's 14 years old this year, so I'm sure she can make a child now, and I can put a goblin who is not related by blood with the feudal lord as a successor. Yes? Just listening to this person who speaks a repulsive thing casually makes me horrified. Can someone say something like this while being conscious? Rather, would anyone think something like this in the first place? Feudal Lord, I will ensure all the demands, so don't put your hands to my daughter and wife. Rena, is that so? If so, then there's no problem. In the first place, there is no choice for me since my son lost, so all I can do is to save as many lives as possible. Feudal Lord, and one more thing. Rena, there's still more? Feudal Lord, this is the last. Promise me to never leave the fief and the people out of hand. Rena? Would that be it? Feudal Lord, yeah. I had thought a lot for a moment, but let's stop. I don't feel like it would be a decent result. Rena, that's fine. Rather, it will still be the same as before except for some policies, and after you have succeeded Ren-san as the Lord, please go talk to the Moonlight family boss together with me. I only wanted a puppet. Feudal Lord, I see, well then, let's act immediately. Rena, yes, please. Today marks the day where the fief of Margrave Valence came to an end. Boss, Fumu, I didn't think you could accomplish this kind of feat. I alongside the feudal lord's envoy went to meet the Moonlight family boss on the next day, and that was the first line that he said. Rena, you didn't believe it? Boss, well, even if you're not a human, you're still a single person. I had thought that it wasn't enough to defeat the Knight Captain, Alexei. Did I go senile as well? Half in doubt, I see. Well, you wouldn't think that a coup would be successful with merely one little girl, yes? Boss, one question, what if we don't manage the territory like what you wanted to? Rena? I will just change the head again, though. Boss, I see, we don't want to be as hostile as we could towards you as we won't do anything from here. Rena, that's splendid. Even though I have succeeded with great pains, it's troublesome to start over again, yes? Though, it would be easy to do as there won't be the Knight Leader next time. Rena, well then, I will leave the rest to you, yes? Boss, yeah, leave it to me. Rena, now then, that will be it from me today. I said so and left the place, went back to the hotel, and logged out. Today was a passionate day. What a nice feeling of exhaustion. What should I do next? Should I aim for the next city soon? Chapter 23, Official Bulletin Board 2. 1. Nameless Adventurer. This is a general chat thread. Let's write freely. 980. Next thread please. 124. Nameless Adventurer. 94. It's a pervert. 125. Nameless Adventurer. 94. Snicker, you had done something like this before too, right? 126. Nameless Adventurer. 94. He will be taken again by the palace guards, lol. 127. Nameless Adventurer. You guys haven't grasped Genocider Sen's whereabouts yet. If I'm correct, Han's party was completely annihilated at the underground tomb, and her last sighting was cut off, right? 128. Nameless Adventurer. 94. What makes you go that far? 129. Nameless Adventurer. 94. Is no longer a celebrity that rivals Genocider San. 130. Nameless Adventurer. 127. We don't know where she went. Hans Sen's party was annihilated and the ones who captured the dungeon was an unknown party too. 131. Nameless adventurer. 127. Yeah, where and what is she doing now? 132. Nameless adventurer. Most probably she's scheming something again, don't you think? 133. Nameless adventurer. Speaking of Genocide San, there were a lot of impersonators for a while. 134. Nameless adventurer. 133. About that, the number of guards and patrols are now different from the first day, and to begin with, they don't have player skills like Genocide San, so most of them were suppressed immediately. 135. Nameless adventurer. 133. It's not something you can try to imitate, right? 136. Anonymous adventurer. 134. Genocide San's PS is abnormal and nasty. 137. Nameless adventurer. 136. That's it. 138. Nameless adventurer. 136. Yeah, I understand that. 139. Nameless adventurer. Speaking of Genocide San being nasty, it has to be Hans' party, right? Especially, the spear user, Kellen got the most miserable death. His neck was twisted and he was used to attack his own allies, lol. 140. Nameless adventurer. 136. Is she learning martial arts as well in RL? 141. Nameless adventurer. 139. That's too terrible snicker. 142. Nameless adventurer. 139. The guys who set their depiction setting to real got nightmares from seeing that neck twisting, it seems. 143. Nameless adventurer. That's shocking. 144. Nameless adventurer. 142. With such sight, the said people could probably laughing foolishly. My respect to them, lol. 145. Nameless adventurer. What? What happened? 146. Nameless adventurer. I just heard a loud explosion. 147. Nameless adventurer. I got surprised by it, lol. 148. Nameless adventurer. What is happening? 149. Nameless adventurer. The big one was at the north. 150. Nameless adventurer. 148. It's World War III. 151. Nameless adventurer. The guards have begun to move. 152. Nameless adventurer. The biggest one was around the Noble District, huh? 153. Nameless adventurer. Hey, could this be called that deja vu thing? 154. Nameless adventurer. Don't tell me. 155. Nameless adventurer. There's only one person that came to mind, lol. 156. Nameless adventurer. Genocide San is coming, question mark. 157. Nameless adventurer. Alright. I'm going. 158. Nameless adventurer. Then me too. 159. Nameless adventurer. No, I'm the one who will go. 160. Nameless adventurer. What are you talking about? It's me who will go. 161. Nameless adventurer. Then I might as well go too, I guess. 162. Nameless adventurer. 161. Please do. 163. Nameless adventurer. 161. Please do. 164. Nameless adventurer. 161. Please do. 165. Nameless adventurer. 161. Please do. 166. Nameless adventurer. 162. 163. 164. 165. Confused. 167. Nameless adventurer. You guys just go, lol. What ? General chat, thread number 81 is happening. 1. Reckless adventurer. This is a general chat thread. Let's write freely. 980. Next thread please. 312. Reckless adventurer. 301. Comrade. 313. Reckless adventurer. I was killed, lol. 314. Reckless adventurer. I also just respawned a while ago, lol. 315. Reckless adventurer. 313. 314. Welcome home. You guys unexpectedly durable. 316. Reckless adventurer. 315. Thankies. Well, Genocider-san is too strong that I can't laugh about it. 317. Reckless adventurer. Really? 318. A reckless adventurer. Genocider-san's mysterious power. 319. A reckless adventurer. 316. Moreover, neither cheats nor bots are used, and she doesn't have unidentified strong rare skills. It was all completely PS and I can't endure it. 320. Reckless adventurer. And merciless. 321. Reckless adventurer. She really doesn't go easy. She's scary even for the guys who met her for the first time. 322. Reckless adventurer. She's totally nasty, lol. 323. Reckless adventurer. 321. Even though this is a game, I saw heads and limbs flying everywhere right in front of my eyes, and even mine as well. 324. Reckless adventurer. Just like a light trauma. 325. Reckless adventurer. I was only watching the battle from a distance, but Genocider-san was roughly in a peerless state, hence I could only snicker. 326. Reckless adventurer. That dreadful feeling can be felt even for the one who watched from a distance. 327. Reckless adventurer. The capture parties received some attacks and some were avoided. Moreover, those guys could only be in their defensive mode. 328. Reckless adventurer. In the first place, what's up with her speed? 329. Reckless adventurer. 328. I don't know, I already asked the admins and they said that there was no problem. 330. Reckless adventurer. She is too fast, it's impossible to think that a dagger user whose job is scouting to have that kind of attack power. She can use magic and avoid attacks from her blind spot as well. How can you win against her? 331. Reckless adventurer. 330. Snicker, the last boss is not roaming around, you know. 332. A reckless adventurer. Last boss Snicker. 333. A reckless adventurer. That really fits her. 334. Reckless adventurer. A single player would be no match against raid scale players, lol. 335. Reckless adventurer. This is different from a single player game, lol. Sumayani general chat, thread number 87. Stop that girl. 1. Ordinary adventurer. This is a general chat thread. Let's write freely. 980. Next thread please. 746. Ordinary adventurer. They have decreased a lot. 747. Ordinary adventurer. She can even deal with a whole group of people who could fill up the main street. 748. Ordinary adventurer. PI. 749. Ordinary adventurer. This is the first time that I feel like I could understand Yamka's feelings. 750. Ordinary adventurer. Not good, it's over now. 751. Ordinary adventurer. 749. I feel ya. 752. Ordinary adventurer. Oh. 753. Ordinary adventurer. For some reason, an amazing attack came, exclamation mark. 754. Ordinary adventurer. Who was it? 755. Ordinary adventurer. And Genocider-san avoided it all, lol. 756. Ordinary adventurer. 755. She's no longer human, lol. 757. Ordinary adventurer. 755. She could even counterattack, damn. Lol. 758. Ordinary adventurer. So? Who is this person? 759. Ordinary adventurer. Does anyone have any see-through or appraisal skills? 760. Ordinary adventurer. Knight Captain Sama has come, comma exclamation mark. 761. Ordinary adventurer. He's very strong, lol. 762. Ordinary adventurer. What? This person is the captain of the knights? 763. Ordinary adventurer. This is the intel of the person who unleashed that amazing attack. Important NPC. Name, Alexei Valence LV.55. Karma value, 175 virtue. Condition, normal. Class, Blaze Knight, 2nd class, Vajra Knight. Side class, Flame Magician. Remarks. Margrave Valence eldest child. Margrave Valence Knight Captain. 764. Ordinary adventurer. 763. So strong, lol. 765. Ordinary adventurer. 763. He's even stronger than the capture parties that I could not help but snickered. Why is this person in the first town? 766. Ordinary adventurer. This is the end of Genocider San. Is something that I want to say, but she's unexpectedly putting up a good fight, snicker. 767. Ordinary adventurer. Is this person really human? Lol. 768. Ordinary adventurer. I don't know what's going on, lol. 769. Ordinary adventurer. Right? In general chat, thread number 89 we lost. 1. Defeated adventurer. This is a general chat thread. Let's write freely. 980. Next thread please. 452. Defeated adventurer. We got defeated, huh? 453. Defeated adventurer. I thought we could do it this time. 454. Defeated adventurer. We thought the Knight Captain will win when he entered hyper strong mode, right? 455. Defeated adventurer. 454. I also said, did we do it? When I saw Genocider San's legs were cut off and he charged forward. 456. Defeated adventurer. Well, but I'm relieved to know that Genocider San is not invincible. 457. Defeated adventurer. 456. Why are you saying something so obvious? 458. Defeated adventurer. 457. Like, you can't help it when we were shown that kind of battle, right? 459. Defeated adventurer. Well, I don't know for sure. 460. Defeated adventurer. Genocider San, who explained the cause of loss for the loser, is by TL note, the Raz says Yask, which means Yasashe, kind. 461. Defeated adventurer. She even listened to his last will. Is she an angel? 462. Defeated adventurer. Calm down, you guys. That's, it's something like a delinquent who is holding up an umbrella and looking at a puppy with kind eyes. 463. Defeated adventurer. Because the original was cruel, it can't be helped, lol. 464. Defeated adventurer. 462. This example is superb. 465. Defeated adventurer. Oh? The final ones were Han's party? 466. Defeated adventurer. Oi. 467. Defeated adventurer. How is Han's situation? 468. Defeated adventurer. Congrats. Hans got killed while he was talking. 469. Defeated adventurer. Snicker. 470. Defeated adventurer. Snicker. 471. Defeated adventurer. Snicker. 472. Defeated adventurer. The final guy before the curtain closed, lol. 473. Defeated adventurer. This will continue to be a story, no doubt, lol. 474. Defeated adventurer. Genocider San is Genocider San after all. Lol. 475. Defeated adventurer. Live strong, Hans Kun. 476. Defeated adventurer. As soon as Hans' party was transferred to the ruins of the temple, everyone lifted him high, snicker. 477. Defeated adventurer. Kama osoi isoia, Kamadaka isho. TL note, this is a chant so that people can have a festival-like atmosphere while lifting someone, something, and it's used in some festivals where men are carrying floats. 478. Defeated adventurer. Time for festival. 479. Defeated adventurer. Isn't that great, Hans-kun? You have a lot of friends now. 480. Ans. You bastards. I'll get you for this. Chapter 24, Post-War. Now then, one night has passed since the coup is over. Let's check the battle result before we move on to the next city. Let's go with my status first, then Yamada-san, yes? Name, Rina, gender, woman. Race, human, level, 39. Condition, possessed Kageyama-san. Karma value, -181 evil. Class, assassin, second class, damer. SP, 35. Skill page. Dagger Art LV. Mox Dagger Art Master LV. 11 Throw LV. Max Builder Throw LV. 14 Walk LV. 43 Lightweight LV. 34 Medicine LV. Moxie per Medicine LV. 2 Surprise Attack LV. 45 Tame LV. 39 Camouflage LV. 37 Detection LV. 34 Friendship LV. 29 Thief LV. Mox Master Thief LV. 8 Jump LV. Mox Ski Kick LV. 9 Evasion LV. Mox Shikuki LV. 12 Martial Art LV. Mox Martial Art Master LV. 17 Assassination Art LV. 43 Fatal Blow LV. 51 Feint LV. 36 Escape LV. Max Lightning Speed LV. 17 Voice Change LV. 27 Disguise LV. 24 Acrobatics LV. 21 Encouragement LV. Max Honorary Flag LV. 8 Leadership LV. Mox Whole Command LV. 8 Direction LV. Max Order LV. 9 Physical Resistance LV. 27 Magic Resistance LV. 27 Physical Abnormality Resistance LV. 32 Mental Abnormality Resistance LV. 32 Night Vision LV. 24 Stealth LV. 34 Silent Move LV. 36 Presence Detection LV. Moxie per Awareness LV. 5 Danger Sense LV. Mox Sixth Sense LV. 7 Listen LV. Max Forsake LV. 28 Ward Off LV. 27 Dismantle LV. Mox Dissect LV. 27 Mind's Eye LV. 2 Fire Attribute Resistance LV. 7 Poison Resistance LV. 5 Slash Resistance LV. 5. Title page. Giant Killer - successfully killed an enemy that is 20 or higher levels than yourself - increases damage against higher levels enemy micro reduces damage taken micro. The first killer - the first person to successfully kill a person in this world - increases damage against human micro. Daredevil - successfully executed a person without any hesitation - increases fear resistance micro increases charm resistance micro increases confuse resistance micro. Slaughterer - successfully murdered a vast majority of people in a short time - adds a bonus to Agya based on the number of opponents at one time max 150% restricted to humans. Demon - the person who has strayed off from humanity - karma value will be difficult to raise and will fall easily. Plunderer - the person who has successfully looted more than a certain number of times from a certain number of people - increases the success rate of any looting skills micro. Criminal - the person who has violated the law in the city - cannot get into any city by regular means. God's enemy - the person who declared war or something similar towards the order faction - increases damage against enemies with virtuous karma value small increases damage taken from enemies with virtuous karma value small. Fugitive Temple - a wanted person in Temple - current bounty, 35.000.000G. Merciless - the person who has no mercy - increases critical rates ma. Human race killer - the person who has killed humans for at least 500 people - increases damage against humans medium reduces damage taken from humans medium. Humans natural enemy - the person who has killed humans for at least 1000 people - increases damage against humans huge reduces damage taken from humans huge. Hero killer dash the person who has killed an important NPC who has at least 150 karma value dash increases all status small increases damage against enemies with virtuous karma value medium increases damage taken from enemies with virtuous karma value medium. Fierce battle dash the person who has built a mountain of corpses and made a river of blood dash increases all status small increase SDR and VIT status for every hostile opponents max 75% restricted to humans. Equipment. Weapons, Scarlet Flame Kodachi possessed Yamada-san. Body, Explosive Lion's Tunic. Armor, Blue Flame Light Armor possessed Inoue-san. Arms, Engineer's Gloves. Lower body, Night Sky Leggings. Shoes, Gale Boots. Accessories. Night Sky Cloak possessed Azabu-san. Supreme God's Rosary possessed Santa-san. Sturdy Ring of Power. Silver Wolf's Belt. Anti-magic bracelet. Before I know it, I'm not in the wanted list for First Town anymore, though, the bounty from the temple has increased, yes? Well, doesn't matter. I strengthened my overall status, stripped off the coat and armor from the Knight Captain's corpse, and made the Feudal Lord's Craftsman to combine the Darkness Cloak and Heaven's Cloak into Night Sky Cloak and strengthen the Ring of Power into Sturdy Ring of Power. Rina, next is Yamada-san. Yamada-san and others, exclamation mark. Fufu, they are being restless as if want to say I don't have a heart, yes? Let's take a look, this is the evolution of Yamada-san and the others. Name, Yamada-san. Race, Living Dead High Destroyer Sword, Level 1. Condition, Possessing. Skill page. Floating LV. 17 Night Vision LV. 29 Self-Repair LV. 34 Arms Possession LV. 36 Cut Reinforcement LV. Max Cut Intensification LV. 7 Mental Abnormality Resistance LV. Poison Sheathing LV. 2 Fatal Blow LV. 7 Dark Magic LV. 19 Fire Magic LV. 17 Fire Attribute Resistance LV. 8. Title page. Rina's follower dash a monster that successfully became Rina's follower dash increases buff effects received from the Master Small. Name, Kageyama-san. Race, Darkness Shadow, Level 1. Condition, Possessing. Skill page. Shadow Diving LV. 34 Shadow Travel LV. 31 Concealment LV. 24 Night Vision LV. 18 Surprise Attack LV. 36 Dark Magic LV. Mox Black Magic LV. 2 Magic Enhancement LV. Mox Magic Intensification LV. 4 Mental Abnormality Resistance LV. Shadow Manipulation LV. 4 Bestowal Magic LV. 5 Fire Attribute Resistance LV. 8. Title page. Rina's follower dash a monster that successfully became Rina's follower dash increases buff effects received from the Master Small. Name, Azabu-san. Race, Boreas Phantom Cloak, Level 1. Condition, Possessing. Skill page. Floating LV. 28 Night Vision LV. 24 Armor Possession LV. 36 Wind Magic LV. Max Skull Magic LV. 3 Dark Magic LV. 28 Magic Enhancement LV. Mox Magic Intensification LV. 4 Mental Abnormality Resistance LV. Presence Detection LV. 11 Danger Sense LV. 14 Vigilance LV. 21 Distant View LV. 12 Fire Attribute Resistance LV. 8. Title page. Rina's follower dash a monster that successfully became Rina's follower dash increases buff effects received from the Master Small. Name, Santa-san. Race, Greater Mimic, Level 1. Condition, Possessing. Skill page. Mimicry LV. 34 Night Vision LV. 19 Concealment LV. 35 Treasure Possession LV. 36 Light Magic LV. Mox White Magic LV. 4 Illusion Magic LV. 28 Magic Enhancement LV. Mox Magic Intensification LV. 4 Mental Abnormality Resistance LV. Bestowal Magic LV. 5 Barrier Magic LV. 4 Fire Attribute Resistance LV. 8. Title page. Rina's follower dash a monster that successfully became Rina's follower dash increases buff effects received from the Master Small. Name, Inoue-san. Race, Darkness Living Armor, Level 1. Condition, Possessing. Skill page. Walking LV. 34 Night Vision LV. 19 Sword Dart LV. Mox Sword Dart Master LV. 3 Armor Possession LV. 36 Physical Strengthening LV. Max Physical Intensification LV. 7 Endurance Strengthening LV. Max Endurance Intensification LV. 3 Defense Strengthening LV. Max Defense Intensification LV. 3 Mental Abnormality Resistance LV. Cooperation LV. 12 Defense Art LV. 14 Martial Art LV. 8 Dark Magic LV. 4 Bestowal Magic LV. 2 Fire Attribute Resistance LV. 8. Title page. Rena's follower dash a monster that successfully became Rena's follower dash increases buff effects received from the Master Small. Rena, everyone, you have become stronger. Yamada-san, dash. Kageyama-san, yu. Azabu-san, dot. Basabasa. Sata-san, yay. Inoue-san, iei. They are proud, yes? Especially when I saw that everyone including me had fire attribute resistance. As expected, I have to recognize that the Knight Leader was strong. Even if I said so, we still won, yes? Rena, now then, I have finished checking our status, so let's check the town as well. It's just only one night, but let's check out the coup's influence as we prepare to go to the next city. Seems like the public order in Noble District has not yet turned bad, even if several guard stations were destroyed and 3-digit soldiers got slaughtered, yes? That also should be expected, as the Moonlight family, who handle the back society of the town, is controlling the wrongdoers, you see. Normally, they would take the advantage of this chaos and do secret maneuvers, so they were suppressed. It's something that's stereotypical, if I may say. To begin with. Hans, oi. Behave yourself. Rhine, Hans, don't run ahead. Eleanor, yes, it's good that we caught them, but don't go too far. Hans, sorry. Dash seems like the players who were chasing after the Villainismi are working together to bring them down, you see? Hence, everything should be alright until the next city is released and the people spread there. I left the place after taking a sidelong glance to the noisy players, and gather some information at the NPC stall this time. Rena, uncle, please give me one of this. Uncle, alright, wait a little. I purchased one grilled skewer that seems to have a delicious scent and start gathering information. Rena, yesterday was huge, yes? Uncle, yeah, it was. The feudal lord announced that it was a successor fight, so it turned bad, right? Rena, was that so? Uncle, yeah, seems like the feudal lord has a secret child. That child was discontent with the lord, who hasn't resolved the huge incident that occurred half a month ago. To begin with, he didn't want to acknowledge and dissatisfied with the current state. Rena, he. Apparently, the general public seems to believe what the feudal lord had announced formally. I don't know what will the Central do for the report, but well, they won't probably believe it. Uncle, but I didn't think Alexei would lose. Rena, it was surprising, yes? Uncle, yeah, I thought that the next generation would be safe if that person becomes the lord, you know, Tilda. What will the future be now? Well, seems like they have a huge anxiety. Though, it's natural for them. That is what Ren-san has to do from now on for their expectation. Uncle, here you go, careful, it's still hot. Rena, thank you, farewell. Uncle, yeah, come again. Saying so, I proceed to ponder while walking around the town with skewer in one hand. Honestly speaking, it didn't matter how troublesome it was, as I was in the wanted list and it seems fun as well, hence I caused this coup, you see. It's something like that, I guess. Either the rhino beetle or stag beetle that would win. It was my win this time, and it was good because it was fun. However, it's regrettable that I couldn't do a lot of pleasant things in this town anymore. Rena, should I go all out and continue capturing? I first created some potions that has been reduced from the inventory and reconfirm the cooperation with my followers. Seems like it will take around 3 days to start aiming for the next town, yes? Chapter 25, North Underground Passage. Now then, it has been 4 days since the coup and it's time to resume the conquest. If I think about it, I've been ignoring the story, including the main story of this game, so let's try doing this seriously. The target is Belzenstock City, which is on the other side of the bay after passing through the underground passage that is in the underground tomb's boss room. Rena, how did they make an underground passage under the bay with this kind of civilization level? I can't help but ask the realism of the game, as I'm curious because all the other elements are so similar to reality, you see. Seems like I could know the answer if I try to find out the setting of this place and such. 3 days have passed since I entered the underground passage from the boss room to go to Belzenstock City, and I have spent nearly 5 hours today. Rena. As expected, the humidity is high, perhaps due to the ocean above. Seems like the effect of my explosive balls will be weak here. Rena, well, I still have another plan to compensate this, but the area is dim and it's hard to walk as water is leaking from somewhere. I'm really glad that I have the walking skill because I won't probably be able to see that I'm falling if I lose my balance during a battle. Would there be wild bats? Big bats suddenly fly from the front and disappear into nothingness? I'm still advancing while slashing a lot of monsters such as Sea Snake as a serpent that can shoot water magic, but I don't feel like I have made any progress at all. Rena, another stairs that lead downward? I thought I will continue going up along the way, but I have been going down ever since. It's boring as the surrounding scenery does not change at all and only the air is the one that is getting heavier. Rena, oi. When I was about halfway giving up due to the unchanging scenery on the 5th staircase, the atmosphere suddenly changed. I see. The view is nice in which the ceiling is high and the surrounding area is filled with corals and blue crystals. In addition, there's also a softly emitted light from the top. Rena, the air is delicious indeed. It's strange that the air is delicious even though this is only a game. But in any case, I'm in high spirits as some changes finally occurred. Boss enemy. Race, Sea God, level, 35. Condition, normal. It seems to be a merman that looks more of a fish for its body. It's a monster that has green scales which similar to Suwagan, and that said monster is currently staring at me while gripping its trident. TL note, Suwagan, a monster from D&D. Rena, what can you expect? It's a boss room, after all, yes? It should have been expected as the scenery that had been the same the whole time suddenly changed. But, even though I understand that, I still cannot be convinced that my previous excitement is now lost. While in the middle of complaining, I threw a few poisonous 20 centimeters needles and attacked first. Sea God, Jaya. Although almost all of the needles were repelled by the trident on its hand, 2 of them successfully stabbed in its shoulder. I see. Well, seems like it didn't feel any pain, though. Rena, Sea God, GG. When I approached and swung down my dagger with a backhand grip, my dagger got repelled by the trident's ferrule, but I then bashed its jaw with the hilt of my dagger. Sea God, yay. After that, I tripped the monster, swung down my elbow to its belly, kicked its waist with my knee and blew it away with a roundhouse kick when it tried to get up. Let's follow it up with throwing a poisonous needle while I'm at it. Sea God, GEI. Standing up, in the form of anger, it charged while lowering its trident towards me. I imitated and approached it as well while preparing to block its attack with my dagger. However, the monster changed its behavior and tried to return its trident. Thus, we stood still on the spot and I pulled back my dagger after it clashed with the tip of its trident. Sea God, I sunk the tip of my toe to the monster's solar plexus and it was about to fall. I then held its wrists down with my left hand, and kicked its groin while hitting the face with my right fist a few times. Sea God, Seems like it's a male. I kicked it up once more and tried to slash it with my dagger, but the monster avoided on the last second and casted a water magic, water blade. I took some distances away and threw a piece of glass at the same time. Sea God, GGEI? As expected, in this place where the bluish soft light is reflected by the crystals, a small piece of glass cannot be seen that easily, thus it succeeded in piercing one of its eye. I charged in while throwing the poison needle again and avoided the incoming thrown trident by bending my knee similar to a sway-back pose. I slipped while looking at the trident that passes through in front of my eyes, and passed through the monster's inseam while cutting its legs. Sun God, Jaya. This place, which is entirely wet, is useful as I can slide very well, but I thought to myself halfway through to be careful and turned over to pierce its nape, but it evaded by tumbling forward. Sea God, Goo. I threw the usual smoke bomb towards it, which is currently being cautious and glaring at me, to snatch away its vision. After doing so, I leaped through the sky with the sky kick skill and carried out a dropping attack from its blind spot overhead. Sea God, The monster noticed just before the impact, but it's already too late as the dagger had pierced through its forehead. Let's put some more weight and push it to the ground just to make sure. Sea God, G. 3. It looks like it can still breathe a bit of air, so I defeated it by adding a thrust and twist with my dagger. Level has increased. You have earned skill points. All existed skills level has increased. Acquired 5 SP as a reward for subjugating the boss of Hall of Sea Mirrors. I was able to defeat it before the poison taken its effect, I see. It's unfortunate that there was no time and I can't see the result of my newly made poison as well. In addition, it seems that I'm not the first one to capture this area. Well, it's not like it matters, but I might encounter other players along the way, yes? Rena, let's take a break for the time being and advance thereafter. Thus, I logged out once I'm in a safe zone after defeating the boss. Chapter 26, North Underground Passage 2. Rena, I see. I logged in and advanced for an amount of time after beating the boss while pondering would this area be eventually submerged if the seawater keeps leaking from somewhere? Because I have set the game to be realistic and it manages to scare me, I tried investigating for the source. It seems like it's coming from that blue quartz. I can't imagine that there could be something that gorgeous inside a boss room that is in the bottom of the layer. Player, yes, that's right. Therefore, I'm currently threatened. Asking a player who I happen to pass by. Apparently he seems to be from a group called the Inspection Team. Player, why is the Genocider here? No, it's not that strange, though. Rena, is there something wrong? Player, exclamation mark and no. No. Nothing. I was just asking as he was muttering something, but he's strangely sitting upright, you see. Rather than that, who is this Genocider? Did he mistaken me for someone? Player, you can release me anytime now. Rena, you're convenient so please follow me. Player, yes. There seems to be a lot of information to take, so let's squeeze out what he has been investigating. This kind of opportunity is valuable to me as I don't have any interaction with other players, you know. Player, that's all the information that I got about the place where you're heading to Bells in Stock City. Rena, I see, thank you very much. Unlike the town of beginning, Stock City, which I'm currently aiming for, is a shipping city that is brimming with many bays that serves as harbors. TL note, I'm changing first town to town of beginning. Various goods are gathered from all over the world, including people. Hence, it's also called a city full of slaves. Rena, the slaves are supporting the people's lives, I see. Player, yes, that's about it. They are the ones who do all the work. Not just heavy work, such as carrying luggage or cleaning the sewers, but jobs that no one wants to do as well. It seems like the slaves were not illegal by law and it was an everyday occurrence where the slaves rebelled against their master, but ever since the current lord ruled the territory, the pressure against the slaves has become stronger and they are only guaranteed barely minimum necessities for life. Seems that, it's an I can just own another one even if they die kind of situation. However, thanks to exploiting the labor force of slavery, the city prospered even further, and the support from the middle class and above, such as the wealthy people, seems to be stronger as well. Player, Genocider-san. Rena, are you talking to me? I thought he's talking about someone from a while ago, but it seems like he's talking about me, yes? Player, eh? Didn't you know? You're a celebrity among players, you know? Rena, that seems to be like it, but my name is not Genocider. Why does it have to be Genocider? Well, I could probably guess the gist of it after remembering that I have done PKs and such inside the city. Player, then, what should I call you? Rena, my name is Rena, so please call me that. Player. Then the name of that ridiculous party that the first one to capture the underground tomb was. Rena, dash or tongue or throat. Which would you like to be cut? I heard a rash remark that I could not pass, so I put my dagger into his mouth and approached his face while giving those choices. Player : Mskowa. Rena, well, that's fine. I've been taught various things from him so let's overlook it this time. Player, cough cough, that was scary. This person is exaggerating too much, yes? It's interesting to see it, but it won't be like this every time, right? Player, wait, Rena? I think I have heard it somewhere. Rena? Wasn't it the party name that captured the tomb, like you said? Player, no, that's not it, I'm talking about the real world. Rena, well, it's not that rare of a name so you don't have to worry about it, yes? Player : If I look closely, I think I have also seen Rena-san's face from somewhere. Mumble mumble. For some reason he's pondering while mumbling something with a small voice. I can't hear him perfectly, but I'm not that interested by it, so let's leave him be like that. Rena, in any case, I'm going ahead now. Please wait. I will die if you leave me in this depths. By the way, my name is Yu. I haven't said it, right? Rena, I see, let's go. I advanced ahead alongside him, hurrying and following me. Chapter 27, North Underground Passage 3. Rena, sigh. She sighed unintentionally. The reason being was because she just beheaded 3 Saiyajins that were trying to assault her and were killed in a second. I wonder how much player skill, PS, that this woman really has. Rena? Are you okay? Why yes, I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. I was out of luck when I encountered her at that corner 3 days ago. I should have stopped myself from going alone when a friend of mine from the same recon party could not come due to an urgent matter in real life, but it's already too late to regret about it, right? TL note, changing inspection team to recon party. Rena, is that so? Then, please don't hesitate to tell me if there's something going on. Yes, thank you very much. Well, nevertheless, this person, Genocider. No, Rena-san is unexpectedly a considerate person, unlike the rumors around her and her playstyle. I was forcibly brought right from the get-go and I got scared by the sudden event, however she didn't order me to do something that is absolutely impossible. Or rather, I only have a favorable impression towards her as she asked me everything that she doesn't know, like an innocent child with something along the lines like what is that, so then, what would become of this, is that what it means? As a member of a recon party, I'm happy to share her the knowledge as I want to talk about it as well. In addition, even when I answered that I didn't know, she would always withdraw her question without any remorse and change the subject by saying then this is. I can't really think of her being that genocider. And above all, she's cute as well. Even right now, she killed all of the enemies before they can even approach me and looked back occasionally to show her concern as my level is still low. I was deep in thought while looking at her back. Her back sure is beautiful as well, and every time she walks, her hips and her slender legs look level. Wait. Not that. What I'm thinking about is Rena, a name that I have heard in real life, and I swear I have seen her face somewhere. It can't be helped as I'm really curious about this. There's no way such a beautiful girl is acquainted with an otaku like me. Murmur. Really? Where have I seen her? Perhaps from the school. Rena. For you to suddenly screamed like that, what happened? Did you find anything? And no. It's nothing. That's right. It's Ikijurena-san who is in the same class as me. Her hair has a white highlight and her eyes are burgundy, but that's it. The rest are not different at all. Even she named herself Rena, which is similar to her last name. Rena, is that so? Why yes. I'm sorry to have surprised you. Dangerous, Rena-san currently has a dagger in her hand. If I do something bad, I'll be killed. Or not, though, she might look at me with scary eyes. More than that, we're talking about Rena-san. She doesn't have any interaction in the class, not even to friends nor classmates. She's always quiet, yet she's well-mannered with a princess-like appearance. Thus, she became an idol in school. She doesn't speak that much at school, not even in class, and she doesn't talk to teachers as well except for informative matter. Rena, is he finally broken now? For some reason I feel like I'm being insulted, but I won't mind it. That Ikijurena-san is the genocider? You must be kidding. Well, I guess it's fine for now, but the fact that Ikijurena-san is currently in a position where I can even touch her hand in any second now is taking away my composure. Ikijurena-san's face was so close just a while ago. But, alongside her dagger in my mouth, though. Is this finally a spring for an unsociable otaku like me? Rena : Is your head okay? No. It's nothing, I swear. Please don't worry about me. Don't be too optimistic, me. Remember how many times have you been betrayed? An otaku will remain as an otaku for his whole life. Don't betray your waifu. Yes. That. But don't you ever say something like changing your waifu every 3 months. NY ways. We, first and foremost, are slugs. We can't go out from our place that is behind a rock. Try going out under the sunlight. Soon after, your eyes will burn immediately, which leads you to dry out and die. That's why, we won't be Desai. Rina, I see, it's not good to overdo it, you know. Dash. Saying so, Akijo Reina. No, Rina-san peered into my face at a point-blank range and blew away all of my reasoning. And thus, the already fragile stronghold that an otaku has, could do nothing but crumble. Rina, if you do, I can easily decapitate you and let you respawn, yes? I knew it. Chapter 28, North Underground Passage 4. I'm having a trouble thinking about how to deal with him who suddenly started making such a fuss but immediately went back feeling depressed again. Really, what's wrong with him? Would it be better to cut off his head after all? Rina, are you really okay? Yes, I'm fine. He doesn't seem to be okay, if I may say. In any case, I'm fine. Nothing happened to me, yes that's right, I'm feeling completely fine. This is very severe, yes? Did he receive some kind of mental attack in some way? However, I haven't detected any enemies yet, though. If so, should I expand my searching scope? Rina, stop please. What's wrong? Are you going to finally cut my heat? Rina, I hear footsteps. From where? How many people? Oh, seems like he has recovered, yes? That's great, but this is not the right time for that. Rina, so, what are you going to do? What do you mean? Rina, I'm apparently called the Genocider, no? Will you be alright being seen together with me? It would be pitiful for him as the game might get difficult for him to play in the future if they think that he's my accomplice. Hence, I asked him in advance. I don't really see any problem, or rather, I've come this far so why don't we go to the city together? Rina, won't it be a problem for you if they mistook you as my accomplice? It's okay. Please don't worry about it as I could work this out. Saying so, he answered with a big smile. Seems like there's no need for concern if he has said that much, yes? Besides, an otaku classmate and the prettiest girl are now adventuring together in a game. No matter how you look at it, this is straight out of a light novel. Murmur. Thus, I headed towards the footsteps alongside him who for some reason, started mumbling again. I followed Rina-san after having forcibly returned to my senses halfway along the trip. I'm starting to panic right now as I have cleared my mind. It's uncool to retract what I have said but I do think it can't be helped as I wasn't in a capture party to begin with and I don't even have any real fighting experience as well. Rina, you don't have to be that nervous, I'll kill them all. As I thought, Rina-san is a kind person at heart, but why is she being savage like this? Could it be that there's a problem with her home environment? No, as one would expect, it's rude to ask something like that. I've been thinking rude things such as having contact with the prettiest girl in class since a while ago. This is not good indeed. I have to look at her properly and I really do want to be her friend. It's okay, I'm also good with support skills so I won't be a burden for Rina-san, rather I might be pretty useful, you know. I responded to her concern with a smile. Rina, is that so? Just as we proceed while exchanging such conversation. You again? We encountered the players. Aren't they one of the capture party? Moreover, it's Han's party as well. Our class is different but we're still in the same grade so it's hard to meet him like this, you see. It would have been great if it was Harold's party instead, though. Fortunately, he is the so-called high caste student, hence I'm probably saved as he seems to not recognize a gloomy nerd like me. I'm glad that he still isn't aware of Rina-san as her atmosphere and demeanor is so startlingly different, really. Rina: again? Hans, why you? Rhine, Hans, calm down. I'm feeling the same but let's keep our cool. Rina, I need to do my best so that I can remember individuals first, yes? Myra, poor Hans. You've got to be kidding me, right, Rina-san? You have already killed them 3 times, you know? Even at that time, I heard that you fought him at the plaza, met him in the narrow passage, and he even participated in the coup from start to finish only to be killed by you while he was making a passionate speech, you know? Surely you can't forget about him like that, right? This is too pitiful for Hans and his party. Kellen, perhaps this is a lot crueler than just being killed. For some reason, I feel like the situation is becoming very interesting. We're enemies as of current, but I strongly agreed with what he said. Rhine, hold on, there is one more person behind her. Hans. You have a comrade now? It's her biggest change, so of course they will notice, right? Hans and his party raised their guard and observed me with cautious. Rena? He's not my comrade, though? Hans, then why are you together with him? Rena, because he's a well-informed person, I'm making him spit out all of the information. Hans and you? No, it's the truth, though. But, there should be another way to say it, right? See. Look at them. Their gazes have changed from cautious to eyes full of worry. This is totally embarrassing, you know. Their eyes are saying, what did she do to him? And what a pitiful guy, indeed. Hans, what did you do to him? Kellen, what a pitiful guy, indeed. See. They literally said it. Even that Kellen guy laughed at me? Rena? It seems I can't follow this conversation at all. This is hopeless. Although I vaguely felt it before, I wonder if Rena-san is a natural-born airhead. While thinking so, I moved behind Rena-san to support as much as I could. Chapter 29, North Underground Passage 5. This person is beyond saving. Along with his extremely impolite remarks, San moved a step back. Let's see what got strengthened. Komodato. Name, Rena, gender, woman. Race, human, level, 40. Condition, possessed. Kageyama-san. Granted STR increase medium. Granted VIT increase medium. Granted AG increase medium. Granted cut strengthening medium. Granted accuracy increase medium. Karma value, -181 evil. Class, assassin, second class, tamer. Aren't these great enhancements? It doesn't matter if I don't have it, though with this, it will save my time. Hans, so he isn't your comrade? Myra, either way, he's an enemy. I threw a poison needle while she aimed her bow towards San. Because there are a lot enemies for one person, why don't I let her eat one of my new poison, yes? I charged in while continuing to throw the needles. The vanguard immediately went forward and the rearguard stepped back, but that doesn't matter. A longsword and an axe are approaching from both sides. I dodged the waving longsword, lifted up the axe from below with the hilt of my dagger, slipped through from their side, and swung my dagger towards the spear user while he's in his defensive position. I threw iron scraps at the priest girl and removed her head. Kellen, she. The axe user and the swordsman attacked from behind immediately after the surprised spear user rolled over to another spot. I threw another needle again from the flank to prevent an attack towards San. Naturally this time it was prevented with a metallic sound, but it's okay as the purpose was to stop the attack. I ignored the axe user who takes more time to re-establish his axe because it's heavier than the others, thrust my dagger at the swordsman and pierced through with my dominant hand. It's called Koden Kendo, you see. Rhine. After dropping his longsword, the head of the swordsman went flying. I then returned to my initial position and cast both Holy Wall and Wind Wall. Eleanor, exploding flame. Without a pause, I blocked the magic that was released by the magician and the axe user once again tried to attack. Hans, you think I will let you get me once again? Earth Rhythm. The ground radiates with intense effect from the axe that was slammed into the ground, elevated me, and the spear user approaches the place where he could get my footing. Kellen, three-stranded whirlwind. After having Azabu-san and Inoue-san pulled me, I avoided it backwards and threw several iron scraps and poison needles towards the rear guard. Eleanor, firewall. Myra, thundercloud arrow. They defended it with magic and furthermore tried to counterattack. However, I also shot it down 4 exploding blades, repelled the approaching axe, drove away the spear, and thrust my dagger into the axe user's neck. Hands, Gafu? Like so, I put explosive balls inside the headless body and threw it away to the rear guard. Whether it will explode many times or not even explode at all, it will still keep them restrained. Kellen, I lowered my head and dodged the attack from the spear user who has recovered and bashed him with the hilt of my dagger from the side to make him lose his position. I released a roundhouse kick immediately from his side which knocked him against the wall and attacked the rear guard again. Eleanor. Heat ray. Myra, killer shot. I approached while avoiding the obstacles from the rear guards by running on the wall. Then, I threw an iron ball with the meteor skill immediately to the archer who was fixing her next arrow which went through and smashed her head. Finally, I swung my dagger down while free-falling towards the Miss Magician, thus dividing her head into two parts. Kellen, haha, you've got to be kidding me. Once again, the recovered spear user charged in, rolled over and attacked. Kellen, I'm the only one left, huh? I cast Gust and threw grains of sand at his face, who was shouting while doing the same attacks. Kellen, g. Like that, I lifted the spear with the hilt of my dagger, kicked his stomach, pulled him down to the ground, and then used my secret technique, the nutcracker technique that I used on a boy who had touched my buttocks in elementary school, which led him having a utilization problem. Release. Kellen, Dashua. Alongside the silly Pakian sound, the spear user who had a surprised look and foams on his mouth will now wait to respawn. All existing skills level has increased. Karma value has fallen. Rena, it's over, yes? This person is a demon. I returned back to Yu-san, who for some reason, became pigeon-toed and hurried our way to Belzenstock City. Hey, what are you doing? Because Yu-san, who still seems to not recovered yet, asked such question, let's answer it. Rena, I'm preparing self-made explosives along the passage. Why? The exit is already right there, though? Rena, because the sea will be right above us, the seawater will surge in here if we blow these up, right? It would be tiring to battle immediately every time we encounter someone, hence I'm trying to buy some time for the other players to reach here. Like so, I set up some explosives evenly along the passage immediately after going up the stairs while responding to his questions, not only on the ceiling but also on the ground and walls. Would that be alright? Rena, it's not as if they can't go nor pass here, and to begin with, the seawater will eventually turn into crystals in this place, right? With that being said, they will be able to pass here again soon, yes? I see. Rena, alright, it's done. The work that I've been doing while we were talking is complete, so let's blow it up, that is to say, naturally with a large scale. Rena, now then, we'll now leave this place. It will explode in about 3 minutes. Yes. I finally get out from the long underground passage along with Yu-san, who is having distant eyes. It should be around 1 week, I guess? The outside air is pleasant and the blue sky is dazzling. Well, I had enjoyed it as much as I wanted in the real world, though. While being deeply moved by the scenery, the seawater on the left side of us blew up along with a huge explosion sounding from the underground passage exit behind us, and thus a whirlpool will be created soon afterwards. Karma value has fallen. Rena, it seems like a success, yes? So it seems. By the way, if we go a little to the west, we will soon arrive at Belzenstock City. Interlude 1. The chief who has a bald spot and laughed uncontrollably. Starting with a mutter that someone leaked, shrieks were let loose here and there. Everyone was validating their share of work while trying to simulate what will happen simultaneously. Until when will this girl stop decreasing her karma? What is beyond their screen right now is a player named Rena who is running through the city, slaughtering both players and NPCs. Senpai. This is bad. She's already about to cut her karma to -50. I already know that. Even though it's just been the second day of service, this player has already killed the tutorial NPC and drove the city into confusion and terror. This was still unexpected, albeit somewhat leaving it to the players themselves. What's going on? Chief. Look at this player. Let's see? What's with her? Ain't she a dangerous one? This is not the time to laugh. Meanwhile, the girl left the city, slaughtering everyone up until the end. At this point, they are already calculating how much the town of beginning has been damaged and starting on a death march on whether they can put up an event on that town while having distant eyes. Though, isn't it fine? She has left the town, right? Well, that's right. However, one employee who for caution's sake, was watching and monitoring the said woman player let out a pitiful voice saying, Wait. What happened? The said player killed herself, respawned back to the city and attacked the temple, The bishop was killed and the temple was set on fire, The other employees who were still in a panic mode tried to check it but it's too late. The player continued her slaughterfest immediately after leaving the temple, set fire right in the middle of the city and fled to the underground tomb. In this short amount of time, everyone had burned out and stunned, except for the chief who was laughing over the surging development. This girl just turned minus 120 karma value on her first day. Even though the higher the number, the more difficult it will be. What do we do, Chief? It's just her who is standing out, though. Should we make an adjustment? The chief, who had been laughing and taking photos as well as videos about it, finally came near and answered his subordinates' questions. No, this is fine. Rather, the players in the beta version were all goody two-shoes just like any other games and the chaos were too few, you see. At least we need to let someone like her exist. He's definitely enjoying this, mumble. They need to show their true character in this game. Cite tilde. The usual Epicureanism from the chief was not something that had just started recently, hence the employees gave up and resumed their work for the first official event. However, half a month later, this girl finally did it. Huh? Our efforts so far. Yuboa. This brute. Heretic. Monster. Ah ha 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 ha. The screen shows the said player killed Alexei, an important NPC, and succeeded in a coup d'état by making the feudal lord retire and hand his throne to an anti-social leader. The official event hosted by the lord has been destroyed. Where in the world our hard work gone to? Ah ha 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 ha. The official event that the employees on site had prepared so far was crushed, and once again, they met the tragic word, burned out. Or rather, what should we do? Her karma value is already minus 180. That's right. Don't we need to release the advanced class at minus 200 soon? Even though it should have been in the middle phase to get over 200. Ah ha 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 ha. It's quite difficult for them to adjust according to the said player as it will also leash a great majority of players. If it was a bit higher than the top karma value from the beta version, it would be impossible for them to break through while running solo. Damn, that was amusing. This is what I wanted to see, guys. Please think about the situation here as well. Sorry, but won't this just follow the concept of this game? Certainly, it would have remained the same as hundreds of other games before. In the future, the number of latecomers imitating this child will increase, and the chaos will expand its power, right tilde? Contrary to the chief's exhilarating voice, the workers start doing what they can do with dead fish eyes and murmured words such as I need to buy a stomach medicine for a second comma even though his hair is thinning recently, and we need to hurry for an alternative event. Still, the secretary dragged out the chief to the lobby of the company that he extremely exploited and made him sit in CE's position while having a board saying I'm a bad child hanging around his neck. Interlude 2, my name is Akiju Reina. Hey, what are you doing? A boy approached me who was sitting in the park while looking at a row of ants. Reina, I'm watching Mr. Ants. Rita, what's your name? I'm Rita. Reina, my name is Akiju Reina, nice to meet you. He asked my name so I introduced myself as my mother told me that this kind of thing is important. My father for some reason doesn't bat an eye every time I greet him, though. Rita, hey, I'll tell you something much more interesting. Saying so, the boy. Rita-kun ran and came back while pulling the hose which extends from the faucet. Reina, is it alright if you use that without permission? Rita, it's fine. More importantly, look. Rita-kun plugged the hose into Mr. Ant's nest entrance and began spewing the water. Rita, see? It's fun, right? The ants are drowning and getting out of their nests, see? Reina, Rita, it's interesting to pour the water in, right? It's more fun than just watching at them, you know. I see tilde, so this is a spewing play? He taught me something nice. Reina, hey, can I try it too? Rita, sure. Here. Rita handed me the hose with a smile. My mother said that if someone is doing various generous things to me for our first meeting, then he's either a good child or a dangerous adult, but Rita-kun is not an adult so I think he's a good child. Reina, thank you, then I'll try it too, okay? Rita, yeah, but if we don't look for it, the ant nest will be no gaffa? Because I can't see any other Mr. Ant's nest around here, there is no other way but to plug the hose into Rita-kun's mouth and do the spewing play. Reina, it's true there are air bubbles coming out, I see? Rita, gahak? Rita-kun stopped moving within minutes of the play that he taught. What happened to him? Is he dead like Mr. Ants? Reina? What are you doing? Reina, mother. It's that time already. Mother has come to pick me up. Reina, mother, look. This boy, Rita-kun told me about spewing play, See? Mother, you? I have to call an ambulance right away. Reina? What's wrong? After thinking that Mother is contacting someone in a hurry, an ambulance came along with a loud noise and carried Rita-kun away. Reina, you're going home now. Bye-bye, Rita-kun. Rita's mother. Greetings are important, but Rita-kun's mother just stared at me without replying. Father was like that too. Why? Why is Mother apologizing to Rita-kun's mother? Did something happen? Mother, we will pay the money afterwards. I'm very sorry for today's event, it was an oversight on my responsibility. The ambulance went somewhere after my mother spoke a little difficult language that I could not understand. Mother, shall we go home? Reina, okay. Unknown. About today. I thoroughly told what I did today to Mother with words that she can understand easily, and then Mother asked regarding Rita-kun along the way. Mother, does Reina know what Mr. Ants and Rita-kun thinking when they were spewed with water? Reina? I'm not Mr. Ants or Rita-kun, you know. What answer does she want to hear? I'm Reina, you know. It's a great name that my mother gave me, you know. Mother, then, what if they did the same thing to Reina? Reina, I don't want it, though. Mother, right? Then, why did you do it? Reina, Rita-kun said that it was fun, you know. I like that spewing play. Mother: I see. She said while laughing as if she was troubled. Mother, does Reina like Mother? Reina, more than that, you know. Mother, then, can you hear Mother's request? Reina, okay. Mother, then, can you promise me that you won't do spewing play to others? Reina? Okay. Why bother prohibiting it? I thought it was fun, but I still don't want to do it that often, though. Mother, so, promise? Reina, yup. Promise. Mother, thank you Reina, I love you. Reina, I also love you, Mother. Saying so, we walked home while holding hands. Reina. A dream, huh? It was a very nostalgic dream about my childhood. That was my memory with my mother before I was an elementary school student. Reina, it's been a long time, Mother. Now then, I need to wash my face from the tear marks on my cheeks and get ready to go to school. Reina, I'm going, Mother. I said my greetings to my mother's photo and got out of the futon. Today is going to be a good day. Chapter 30, Bells in Stock City. Yu's point of view. Ah, we have arrived. In front of our eyes is a city resembling the towns in Mediterranean coasts that are lined with white square buildings. Before entering the city, I need to do what I have been thinking along our way here. We've finally arrived, yes, we have. This is where I bid Rena farewell. I feel lonely somehow. If I could, I want to play with her more. You don't look happy, what's wrong? Say it, tell her. It's no time for the asocial personality move. Hurry up and say it, gross otaku. I. What is it? Calm down, take a deep breath. Come on, breathe in, and out. No good, my hands are shaking. Even though it's just a game, I feel like my palms are sweating. Our first encounter was the worst. With my tongue was grasped, I was threatened with a short sword in my mouth. I was forcibly taken to the front line as well, but dash. With me? Question mark. Even so, the adventure with her has been fun. It was nice to show off my knowledge, and her concern for me makes me very happy. There are many scary things about her, but her surprisingly childish innocent side makes me unable to take my eyes off of her, as well as her subtle carelessness against the opposite sex. Above all, after knowing you personally, I think I want to be your friend. I said it. I finally said it. I can't take back what I said now. I'm scared, and you can be overbearing sometimes, but at the same time childish and nosy, too, I think. We have only known each other for a short while, but that's why, be my friend. Please register me as your friend. I said it. Though I have no regrets, I feel a little scared seeing her saying nothing at all, but could she be taken aback? Is she wondering why an asocial gross otaku like me being so ecstatic in becoming her friend? If she refuses, I shall graciously accept it, I don't mind. Huh? Really? Yes, in the first place, I was thinking that you could perhaps teach me a lot of things while we're in this city. Thank you very much. I will do my best to teach you. Hooray! She has registered me as her friend. And even though it's short, I can still play together with her while we're in the city. Besides, you seem to notice me. It feels like as if she poured cold water on me with that remark. What should I do? Doesn't what I said to her earlier seem like a confession from a third-party point of view? I'm such an idiot. While agonizing over the shame I have caused myself from the mess I made. I'm new to having friends, so please teach me properly. Her first time? With just a few words from her, I have already recovered from my earlier predicament. I guess I'm relatively simple. Hee, this is the first time other people aside from my mother who has properly noticed me. Apparently, she does not take it as a confession. I feel somewhat complicated, as I'm not sure whether to feel happy or sad. But I tell myself calmly that it's to be expected due to her subtle carelessness toward the opposite sex, as well as her natural innocence. Please take care of me, you. Likewise, Rena. Well, at least she's laughing happily. Even though I'm still not completely sure what I'm feeling, this should be good enough for now, I guess. More importantly, I can't help but look forward to playing with her. Rena's point of view. When you act suspiciously before entering the city, I rudely think, again? And feel sorry about it. While apologizing in my heart, I proceed to register him as my friend. I managed to make a friend for the first time in real life and games. We are not of the same sex, but that doesn't matter. I can now tell my mother to rest assured, since she has been worrying that I would die without making any friends. Okay. Shall we enter the city? Yes. With a triumphant pose, you and I set foot in Belzenstock City. There are a lot of slaves here, aren't there? As we enter the city and stroll down the main street, many people with a slave seal tattooed on their left cheeks are roaming the street. Actually, those tattoos were originally put in places that aren't readily visible, like the sole, to prevent collusion between slaves. Really? Yeah, but the feudal lord has been replaced. When the pressure against slaves is getting stronger, the seals are tattooed on their faces for easier identification, or so I heard. I see. He is very well informed. You can't get that kind of detailed information from playing games normally. Where on earth does he learn all that stuff? Even so, the slave seals look cool, don't they? That seal symbolizes Krebscum, a monster that looks like a sea dragon that governs other monsters lurking around this Bay Area. The name Krebscum is also pretty cool. Could it be a unique monster? Such a dreadful thing is made to be the seal for slaves? It was originally the fastest existence in this Bay Area. So it seemed to be the sailor's helper at some point in time. But before you know it, it has become a representation of something fast and spread throughout this city. Fast? Something fast for slaves? Is it something like finishing their work fast, or rising from their slavery status fast, or something like that? Well, in this city, slaves are not much different from consumable goods, and the same seal is used for perishables. In other words, the seal signifies things that are easily damaged. I see. Think of being a slave for life as being someone else's tool for life. The seal has that kind of strong meaning. I see, such a terrible reason. A tool? I see, I've decided what I want to do in this town. What is it? I give him my best smile when I see his surprised and puzzled expression. Do you know the French Revolution? He seems to have been petrified with his frozen face. I wonder if my smile is that scary. Anyway, I have decided on this matter. Let's get ready immediately. Chapter 31, Belzenstock City Part 2. I was skeptical when he said we should play in this city for the moment. But the culture here seemed to be perfect for it. How long are you going to stay frozen there? We should begin our information gathering and preparations. Ah, right. You seem to be disheartened about something, but I should get more information while in his company. Well, where should we start our information gathering? Do you know a perfect place to start our information gathering? How about we check out the liner that runs in this city? It's a public institution that manages the waterway that runs in this large city. I think we should be able to find people of various classes there. Certainly, a liner would be necessary since large rivers spanned over this whole city and flowed into the sea. The slaves are rowing the boats. It would be perfect timing to get more information from them. Do you see that harbor right in front of us? Let's go check it out. As expected of you. Let's go then. Following Yu's recommendation, we headed straight to the reception area that only had a roof over it. Excuse me. Tickets for two, please. Okie dokie. Oh, you're bringing a very pretty lady, bro. Are you going on a date? Dash. And no, I'm not. We're dash. Calm down. Yu told me to wait for a moment while he was buying us tickets. So I waited at a distance apart. But what could be happening with him? A dispute? What's happening, Yu? Is he an enemy? Do you want to finish him off? Dash. Arena? And no, he's not. He's not an enemy. He was just teasing me a little. Finish me off? Apparently, I must have mistaken him for the enemy. The old man at the reception was staring at me in bewilderment. That was too bad. Anyway, let's get on the boat. Yes, let's go. The liner had just arrived, in time for us to get on. Why in the world would the old man at the reception keep staring with such disagreeably warm eyes? Had it been better to finish him off after all? So tired. I decided to observe the passengers on board and leave the exhausted Yu. There were distinctions in class of seats, as well as people of various social stratums. The only thing they had in common was the contented and cheerful expression. Oh? You look like a new face around here. Are you here sightseeing? I glanced over to where the voice was coming from to find an elderly man with a very gentle expression. I guess I had to respond accordingly. Yes, indeed. That's what I thought. So what do you think of this place? Every corner of this city is beautiful and rich, don't you think? Yes, I think this is a very wonderful city. Indeed, every corner of the city was well groomed, which made the immaculate white buildings that were lined up like the Mediterranean coastal sites reflect the sunlight and the sea. It was absolutely stunning. The market was abundantly supplied with goods, and the dazzling smiles of the passers-by could not be subdued even by the bright sun. It was as if they had no worries about tomorrow. But even though you're so young, it must have been tough on you to walk such a great distance through places infested with monsters while hauling heavy luggage. Would you like some candy? Thank you very much. The elderly man handed me some candy. Apparently, it was the product of his shop. I'm fine. But the same goes for you, don't you have a hard time dragging along heavy luggage at your age? Isn't it tough on your back? While maintaining the conversation with the elderly man, I put the candy in my mouth. What are you saying? We should just leave that sort of thing to the slaves. Oh? I had been walking on eggshells regarding this subject. But even this elderly man, who seemed to be the kindest person, gave me a perplexed look as if I had said something out of the ordinary. Even such a seemingly good person perceived slaves as objects, not people. It would be riveting if this whole thing were to be overturned. I whispered to myself. Did you say something? Oh no, it's nothing. You're right, we usually let the slaves handle them, don't we? Oops, my bad. I should answer properly, but I wanted to savor this uplifting feeling. He heard it. As expected, he's scary. I whispered to myself again. Well, this is my stop. Please, enjoy your trip. Yes, farewell. The elderly man disembarked at the next harbor. I had no one else to talk to. I shall go meet the slaves who were rowing this boat. Everyone was staring this way, people who were holding back their tears, people who looked desperately and in agony. Though there were various people, what they all had in common was the lack of resignation in their expressions. I presume there would be at least one person who would show a sign of giving up. But as far as my eyes could observe, everyone was persevering as if supporting something. Perhaps there is an underground organization of slaves. Really? It could just be my imagination, though. We shall officially continue this investigation. This might be useful for my planning. Chapter 32, Krebs Come Liberation Front. Nya's point of view, new character, sis, I'm hungry. Clinging to the hem of my big sister's clothes, I was complaining while lying down. 2 weeks had passed since we were brought to this unknown city. It was nice that we could immediately escape from that scary person, but we had to scrounge the garbage for food every day. Some days we went without food at all. We walked around all day today and only managed to pick up a coin that was not even enough to afford half a loaf of bread. Since it was getting dark, we decided to stop searching and took shelter. I'm sorry, but it's bedtime already. No, I'm sorry to say something so selfish. My big sister was suffering too. She did not eat anything since she shared the little vegetable scraps with me. I would do my best tomorrow. Sis, I'm sorry, please wait for a little bit. Huh? I fell asleep. It was supposed to be my turn to be on the lookout because our arms would be cut off if I didn't, eh? Sis? Where did my big sister go? Could she have left me? No, she was too kind of a person to do something like that. So where could she have gone? Did she get caught? I had to go find her. Big sis. Where are you? I was searching and goggling at every dark alley to find her. Unexpectedly, I found her right away. Big sis. Who was that? She was with an unknown old man. What were they talking about? Was that the person who was trying to cut off our arms? Oh, they're leaving. The two of them went into the next alley. I had to hurry and go after them. What are they doing? They went into a secluded part of the alley and laid something like a cloth on the ground. My sister laid there, and the old man on top of her. Fire dash. I figured out what she was trying to do. It was explained to me when we were caught the first time, because I said something so selfish. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Hey, there's a fire. We have to run. Upon hearing my scream, the old man was surprised at first. But he did not budge from on top of my sister and started to pull off clothes instead. Eh? Why? Huh? Shut up, brat. I don't think there's a fire in a place that overflows with water like this. Even if there is, it will be extinguished soon. I even lied with all my might to save my big sister, but it fell on deaf ears. My sister gazed at me with a startled look. Instead. Hey? Taking a closer look, you're a girl though still a brat. So just let me know if you want to sell, too. I could not understand what this old man was saying. Sell? Sell what? Huh. Wait. Don't touch her. I'll be your partner. Huh. You don't suppose I'd be satisfied with only one brat like you, do you? Sis, let's run away. While my sister was desperately trying to protect me, I was desperately urging her to escape. Shut up. You want money, don't you? Ugh. He hit my sister. Why? Why? We didn't do anything wrong. Someone. Even if it's not God, anyone. Help. Please help. Ah. Shut up you brat. The old man raised his hand ready to strike me, while I was crying and screaming. I guarded my head, while my sister was desperately trying to stop him, and then I saw. Okay, I'll help you. Somehow the old man's head fell to the ground. Huh? Shocked, my big sister seemed unable to wrap her head around what just happened. I stopped crying and stared up at that person without realizing it. It was a very beautiful lady. Part of her beautiful black hair was white where the moonlight bounced off. Her crimson eyes were striking in the darkness. If this person was not God. A demon? Well, in a sense, you're not wrong. Did you say something, you? Huh? And no. I didn't say anything. There seemed to be another person responding to my comment earlier. The lady who saved us had her knife to his throat. Well, whatever. By the way, what are your names? If you have nowhere to go, let me take care of you. Huh? Really? I am Nye. Nye. With this, we would not be hungry anymore, and my big sister would not have to suffer anymore. But she seemed to be extremely cautious. Don't worry. I'm not your enemy. Would you please tell me your name? I'm me. She understood that the current situation would not change even if she was being extremely cautious. She decided to cling to our savior for just a little. Me and Nye. Alright. Let's leave this place for the time being dash. What are you doing to those children? Depending on the situation, you might not get away without consequences. A big man appeared and stared at the lady while calling out to her. I did not know what was going on anymore. What is it, so suddenly? What an impudent person. I was just helping these children. After glancing at the old man's lifeless body, the man looked toward us and nodded. So it seems. Oh, so you believe me? In that case, I'm going to take these children with me. No, we will take custody of those children. Custody? These children? A slave like you? Please don't joke around. It was too dark to see well at first glance, but looking more closely the big man's left cheek bore the slave seal just like ours. What will do with fleeing slaves anyway? Somehow the aura of that lady and the boy changed into something threatening. Scary. Seeing the rapid development, my dependable big sister was as baffled as I did. Eh? Wait a minute, Rena. Why are you being belligerent dash? The boy standing behind the lady seemed to be even more unreliable. Chapter 33, Krebs Come Liberation Front Part 2. A night had passed since we came to this city. Let's continue collecting information in this city with you, Who logged in a little later? Not here either, huh? It's not going to be that convenient. We continued to search into the night, but there had been no progress at all. I logged in as soon as I came back from school, so we had been walking around for a few hours now. It would be good if there's at least a slave that goes outside alone. At this point, even a runaway slave would do. Another commotion? While I was strolling down the streets of Bells in Stock City at night with you, we came across a commotion down an alley. What's going on? Is it a slave rebellion? Let's go check it out, you. Sure. Well, sounds like someone is in distress. When I pulled you with me into the alley, a man was pinning down an early teen girl of about 14 years old and had his hand raised ready to strike a little girl of about 8 years old. Help. Please help. Ah. Shut up, you brat. Looking more closely, there were slave seals on both of the girls' left cheeks. Such a coincidence that they were screaming for help. Okay, I'll help you. Right after I finished my sentence, I decapitated the man who was on top of the girl. His head fell to the ground. This girl severed a guy's head without an inch of hesitation. You is muttering noisily behind my back again, huh? Well, that's how he is. I'm going to let him be. A demon? Well, in a sense, you're not wrong. You was muttering a rude comment about me in response to the smaller girl's remark, didn't he? Did you say something, you? Huh? And no. I didn't say anything. As soon as I held my short sword up to his throat, he reacted as cowardly as usual and begged the question, well, whatever. By the way, what are your names? If you have nowhere to go, let me take care of you. Huh? Really? I am Nye. I left the cowardly you alone and turned toward the girls. Right when I was wondering if there were any runaway slaves, I found these girls. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Nye. The younger one, Nye, seemed to have been through many hardships and was staring my way full of expectation. On the other hand, the older girl seemed wary and was being cautious, which was understandable. Don't worry. I'm not your enemy. Would you please tell me your name? I'm me. She might have realized that the only future waiting for her would be misery. Although feeling suspicious, she chose to rely on me. Since that's the case, let's move from such a dark alley. Me and Nye. Alright. Let's leave this place for the time being. What are you doing to those children? Depending on the situation, you might not get away without consequences. When we tried to leave as soon as possible, a big and strict-looking man called out to us. What is it, so suddenly? What an impudent person. I was just helping these children. The man glanced at the headless corpse and then turned toward the girls. So it seems. The man seemed to believe what I said after Nye, the younger girl, nodded in confirmation. He was such a distrustful man. Oh, so you believe me? In that case, I'm going to take these children with me. No, we will take custody of those children. When I thought we could finally leave that alley, the man did not budge an inch. Is he intended to get in my way? Wait a minute. Not only his left cheek bore a slave seal, both of his arms had similar seals as well. As a slave, he has a good physique, and what was his intention directing his intent to kill toward us since a while ago? Custody? These children? A slave like you? Please don't joke around. I decided to provoke him for confirmation. Well, I never thought that I would have a chance to play after all. What will you do with runaway slaves anyway? His murderous intent swelled after my provocation. He seemed to be quite strong indeed. I guess I was lucky tonight, eh? It seemed that I would be able to recruit them earlier than expected. Eh? Wait a minute, Rena. Why are you being belligerent? You was being cowardly as always, but I couldn't stop smirking. Chapter 34, Krebs Come Liberation Front Part 3. I desperately tried to suppress myself from smirking. In fact, I was trying to show some consideration to the person in front of me who's showing disdain. What will I do with runaway slaves, you asked? I'm not obliged to tell you, oh? It appears to me that you're ready to die. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're a woman. I know you're no ordinary person just from looking at how cleanly that man's head was lopped off. I readied my short sword and my fist. He seemed to be a fighter with a fist-fighting style. I kept my short sword sheathed on my waist, and there was no trace of evidence that it was used. Well, it was armed as an extra defense. Hold on a second, Rena. Ignoring the pestering Yu, both of us were probing each other cautiously. We were in a dimly lit narrow alley which did not give us much room for movements. Both of us were being vigilant since we did not know each other's fighting style and abilities. If you don't attack, I'll start dash. Were you waiting to attack, idiot? Huh? Father? Why are you here? Oh? An unfamiliar old man hit the big man's head. I don't mind if you come at me at the same time, would you please lay down arms? I'd like to speak with you, so let's go somewhere else. This development was going along with my original purpose and less of a hassle. I should put the fighting on hold for the moment. Well, that's too bad, but let's do that. Young people are too impulsive. Hey, you standing over there and you sitting down there, let's hurry and leave this place. Oh. Why yes, you understood. Oh, that was close. Well, leaving you aside, it would be unwise to get those girls that I just saved involved in a fight. I shall pull back for the time being and move so I can achieve my initial goal. Huh? Father? Are you going to ask this gal, what if I am? But. I know. But you also know that we have no other choice, right? Well. Okay, I understand. They seem to have a bit of a conflict, eh? Do I have something they need? Is it because we were showing our killing intents earlier? Anyway, patrols will get here if we stay here any longer. Follow me. I guess. Let's go, you. Oh, okay. For the time being, it seemed that they would guide us, so I decided to go along. Call me Sadron. This is my son, Ronov, nice to meet you. It was a simple introduction, but that big man, Ronov, seemed to be curt. I decided to leave him be and hurry on ahead. After we left that alley, the old man led us to another alley across the street and went inside the back door of a building in the middle. He ignored the clerk inside the store and proceeded down the stairs in another room to an underground passage. We trudged along the passage for a while and emerged outside the city. I see. It's a secret passage no one could find. We're going aboard a boat. The boat was moored on the stream near the exit of the secret passage. We promptly got on the boat. We're going out to sea. What? Are we going to be all right? Yu looked around in anxiousness. When I was about to nudge him, I heard one of the girls' stomach growled loudly. It was almost cute. They just escaped a dire situation after all. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat this? Really? I took out the food I bought for the information gathering quest yesterday and today from my inventory and then gave it to Nia. Nia. I'm sorry. Me refrained from taking the food I offered them, but she could not hide her hunger. I could hear her stomach growling, just like Nia's did. It's all right. Here, please take this, me. I gave them the food with a smile. She replied, I'm sorry for troubling you. Thank you. She bowed in appreciation and started eating. It was nothing much, though. When I bought them, Yu complained about how we did not decide to gather information at a food stall, so we went to the bar instead. He then was about to prattle about the template, so I struck his gut with my knee. Well, the circumstances were difficult to explain, but I guess it would be all right. At least it would not cause food poisoning. You're unexpectedly kind. What do you think I am? Ronov seemed to be astonished as if I just did something out of the ordinary. No, nothing. Ha ha ha, this guy is thick-headed, so please don't take offense. Father. It's true, isn't it? Their parent-child relationship appeared to be close. Even though it was a pity we put the earlier fight on hold, but I should restrain myself for the time being. Well, it doesn't matter. Ha ha ha, please pardon him. After engaging in various conversations, we finally were out at sea. We rowed our boat for farther. There was a remarkably huge boat hidden behind a reef. There it is. That boat? Yeah, that's right. That's our Krebscom Liberation Front's hideout. Bingo. It was as I suspected. I was glad they had come to organize a liberation front. With this, my plan would move along quite far. Chapter 35, Krebscom Liberation Front Part 4. Ronov's point of view. Please sit around here. My old man offered them seats, and that woman complied. The guy standing behind her looked a bit confused, but he followed suit. The little sisters were resting in another room. So, what would you like to talk about? Honestly, this woman isn't agitated at all. Normally, wouldn't a woman be wary if some strangers brought her to a secluded place where it would be difficult to escape? Rather, I felt a little worried, Seeing my old man, who was our general commander, walking with these people, who were neither the allies of the city nor liberated slaves. We could only see him from the sidelines. How pitiful. Well, you've probably have guessed, we're a dissident organization. Our purpose is to liberate the slaves. And you would like our cooperation? I have no idea why my old man asked for this woman's cooperation. He should have known that getting her involved would only bring chaos. That's right. Well, it's an exaggeration for us to be called rebels or liberators. In reality, we only have very few allies in the city and help the slaves who rebelled against their masters and escaped. This happens 2 or 3 times a month. What my old man said is regrettably true. Because of my lack of power to save them, everyone still had to persevere in hardships. Former slaves have become a fighting force and aided us in their own way, but there are 4 skillful bodyguards hired by the Lord. If there were only 1 or 2 bodyguards, my stupid son would be able to deal with them. But more than that would be impossible. If we don't defeat them, the Lord won't acknowledge us. Indeed. Those hateful traitors had become the Lord dogs completely. They no longer had faith in the true sea god Grebscum. If possible, I want to kill them with these hands. However, if you agreed to lend us a hand, we would have the upper hand. I was observing from behind earlier. My son wouldn't have been able to take you on as his opponent, just like those 4 bodyguards. You are a skillful fighter after all. I just thought those sisters were taken hostage because there was a woman standing near them. Don't make me laugh. Arg. My old man was right. Even if I fought her, my defeat would be certain. So what say you? If you agreed to join hands with my son, we could focus on attacking the Lord and end this slavery once and for all, without dragging this whole thing into a civil war. If you need a diversion, we, the former slaves, will undertake it. The woman was giving a deep consideration. I could not read her at all. What in the world could she be scheming? Of course, we will prepare rewards. Would you please help us somehow? My old man bowed his head in request. Even though it pained me to do so, I followed suit. Please, help us. Rena's point of view. They bowed their heads pleading for my help. Quest no. Extra. World Quest, Grebscum Liberation Front. Client, Sadron, Ronov. Mission details: while the Grebscum fighters are causing confusion throughout the city, Ronov and we will assault the Lord's mansion, take out the bodyguards, and overthrow the regime. Rewards: 5 levels worth of experience points, 1 million G, blessing of the true sea god Grebscum. Warning: world quests are quests that will influence in-game scenarios and future quests. Regardless of its success or failure, it may not be repeated. Accept quest. Yes, no, oh? This would be our first quest because the tutorial guy was killed before we could accept any quests. Moreover, it was a world quest. The number was extra as well. I see the outcome is fixed regardless of the success or failure of the quest. However, even if there was no such quest to begin with, it would happen voluntarily. I'm also curious about the blessing of the true sea god Grebscum. So let's select yes. Understood. We shall cooperate. I inform them so. Oh, that's great. We're saved. You have my thanks as well. As usual, Ronov was unfriendly and very cautious toward us. They thanked us for the time being. But really, did I do something to offend him? Could it be because of the killing intent I displayed earlier? Well then, it's already late today. We will prepare a room, so please have a rest. Right then, we'll be in your care. After our conversation was over, we all left the room. I couldn't keep up with what they were saying at all. Yu was feeling down. After entering the room they had prepared for us, it was time for him to log out today. Chapter 36, Grebscum Liberation Front Part 5. Yu's point of view. Things had been tempestuous 2 days ago. We had walked around the town during the day in order to gather information, and when I had questioned Rena's methods, I got a kick in the stomach. At night, we helped some slave sisters escape, but then a scary man suddenly appeared, creating an ominous mood. And then I ended up cooperating with some opposition group. And it was a world quest. And then Sadron told us to wait here so he can contact the places involved, but he has yet to return. Ah, good morning. Morning. I was walking down the hallway and organizing the events of the past 2 days in my head. That's when it happened. The person I helped 2 days ago, Nia, suddenly came out of her room. She was a cute girl with pink hair and light green eyes. Her older sister was me, who had bright red hair and dark green eyes. They were both so pretty. If this were a light novel, She would probably kiss me, since I was one of the people that helped her and was close to her in age. Bo. However, no more words were exchanged. Well, that was reality for you. I knew that all too well. Ah. Miss Rena. Apparently, she had seen Rena, who had logged in a short while after me, and went running towards her. Were you able to sleep well last night? I was. She was so close with Rena already. What was with this difference? Don't you know that she used someone like you as a shield in order to block an arrow on her first day of playing this game? Of course, I wouldn't say anything about that. It would be rude. Oh. You know what? Me and my sister spent yesterday making you a charm from our homeland. It's to show our gratitude. Ah, is that true? I am very thankful. So saying, she handed over a crafty-looking pendant with a strange creature on it to Rena. Hey, what about me? Wasn't I useful too? I'll put it on you. Ah. Nia had been smiling broadly as she was about to put the pendant on Rena. But then she noticed that Rena was already equipped with a very expensive-looking rosario, and she became visibly depressed. Well, it was prettier and looked more expensive than what had they made. What's the matter? Ah, this thing? Oh, it's nothing. Some bishop from a previous town I was in gave it to me. Rena said as she tore the thing from her neck. Was it just me, or had it moved? Also, Rena? Gave it to you? That's not true, is it? You killed and robbed him, didn't you? I know the truth. And now you're treating it like this. A bishop? Oh, I can't make you do that. It's fine. Your pendant is much closer to my tastes than this one. But, are you not going to put it on me? Fine. I'll put it on you. Nia had been very hesitant, but once Rena started to fake cry, she was happy to put the pendant on her. I guess she really was nice, deep down inside. How is it? Do I look good? Yes. You're so pretty, after all. Saying so, Rena and Nia looked at each other and smiled. Ah, it was so precious that I could just die and have no regrets. Ah, Miss Rena, that. I heard that you helped make it. Thank you. Does it suit me? Yes. Of course. Ah. Now me was here as well. The sight of three pretty girls smiling at each other. Ouch, you've been grinning at us for a while now. It's a little creepy, you know, you. Ah. Damn it. Damn it. I was having a trip because their preciousness had exceeded the limit. Rena was staring at me with cautious eyes, and me was giving me a painful look as if I was something filthy. As for Nia, oh, she looks clueless. Her purity could not be invaded. It's nothing. I'm just happy to see that you all get along. Is that right? It better be. Damn, that was close. I suspected that Rena was a bit on the dim side, and I was able to fool her. But me's expression hadn't changed. It really was painful. Ah, there you are. Since preparations have now been made, will you come to the meeting room? That's when Sage Ron arrived. Apparently, he had finally finished contacting the relevant places. And so Rena and I nodded. Well, we better go then. But. Nia. Yes. Do your best, Miss Rena. Of course. I will do what I can to keep you all safe. So saying, Rena and I moved to the meeting room. So, what about me? They had no words for me? I do have feelings, you know. Reality was so cruel. You couldn't win without a fight. Chapter 37, Krebs Come Liberation Front Part 6. The sisters I had helped gave me some kind of handmade pendant. It was decorated with a strange creature, but as it had better stats than the thing I took from the bishop, I accepted it gladly and put the old one away. Shortly after, Sage Ron came to call us. We were currently moving towards the meeting room. Though, it seemed like it was mostly about confirming a few final details. People are really staring. Ahaha. I guess they've become fond of you? Well, it was true that the children had pestered me into playing with them during the last 2 days. I had been playing with Nia and the more hesitant me, and then the children saw us and came forward. With no other choice, I taught them about building blocks and butchering meat. And now they seem to like me. It's a good thing, though. It's rare for people to be able to get close to children who have become very guarded. Is that so? I don't really have any good memories attached to small children, you know. But, well, I don't exactly hate it now. This is it. Apparently, we had arrived. The captain's room was being used for meetings. And so you and I entered as we were told. Ron's point of view. Is everyone here? The girl called Rena and the guy called Yu entered the meeting room. A quick glance showed that everyone present had expressions that showed that they were prepared. How many of them would survive? It seems like it. Now, we will start the war council, I declared, and we went over the details. First, Ronov and Rena over here will be our main force. Before these two take the castle, we will create confusion in the town and stop the guards. This has already been decided. I know who Ronov is, but who is that girl? Judging by their expression, the others were quite worried. Do not fear. She is at least stronger than those four. In fact, she may be just as strong as Ronov, if not stronger. Surely not? They were also surprised. They looked at the girl with wide eyes. Well, what was really surprising was her boldness. She was being stared at by so many people and yet she was more interested in the pendant around her neck. So, do not worry. Now, does anyone else have any opinions? I do. I heard that out of the four, two will go out to the town square in order to put on a show with the slaves that rebelled. In that case, can I rely on you, Rena? I had initially planned for the two of you to move together. I don't mind. If anything, it's easier when I'm alone. She really was a reliable girl. If she wasn't so close to chaos. And even the children like her. It really is too bad. So then, are we all in agreement that there will be no changes to our initial plans? Yes. Seems to be fine. In that case. I'm asking just in case, is there anyone here who has skills like leadership and encouragement? While the advance party is causing chaos, I want someone to give a speech to the fighters. Everyone remained silent. Perhaps I was asking for too much. If that's what you want, I have both skills. Does this girl have no limits? I thought she was just a scout or an assassin type. I see. Then can I rely on you? Thankfully, the town square is closer than the Lord's house. So it won't be a problem if you're a little late. Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Now, if anyone had anything to say. No, I see that no one does. Well, the meeting will end then. We start tomorrow. Aye. We will fight at the Krebscom Liberation Front in order to be free. Aye. This might be the end of the long age of subordination. No, it will be. At last, in our generation. From now on, this mark on my left cheek will once again be a symbol of freedom and speed, not hurrying. Chapter 38, Krebscom Liberation Front, Broken Army. Things had likely been planned long before the meeting, as it was more of a final confirmation. As for details such as how they would cause the chaos, we were not told. We were just collaborators and outsiders. Well, my role was just to kill two of their best, so I didn't really need to be told anything. This concludes today's meeting. Dismissed. Sage Ron declared, and all of the people that had gathered began to leave the room. During the meeting, they had decided that since I had the leadership and encouragement skill, that I was to give a speech. These skills not only strengthened your allies, but also affected the NPCs and quests as well, which was quite interesting. What should I do? Did you say something, Rena? No, it's just that they asked me to give a speech, right? But my voice isn't really loud enough to reach the whole town. Yu reacted to my mutterings, and so I just told him the truth. Ah, then I can help you. There's a skill that management put in as a joke. It's party magic called Mick. Can I ask you why you have such a skill? Really, why did he have a skill like that? I didn't even know of its existence. I wanted to inspect. Ah. I had forgotten about it, but Yu was a part of a group known as the Verification Team. Did they inspect mystery skills and the utility of lesser-known skills? Well, it was commendable work. While it wasn't all the way, it's rather impressive that you were on the front lines while solo. Well, I was constantly casting powerful buffs on myself. Besides, even skills like these can be useful when combined with other skills. I suppose you could say it was with brute force. I see. As someone who inspected them, he knew a lot about their features. Well, in any case, it would help greatly. Alright, I'll be expecting your support tomorrow. Yes. You can count on me. This time, I will be more useful. Why was he so enthusiastic? I hadn't said anything about him being useless. Did something happen? Well, it hardly mattered. It was time to prepare for tomorrow. It looked like the advance party had simultaneously attacked the guardhouse and the slave market. I was currently in a park that was between the outside gate and the town square. Surprisingly, there were a lot of underground entrances and exits that led into the town. From what I heard, they were made over several generations, before the landowner last changed. And now the armed former slaves were using them to gather together. Hee hee. Could I be blamed for getting excited? Well, I was to now stand on a stage and say various things. But I really wasn't used to doing this. This morning, Nye had asked me to stay behind. But I promised them that I would do my best for their sake. And so I will. I intend to keep that promise. All right, you. If you will be so kind. Yes, leave it to me. I'll use the party magic, Mick, and the dumbass magic, Din, to carry your voice throughout the town. That really was a strange lineup, huh? Oh, well. More importantly, what should I talk about? When I look around, I see groups of people who have the mark on their left cheek. They had suddenly popped out all over the town, which had been a surprise. The residents were looking at them with fear. That was it. I decided what to say and got up onto the stage. I then looked at the eyes of the slaves. No, former slaves, all of you. Look around. I wasn't used to this, so momentum and brute force through the skills would have to do, through the work of your comrades. The town is now in chaos. A speech? The closest thing I've experienced is introducing myself as a new student in school. It could not be helped. I will say it again. Look around. With what kind of eyes are the people looking at you? Oh? The old man was here. The one who gave me candy during our first day on the boat. He was looking at me with shock. Are they looking at you as objects or tools? Do they still not see you as humans? No, look at their expressions of fear and surprise. The attack from the advance party and the sudden appearance of these people with the mark on their left cheek. In other words, slaves. This was a rebellion on a large scale, and the residents saw them as a threat. They don't see you as tools that are rebelling, but as people. People who are a threat. Old man. Sorry, but I'm going to use you now. Besides, that candy was disgusting. Old man. You were kind to me when I first came to this town. And yet even you saw slaves as objects. Yet what about now? That is not the same look in his eyes. Don't look at the ground so much, old man. Look up and burn this into your memory. The moment that the tools bit back. Hee hee. This is so exciting, you are all people. Shout what they'd want to hear and make exaggerated gestures. That's how you do it, right? The residents here have admitted it without knowing. Ah, it was starting to get harder. This fight is not a war or a rebellion or even revenge. It is a fight to take back your dignity as humans. To be honest, I didn't even read what was written on the official website. I didn't have all the enthusiast knowledge that you did. Nor did I know anything about the history or culture of this town. And yet here I was, shouting in an exaggerated way. It was hard to prevent myself from laughing. Really, listen to me. And so it was time to wrap things up. Obviously, it was nothing compared to their long history of being abused, but I couldn't last any longer. I had to end things forcefully. And so I unsheathed the blade on my waist and carved the mark into my own left cheek. The mark that used to mean slavery. Exclamation mark. At that moment, everyone present looked on in shock. Some had their mouths hanging open with dumbfounded expressions. Why are you screaming, you? This mark is not about slavery, but about freedom across the sea. Then I spread out my arms. This mark is about being so fast that no storm can stop us. Here, I held my hands together in front of my chest. And it's a symbol of freedom. Ah, I can see that some have started to cry. It seems that my acting skill that evolved from my camouflage skill, and the encouragement skill are really doing their job. I'm relieved, as this has all been very embarrassing. Some of your comrades are already fighting for your freedom. In order for us to be free, we need to follow them and make it happen in a short amount of time. This notion that their comrades were out there bleeding had the right effect. Those who were shocked or crying snapped out of it and their faces became serious. The time is now. It's the moment for the decisive battle. It was time for the climax. Now, run. Run like the... What I said after that, was it the Tartars? Currently known as Mongolians. Who used to say it? Run faster than an arrow. Well, it was what I wanted to say, but doubted it would get through to these NPCs. Besides, I had something else that was well suited, Krebs come on your left cheek. It was here that I raised my right fist to the side of my face while bringing my left hand to my stomach. When I did, the town was filled with the sounds of shouting. My ears hurt so much that for a moment I wanted to kill them all. Yes, I'm aware that I'm the one who caused it. The Krebs scum was part of their faith. And so I said like instead of faster than. And it seemed to be effective. Well, I'm just going to say it was. Otherwise it wouldn't have been worth the embarrassment. Huh? Rena, your ears look red. Such were the rude words that came from Yu's mouth as I came down from the stage. And so I punched him in the stomach before running through the crowd and towards the town square. Chapter 39, Krebs Scum Liberation Front, Broken Army Part 2. I ran toward the town square. Stop. You bastard. I suppose it was because it was in the middle of the town, but everyone seemed to be equipped with spears here. Not that I cared. HMPH. I cut off the head of the first soldier that blocked my path, before grabbing the next spear that thrust out towards me, pulling it back as I slashed the wielder's throat with my sword. Boo-egg. I was able to cut out specific pieces now in a short amount of time. It could just be me, but I seem to have improved greatly with handling weapons. Damn. I threw scraps of metal at their heads and throats when there was an opening, and jumped over the waterway and landed on the shoulders of the soldier on the opposite side, while stabbing his head with my short sword. Then I jumped away and crushed the head of the next soldiers as I landed. Numerous spears would thrust towards me, but I dodged them while running on the walls of a house and throwing special explosives that burned even in water, into their midst. Hey! Retreat. I ignored the screams as I moved away, jumping from roof to roof. Don't worry, it wasn't enough gunpowder to kill. In fact, wounding instead of killing was a good way to chip away at the enemy's resources. It's the basics of warfare. But more importantly, the slaves weren't watching, so it was time to cut down the residents who got in my way and make my way to the town square. And then I arrived. Hey, I've been waiting for you, Ronov. Who are you? This must be the bodyguard that Sage Ron was talking about. And there is someone standing next to him. He did say something about how they plan to teach us a lesson today. Bodies of decapitated people with a mark on their left cheek were scattered all around them. Are you curious about them? Yes, I am. What was with this careless way of cutting? The most you could do was make balls out of them now. You have to cut neatly, into large blocks. Sorry, they're all dead, you know. Of course, by my own hand. I wish you could have heard it too. Well, you aren't Ronov, their screams, I see. It wasn't like I hated hearing people scream, but I didn't exactly like it either. You can just listen to it when you want to. And so when he said that he wished I could have heard it, I could say nothing, but I don't really feel like it now. Are you angry? But these are tools and not humans. So I can do whatever I want. I think that's enough idle chatter. Can't you hear the chaos in the town? Hurry up and kill this girl so we can go to the landlord. What? Don't be like that. It's not every day you face someone like this. I need to see her face as it twists in. His legs were completely open to attacks as I activate a gust before accelerating all at once and thrusting my sword at his neck. Whoa. Not bad at all, be careful. The talkative one had a large hatchet, while the quiet one had a halberd. And while I had used projectiles in my attack as well, they were all blocked. Well, you're still going to die. So you were angry. I didn't know what he was rambling about, but it was very annoying. And so I lunged towards his mouth with my blade. Just as he tried to block it with his hatchet, I knocked over his legs and unleashed a roundhouse kick into his stomach. At the same time, I tossed a gunpowder ball towards the quiet one. Gah. Huh? Just as the explosion staggered him, I swung down towards the talkative one in a follow-up attack. Arg? His hands were on the ground behind him as his foot came up, as if he were going to do a backflip. His toe slammed into my wrist, blocking the attack, and so I threw the short sword up into the air instead. And then I grabbed his ankle and threw him towards the quiet one. Of course, I sent some gunpowder balls with him. There was an explosion, and while they were hit by it, they were back on their feet in an instant. It was not very effective at all, I thought, as I caught my blade. You really are a strong one. That's what I've been telling you. Well, they were much weaker than the Knight Captain, they weren't scrubs either. Perhaps I could experiment with some new medicine. Once I decided this, I injected myself with a dose from a small needle. Then I roared so loud that the stone pavement seemed like it would crack. And with Inoue's assistance, I slammed my fist into the silent one's jaw, smashing it. The impact caused him to go flying into the air, but I barely noticed as I rotated in a half circle while using my right foot as an axis. I wanted to cut off the talkative one's arm, but he dodged me at the last moment, and all I got to take off was a few fingers. Boog. I sent out some poison needles as a follow-up attack, but the talkative one blocked them all. However, the quiet one, who was still in the air, had been hit by all of them, so I wasn't too disappointed. Why, you bastard. And you even have the chaos affinity. Chaos? Ah. I suppose they were talking about the karma level? It was true that my karma was quite low. But then again, I didn't even know what the average was. However, mine was still below 0. Shouldn't you be on our side? What madness has caused you to be over there? Well, I suppose it's because this side looks like it would be more fun? What was he going on about? Chaos this and chaos that. It has nothing to do with that. I am just doing as I please. Then why does it matter to you how I play with my own toys? Ha. Wait, you were playing? While making this huge mess over here? It really was a mystery to me. What could you do with them, if you decapitated them so badly? Ha. You do ask strange questions, don't you? People eat when they are hungry, and they sleep when they are sleepy. And they will bed a woman when they have the desire. It's the same thing. If anything, shouldn't you be applauding me for taking it out on tools instead of real people? No, that wasn't what I was asking about. Oh, the quiet one has regained consciousness and is getting back up. I think I better send him some more poison needles. You love it too. Blood. You love to scatter organs and hear the cries of your victims. Otherwise, you would not have fallen to this degree. I didn't hate the sight of blood, but I didn't love it either. Most importantly, it wasn't very sanitary, and so it was better to avoid splattering it everywhere. Besides, decapitation was how I studied the most efficient way to destroy. This kind of playing that was a dead end was just. I preferred toys that lasted long. And so you should. How long is this going to take? It was very boring. I would have more fun listening to you talk about his extensive knowledge of anime. And so while I threw poison needles towards the silent one, well, it might have been unnecessary, as the previous needles were starting to take effect, and his consciousness was hazy. I thrust my sword at the boring one. Gah. While he finally stopped talking, I could see that he still wanted to say something. However, I had had enough of it, and would end things here. I moved in before he could take another step, and smashed the handle of the sword into his mouth. When I saw his teeth shatter, I went in to break his nose with my fist. He started to fall back. I moved behind him and kicked upwards into his lower back. As his body bent in half and shot up into the air, I grabbed his arm in order to stop him. And without a second's pause, I swung down with my short sword and cut off all 4 of his limbs. This man talked too much, and we were just not on the same wavelength. He was also boring, and for someone who liked screaming so much, his own scream was very disgusting. He had nothing going for him at all. At least the silent one had been amusing to me, that is, when he was bleeding from all the holes that the poison needles made in his face. Oh, was he already dead? Well, at least now I knew how effective the poison was. Why? In any case, since they were making an example of all these people, perhaps I should do the same to them. The silent one would look very unsightly if I just swapped out all of his limbs. Do you think you're going to get away with this? You're being much too loud. Here, drink some of this. What are you doing? Stoop, glug? As he was starting to hurt my ears, I stuffed his mouth with a bottle of poison that quickly flowed down and burned his throat, robbing him of the ability to talk. Exclamation mark. Now that I had some peace and quiet, it was time to get back to work. First, I used some low-grade potions to stop the wounds from bleeding. Then I tore up the clothes and rolled them onto their faces. You are now my property. A toy. All right? As he looked at me with fear, I took what he said was proof that they were tools, the mark that was once a mark of slavery, and burned it into his back with my blade, which I had heated with fire magic. Apparently, the pain had caused him to lose consciousness. I could no longer enjoy his reaction. What a failure. Well, as long as he is kept here, someone will see him. So it's fine. Now, it was time to go to the landlord's house. Chapter 40, Krebscom Liberation Front, Broken Army Part 3. Landlord's point of view. Hurry up and kill him. With panic in my voice, I desperately railed against my pathetic subordinates. You are being ridiculous, my lord. Yes, this is Ronov. It's only because he is unable to go all out in the town that Yan and I can manage to attack him while surrounded by guards. If anything, we're lucky to be able to keep him in check right now. I know that. But isn't it your job to do something about it? Damn. I underestimated them, thinking that making an example of the slaves would mean we would have no trouble for some time. And it was as we let our guard down, that they suddenly appeared all over the town. And now I was pushed into a corner where there were no secret passages or escape routes. Damn. Where were all these armed slaves hiding? How was this possible? Well, I had no choice but to believe that they had been hiding underground. And that speech that suddenly echoed around the town after the attack. It was a girl's voice, and it roused nearly all of the slaves in the town. How loathsome, HMPH. You seem very nervous? Nonsense. And you haven't been attacking enough. The remaining two will be here any minute now. And that will be the end of you. But weren't they quite late? I thought they were just showing the slaves off in the town square. Were they playing? Were their bad habits getting the best of them? At a time like this, now, what will happen? What are you trying to say? HMPH. I have nothing to say to it, traitor. I see. Ah, your crime of selling my younger sister to that hideous man. You'll pay for it. He's still angry about that? Way to hold a grudge. Didn't I give him back her bones? I just played a little too hard. In fact, you yourself. Yan. You're talking too much. Just kill him already. And it's true that he chose Ranov, not you. When? TSK. Fine. Yes. Hurry up and finish this. If we take too long here, the annoying slaves might start flowing in. Just the thought of it makes my skin crawl. Don't think badly of me, Ranov. Here, you will now be. You haven't finished things yet? Roll. Huh? What just happened? Where was Yan's head? What is this thing that rolled towards my feet? That was quick. Well, only Slowpoke and Blabbermouth were there. Who the hell was this woman? Did she kill Yan? But more importantly, when did she get in here? Exclamation mark. Guards. Seize her. You can do as you want as long as you capture her. So, what do you think? You can have the last person, I don't mind. This is bad. Last person? We're Slowpoke and Blabbermouth? Alright, 1, 2, 3. Thud, thud. Roll. Who is she? Why can't she be stopped? How can someone so pretty just cut people's heads off without a change in expression, Ranov? What is that monster? That's what I want to know. More importantly, are you ready? I guess this is the end of me. There is no way that I can defeat you one-on-one. That's true. And so, just die. And like that, Wenon's head was also destroyed by Ranov's fist. Was this the end? To my glory. No, even my life was in danger. I finished over here as well. What are you doing? I was bored, so I was experimenting with some new medicine. Is that a problem? What a terrible thing I have just witnessed. The girl had poured a milky liquid onto the decapitated soldier. Smoke rose and his face disappeared. She called that an experiment? And without a change of expression? Even now, she was pouring liquid onto a different soldier, which melted his lips together. This one isn't as effective. It barely melts the surface. Stop that. You've done enough. Huh? Ah, yes. After all, you're already finished. Now it's just the landlord. That's not what I... No, never mind. Yes, the landlord. Huh? Don't come any closer. You devil. Wait a minute. Spare me. I'll give you anything. Money and titles. Please. I abandoned my pride and reputation and begged for my life. Anyone would do the same if they saw someone cut off people's head without hesitation as they counted, and then used the survivors for experiments. It wasn't just me. It's a bit late. PL please. Please. I didn't want to die yet, and if I had to die, I wanted to do it while retaining my human form. I don't mind, as long as you give me the thing that is important to you. Hey, you can't just do that. But you can't kill the landlord immediately, can you? So I don't see what the problem is. That's true, but... Really? It was a miracle. The devil was going to have mercy on me. I would give her as much money as she wanted. It was all useless if I was dead, anyway. Gold? Titles? I'll give you anything you want, but I want a guarantee. I knew what kind of things people asked for. And so I took out a contract scroll before she could change her mind. What's that? Once a contract is written and signed, the neutral god, the colorless, transparent sky god will ensure that you cannot go against it. Huh. Well, that's quite useful, isn't it? She said, and then signed it without hesitation. Yes. I did it. Fool. I can do anything as long as I have my life. That means I just need to bide my time until I can get my revenge. So? What is it that you want? Let me see. First, the people in the town square that have this mark on their left cheek. What? Scatter my gold? Did she want me to apologize and make up for all the torment I had inflicted on them? That had already been in my future the moment that I lost. Bowing my head to mere tools. It's the height of humiliation, but it's nothing in exchange for my life. You will bow with your head on the ground, naked. I want your dignity as a human being. What? What did she just say? Yes. And since you're offering your dignity as a human being, you cannot apologize with something as lofty as the languages of humans, understand? Understand? What the hell is she talking about? I was unable to process it. And so I racked my brain in order to think of a way to escape. Oh? It's pretty flashy when it takes effect, isn't it? In the corner of my vision, the contract scroll began to shine. And in despair, everything became dark. Chapter 41, Krebs Come Liberation Front, Broken Army Part 4. Yu's point of view. Ha. Ha. Sorry. It's just a little farther. I said as I held the hand of a young girl who had been a slave, and ran. She was likely too tired to keep going, but there was nothing I could do. Our pursuers would catch up to us. Stop. TSK. There they are. After nearly fainting from Rena punching me in the stomach, I used the chaos in order to help the former slaves escape through the underground passages. This girl had been rescued by some pervert noble. Though, it seemed that she had not been a slave for long, and had not been hurt yet, but as the mansion had been very far from any of the underground entrances, we were still running. Sorry. You must hate being touched by someone like me. But it's not far now, okay? She nodded without saying anything. Seeing that, I picked her up so that my arms were fixed like a chair. Chase them. You faulty tools. Our pursuers brandished their weapons above their heads as they jumped out. It would be hard to dodge their attacks. Weed. And so I used the net magic to make weed grow at their feet, and bind their entire bodies. I could hear creepy laughter coming from somewhere, but I ignored it. Torches and pitchforks. I immediately followed it with the net magic, torches and pitchforks in order to burn the weed and cause repeated damage while slowing them down. Memes and silly images popped out of nowhere as part of the effects, but I ignored them. Frozen account. The grass burned up and created walls of smoke, allowing me to escape towards the waterways, which I also froze with net magic. I could see images and audio from out accounts that were making terrible apologies, but I ignored them. Exclamation mark. There they are. Block the road. It was just as I thought that I had shaken them off. Guards were suddenly blocking the path up ahead. They must have predicted where I would go. While it had been a shortcut, I didn't know the place as well as they did. It could not be helped. Dumbass magic, break the speed limit. While it was only for a brief moment, there was an explosive acceleration of speed and I passed. Trampled over, the soldiers. I could hear sounds like, squeak. Boom. Woo woo. Stop right there. Which I think was supposed to be the sounds of an accident and siren. And also a police officer. But I ignored them. Bastard. Wait right there. Toxic Twitter. As I ran them over, I activated another net magic in order to slow them down. A group of people wearing white bodysuits and with anime icons stuck on their heads suddenly surrounded the guards and shouted things like, "Do you really think it's okay to do this? There are some people who can't run. I caught a pocket monster. You can make more money working in an office, and it's safer. Why don't you study for that? Isn't she cute?" The provocations went on and on. It was horrifying, and so I ignored them. Hey, those people. Don't look at them. I was one to talk, since I had brought them out. But this was clearly bad for children. And so I ran while keeping them out of her vision. There they are. Don't let them get away. Shit. There really were so many of them. I knew this was the district where the nobles lived, but there didn't have to be so many. TSK. I didn't want to use it in front of her, but ha. Lewd brat. Otaku magic. It was magic that was once popular among otaku, and allowed you to summon a girl who had an insolent expression. You trash. Aren't you embarrassed? TSK. You're just a brat. Don't disrespect your elders, okay? I'm scared. You'll lose no matter what. She succeeded in antagonizing them. The glare of the girl I was helping was painful. She was looking this way without any expression. She might as well just insult me. Overwhelmingly buffed, enchantment, accelerate. I activated the normie magic and then a bunch of smart types, the people who use Facebook but not Twitter, and make posts like overwhelming growth through pushing oneself, partnership through physical thinking, reliable boss, kind senpai, cute kuhai etc. Came out and started talking about how wonderful their lives were. And while I wanted to ignore them, they doubled my buffs and enchantments, and with my enhanced tag I was able to dash on ahead. Why are you crying? The girl asked. It's nothing. I replied. Like that, I continued to run through the town until we reached the entrance. It had been such a long road to get here. And I somehow managed to receive damage from my own skills. It was ridiculous, but I was the one who had acquired them. See? You just have to follow these people now. Thank you for bringing her. Not at all. Now I just have to. As I tried to leave, the girl grabbed my sleeve. What now? What's the matter? Thank you for saving me. My name is Rena. So, I'll thank you properly next time. That's fine. I'll be looking forward to it, okay? Yes. How's that? I can be useful too. Did you see that, Rena? Well, I must be going now. Can I leave her in your hands? Yes, don't worry. Goodbye. The girl. Rena. I left her to the freed people and I ran back through the town. I didn't expect to live like a light novel protagonist. But if I could help even a few people within a game, I would do my best. Your karma has gone up. I heard the announcement as I ran to my next destination. Chapter 42, first part cleared. Cries of triumph erupted in the town square. I listened to them as I spoke to the former landlord. Now, I will spare you your life, just as promised. So I hope you'll do your best to make an apology that will be accepted. According to the contract scroll, he would not be able to speak properly until the people, the former slaves, accepted his apology. And it was like this that we came out into the town square. It's the War Maiden. And the bastard landlord is with her. War Maiden? Were they talking about me? Was it because of my speech? Genocider and now War Maiden. I give up. It doesn't really matter what people call me. Everyone. I called. It was a little unsettling how quiet the town square suddenly became. The former landlord wishes to apologize for everything he's done up until now. Please listen to him. I said as I led him up onto the stage, and then left him there. Now. But if the War Maiden says so. If we only have to listen. They said. And with expressions of rage and hate, they watched as the landlord took off all of his clothes and bowed with his head on the ground. It was rather difficult to watch. Woo. Wai. Oh. Silence filled the town square. It was even more quiet than before. You could hear the shifting of clothes. It made you believe that time itself had stopped. Are you mocking us? What does the bastard think he is doing? I don't think the women should see this. Why? Landlord? After a moment, the place was filled with angry cries and screams. Most of them were so angry that it felt like they could kill with their eyes. But I could also hear the groans of despair from those who sympathized with the landlord. It seemed all but guaranteed that he would be like this until he died, without ever having his apology accepted. Well, they could just use him as decoration. While he would not be able to do much now, I was quite sure that, had he been able to talk, the people would have beaten him to death immediately. Still, this was hardly a pretty sight. Was all of this really necessary? No. 80% was just for fun. Ronov and I talked quietly amidst the shouting. You. Well, now there is no one left among the people who want to support him. Am I wrong? Nobles. Especially if they are landlords, required power that cannot be seen, such as reputation and dignity. Even if his apology was somehow accepted, he would not be able to return to being a lord, much less a noble. The central government would likely abandon him. Besides, he wasn't really human anymore. He was a crying object. Well then, shall we get going? Don't you think it is time? The revolution has ended. There was less exciting work to do after the battle, like unification and working out how to make the central government recognize this assembly. It was all important, but not his job. Besides, you want to kill me, don't you? You're too dangerous. Am I? Maybe you're right. I don't even understand why you cooperated. But I'm sure that it wasn't for the right reasons. Well, it's true that I just wanted to torment these nobles who hated me. It was a game where I got to make them taste defeat and humiliation. Indeed, I never seriously thought that I wanted to help people. You are one with chaos and have no human attributes. I cannot accept the idea of you taking credit for this freedom movement and becoming influential in the government. Oh, how disappointing. Still, I had fun doing it. So getting no reward didn't bother me too much. We are finally free. It would be a pity to have all of that ruined from the inside by someone as evil as you. Oh, my. I'm being called evil now? I don't recall doing anything that bad. I understand that I must look very shameless, saying this to someone who helped us. You can hate me as much as you. Oh, how long is this going to take? Can you just get to the point? His excuses were very long. Perhaps he did feel a measure of guilt over erasing my great contributions to the cause. But I've been made to wait from the moment I met him. I too have been wanting to play with you. I've been restless for a while now. The four that were said to be highly skilled were not able to satisfy me at all. But he was from the landlord's mansion and seemed to be holding back because he was in town. Yes, this sounded very fun indeed. So, where do you have to be to use all of your power? Come with me, he said as he turned his back to me and started walking. It was a place outside of town and close to the sea. Quest No. Extra. World Quest, Krebscom Liberation Front, first part cleared. Client, Sadron, Ronov. Request details, accompany Ronov during the attack on the landlord's mansion while the Krebscom fighters are causing chaos throughout the town. Defeat the landlord's guards and make his defenses crumble. In order to prevent future trouble, defeat Ronov at his best and survive. This route has opened up because your karma level is vastly lower than usual. Rewards, 5 levels worth of experience points, 1 million G, Blessing of the True Sea God Krebscom. Warning, world quests are quests that will influence in-game scenarios and future quests. Regardless of its success or failure, it may not be repeated. Do you accept? Yes, no, oh? I see. A diverging route. So this is where the karma starts to affect things. My low karma was the reason that he was so hostile from the moment that we met. In any case, let's push yes and follow Ronov for now. Chapter 43, First Part Cleared Part 2. Ronov's point of view. I took the creepy girl with me and left the town. I might die today. And even if I do win, I doubted I would be that satisfied, just because I killed some crazy woman. It's pretty far then, yes. I want to keep the casualties at a minimum. I had gone out into the town square and seen Ziggy and Saram's the quiet one and the loud one bodies, and then I was sure of it. This woman is too dangerous. You worry too much. To be honest, even though I knew that she wouldn't attack me yet, I was scared to show my back to her. I don't want to give you any weapons. Oh. In a flash, all the hairs on my body seemed to stand on end. I knew that I was right. This person. Without regret or hesitation. She would involve and use those around her. We're almost there. I see. We left the town, walked through a forest path and reached our destination. There was a steep cliff up ahead and the forest was behind us. Below, I could see the raging waves of the sea. You would not survive if you fell down there. Here? Yes. It really is secluded. There was nothing but the trees behind us. It is here where I can kill you for sure. You must really hate me then. I don't hate you. Is that so? Surprising. I didn't hate her. Ever since we met, I saw that she was liked by children, including those 2 sisters. Also, she was rather ideal in appearance. However, I, as the next Krebscom High Priest, have a responsibility to slay you who are a devil that has been taken by chaos. And then I raised my fists. Upon seeing this, she unsheathed her short sword and then held a throwing weapon in her other hand. I will not forgive you. The force of chaos, I'm not sure what you're going on about. But I just want to play. That was the last thing she said as the conversation ended. Slowly, our will to kill grew stronger, shhhh. I dodged the needle that came flying with minimal movement, and then lunged towards her. The short sword thrust right between my eyebrows, but I blocked it with the back of my hand and sent my other fist into her jaw, but she leaned back into a backflip, dodging the attack and slamming her foot into my jaw instead. Bah! While I could barely see, I jumped back in order to avoid a follow-up attack. Her sword cut through the air where I had been standing a second ago, and then an iron ball shot towards me at a frightening speed. HMPH. Unable to dodge it, I blasted it with my right fist and stood my ground. That's when more long needles came flying. Oh? Did I get that wrong? No, you didn't. I really could not understand this woman. And that was why I had to kill her no matter what. If left to her own devices, she would become the enemy of order, not just in this country, but the whole world. Now it's my turn to go. You don't have to announce it. Then I won't hesitate. The ground cracked under my feet as I shot towards her with tremendous speed. I watched her surprised expression while unleashing palm heel, wave pattern at her long tail. Gah! She flew backwards as blood sloshed out of her mouth. As a follow-up attack, I unleashed flying fist, waterfall at her. But then I heard a bang. From the direction she had gone, and then an iron ball shot towards me at such a speed that my eyes couldn't follow it. And so I attacked it with bluish-black 5-chain. A terrible explosion sounded, liquid and smoke seeped out of the destroyed sphere. It was clearly bad for me. Exclamation mark. It was just as I was moving back to avoid it, I felt the impact of something hitting me from behind, and I was blown away. Apparently, she had moved around me while I was distracted with the iron ball. Long needles were neatly lodged into the back of my right arm and leg joints. And judging by how weak I was starting to feel, they must have been poisoned. She just never lets her guard down, huh, didn't you know? You should never hit a woman in the stomach. Unfortunately, I don't see you as a woman. I see. That's a hurtful thing to say. She said without any expression on her face. Perhaps she had never experienced what it's like for a man to see her as a woman. While her face might be beautiful, inside, she was. Well, it was clear that most men at least had the ability to escape the danger. HMPH. SHH. Hiya. Ha. We had enough of talking, and it was time to go back to killing. I blocked her thrust with a backhand, jumped over her leg swipe, turned my head as she tried to crush my eyes, and when she slashed at my throat, I lunged forward while dodging it, simultaneously unleashing fist strike, great strength, pervert. She took a step back, grabbed me by the wrist, and threw me over her shoulder. I had to cross my arms above my head as she stomped over it. Gag. I somehow managed to stand up and blow her into the air, but what was this incredible strength? How could it exist in such a frail-looking body? When I looked down, I saw that the ground had sunk around us. It was a good thing that we had left the town. Hee hee. I guess you're quite heavy, are you trying to make me mad? I was joking, really, why would you want to anger your playmate? I said it was a joke. But this has also been going on for too long. And so I decided to use my trump card. Chapter 44, First Part Cleared Part 3. The vibe emitted by Ronov took a sudden change. I feel like I have seen this somewhere before. Body enhancement, Storm Sea Dragon. To prevent the same thing from happening again, I attacked with iron balls and poisonous needles with the boulder throw skills, Meteor and Comet, but he was somehow able to dodge them all, even if barely. Physical revitalization, meat slicing and bone fracturing. In that case, I'll get close up and wield the quadruple flaming slash, but I was counterattacked with the same skill. Could it be that I couldn't harm him during the reinforcement process? High enchantment, Sacred Ocean. Anything beyond this would be too dangerous. A clergyman, not the captain of knights, might be able to get through him. A poison attack strategy is futile. Ha. The iron balls were set up with explosives, and I threw it with all my strength using the rock bombarding skills and it flew off like a bomb. However, the opponent just punched it away. I didn't expect such strength. Oath, I am the hunter for evil heretics. I struggled to inflict maximum damage. But it seemed useless, so I had to resort to this. Oath, I am the leader of devout believers. I was unable to hinder the opponent who has completed the reinforcement process. Important NPC. Name, Ronov Spadia LV. 60 plus 25. Karma value, 155 good. Class, Storm Sea Fist Fighter 2nd Class, Warrior Priest 3rd Class, Water Wizard. State. Storm Sea Dragon STR increase, extra large, VIT increase, extra large. Meat slicing and bone fracturing STR increase, max, VIT decrease, large. Attribute granted to attacks, water, max. Oath, enforcer STR increase, max, dex increase, max, constant HP decrease, 3%/1s. Remarks. Krebscum Supreme Priest, Firstborn. Krebscum Faith, Vice Priest. Krebscum Executive Agent, I'll slaughter you with all my strength now. High-level regeneration. Ah. Dirty. This person's dirty-handed. People who are normally this strong would not be granted the price of transcendence strengthening, no. I can dish out some damage, but his HP regen will just recover most of it. Even poison is mostly useless because he probably has some way of nullifying it. It can't be helped, I'll have to unleash all my power. Body enhancement, slaughterer's organs. I can do more. Devilish telepathy. I will ask for enhancements from Yamada and the others now. High enchantment, glorious prominence high enchantment, storm of ruin high enchantment, darkness abyss, high enchantment, light's devotion. Bastard? How many are you going to go for? An oath would be nice now, I guess? I have no idea how to obtain it though, so as a replacement for that, I'll use more enhancements. Enchantment, physical might enchantment, physical barrier enchantment, accelerate, race, human. Name, Rena LV. 40+15. Karma value, -201 evil. Class, assassin, 2nd class, demon's master, 3rd class, evil doctor. Condition, possessed Kageyama. Slaughterer's organ, STR increase, extra large, AG increase, extra large. Devilish telepathy, INT increase, large, luck increase, large, strengthening enhancement efficiency increased for servants, large, strengthening enhancement efficiency increase from servants, large. Attributes granted to attacks, fire, max, wind, max, light, max, dark, max. Enhancements, STR increase, extra large, VIT increase, extra large, AG increase, extra large, this must be the limit. Well, the opposite party started using prohibited moves first, so I guess it shouldn't matter, I guess I really have to kill you here right now. The ground started to split apart and Ronov dashed over faster than the speed of sound. I could not react to that speed and just stood still. What chaotic power! How many people have you sent to hell? Hell? Does it even exist? I've never been there before so I can't speak for it. Stop mocking me. Is there a world for the afterlife? I have never died before so I don't know. Why did he ask something that cannot be confirmed? Perhaps Ronov knows about it? Well, I personally hope it exists. I escaped Ronov's repeated fist punches. Each of his blows blew up the surroundings all the way to the forest behind me. After dodging one of them, I struck his elbow with my short sword's pommel. Damn it. Why do you have so much power, technique and skills while being so young? I'm not sure why. I answered Ronov's questions in the midst of the continuous attacks and defense. I dodged the opposite party's kicks and tried to stab his neck, but it was deflected by his chin and a right straight punch came for me. I flipped my body in the air and grabbed his wrist with my right hand and placed my left hand on the back of his elbow. Using the opponent's momentum, I threw him into the air. Thump. While he's in the air, he tried to land some punch at a fast speed, so fast I could not see it, and I immediately backed off to avoid it. Why? You're the good person who saved the sisters, right? Was that anything that forced you to act this way? Once again, we clashed with each other. I aimed for the neck with the short sword and wielded it sideways, but it was struck down by his left hand. He then attacked me with the Crimson Lotus land punch and pinned me down. At that moment, I answered his earlier question. I helped the sisters because I couldn't found your base. By helping the kids, you would lower your guards, so I did that. You. That statement staggered him. While my wrist was being crushed, I used the force of fulcrum and hit his solar plexus with explosive gust which blew him off. Gah. Exil. But you were having fun with them, weren't you? Why have you fallen to such lowness? That's right. While adjusting my posture in midair, the opposite party let me go. He did an axe kick with probably a skill. I crossed my arm and escaped to the side. There's a huge hole in the ground. If I really have to say, I probably did that because it seemed fun. I threw an iron ball at him as he answered. In the first place, I just followed my heart, so I find it difficult to answer if you ask me the reason why. Also, Would you stop asking while we're playing? We're killing each other after all. I actually wanted him to focus on playing, but he's been deviating from it since earlier. It's fine, I'll have no hesitation or guilt when it comes to killing you. Is he finally going to be serious? That makes me happy. Chapter 45, First Part Cleared Part 4. Deep Sea Fist. The punch emitted blue-blackish water aura, and that was countered with an iron ball bomb dark meteor, but it was not enough to cancel the attack out, so to lessen the impact, I used the physical skill stream. Ugh. This was quite painful. Both of my arms were almost scraped off. It could be treated by Santa immediately, but I have no time for that. Phew. Ha. I dodged the punch from above by moving my head to the side. I hooked his ankle midair to trip him. Mun. He took advantage of that and tried to place some distance between us by kicking me and making a backflip. TSK. I avoided that by inches and tried to counterattack with poisonous needles and iron balls. Most were deflected but some were successful. Antidote? Ugh? I can't nullify the poison? It seems to be a success. Well, to be precise, it's not poison but medicine, so he's not in the state of being poisoned. The potion's physical activation effects were drawn out and condensed such that it could cause muscle spasms and a continuous state of fatigue. So you had a wild card. Well then. Enough of the conversation and let's continue with the attacks. I took the short sword and tried to stab him, but he probably used skills to harden his left fist as defense. However, I used hot severance to cut through. Ugh. Just like that, I sliced his wrist with the short sword. He immediately bent his arm so I could only destroy up to his elbow. He then used his other fist and struck my chest with great force. Gug. Moments before that, I jumped back and softened the impact, but I ended up coughing from the pain. He did not miss that and immediately attacked me swiftly, and I braced myself for that. I received the swing from below and he avoided my short sword's blade by twisting his neck to the side, leaving only a small cut on his cheek. Ha. Phew. The thrust of the short sword was deflected and I avoided his fist. I kicked his solar plexus with an upward kick, but he dodged that. I crossed my arms to avoid his headbutt. Both of us were unable to land a decent blow towards each other, but even so our HPs were gradually declining. Since the outcome's still undecided, let's put an end it soon. Phew. I gathered my breath again and stabilized my mind. It's time to finish him once and for all. Question mark. I doped myself with a small needle and gained temporary super speed. After confirming that the opponent could not react to me, I struck his chin with the pommel of the short sword from below and lowered my posture before grabbing his ankles and throwing him off with centrifugal force. Goo! I chased after him immediately and kicked his hips from the back while sticking poisonous needles into his shoulders and back. Gah! I immediately continued the attack to keep the pressure on him. At this rhythm he'd either die to my damage, or by falling off the nearby cliff. I swung the short sword towards his neck with the dark blade skill. Don't look down on me. The tattoos on Ronov's arms shone bluish-white and he used his remaining right arm to block my short sword's blow and also tore my entire left wrist off. It's the end, you'll die here. To increase the light intensity, he poured water onto his arm before aiming straight for my heart next, dash. You are the one who's going to die. Gah? Ronov probably hasn't dealt with daggers before. Even though he kept one in his belt, it was probably just for appearance's sake. You need to properly place them in your belt, otherwise you risk having it stolen by your opponent mid-battle and used directly against you. Like this. It's my win. I twisted the dagger that was stuck in Ronov's heart as I talked to him. Gafu. To think that I'd be killed with my own weapon, but... While saying that, Ronov grabbed my arm which was stabbing his heart. I'll have you die with me. I see, the cliff is right behind and there's the rough open sea below. He's the type to take others down when he's going to die, huh? If you're going to die, go ahead and die alone. No, you are coming with me. I tried to pull my hand, but it wouldn't budge. He's grabbing me with tremendous force. It cannot be helped it, Yamada. When I called, the short sword which should have flown far from us, floated in the air and headed towards me. Then, it sliced my remaining right arm. What, goodbye for good this time. It was fun. While separating from Ronov, I kicked his stomach, pushing him down the cliff. Everything's really possible. While muttering his last words, Ronov fell into the sea. After confirming the sounds of water splashes, I sat down on the spot. I'm tired. I managed to win somehow by losing my right arm and left hand. It seems that at the moment, special NPCs are stronger compared to players, so I had fun. I will recover soon due to Santa's help, but because I used the physical reinforcement, the recovery efficiency has dropped to 1/10 of what it was. I'll take a short rest before returning to the streets. I told Santa that and basked in the aftermath of the battle for a while. Chapter 46, Announcement. World Announcement. Play Arena cleared the Krebscom Liberation Front, which established a temporary autonomous government in Belzenstock City. A wide variety of other changes also occurred, though you'll have to find those out by yourselves. Your level has increased. You earned skill points. Your karma has dropped significantly. You acquired the new skill, Terrify. You acquired the new skill, Speech. You obtained resistance to impacts. You obtained resistance to water. The level of existing skills has increased. Skills that have reached a certain level can now evolve. New title, World Quest Clearer. New title, Enemy of the Sea. The level of your servants has risen. So the rewards from this revolution finally arrived. This would have been dangerous if I hadn't unlocked the advanced class. I only found out I could do it after I exploded the underground passage that led to Belzenstock. Apparently my karma needed to be below a certain value and my level above 40 in order to obtain the class. Though I wonder if I could get yet another class if my karma keeps dropping. Well, no use worrying about that, let's just meet up with you for now. I already recovered enough after all. I'm back in the town but I can't find you anywhere. I wonder where did he go to? Oh, isn't that Sadron? Oh, it's you. Sadron was waiting for someone in front of the Lord's residence, so I decided to ask him. Have you seen you? If it's that kiddo, I guess. With the verification team? He was dragged away by some friends, it seems. I see. I was not the first person to arrive at Belzenstock City, so perhaps there were some players who originally lived in this city. Also, the underground passages would be open to access soon. Probably. That's what you said at least. Do you know where is Ronov? That stupid son. Oh? Should I say it? He is probably waiting for Ronov, but he must have guessed what has happened when he saw me here, no. Considering his personality, what happened is obvious. Oh right, it was fun. I really enjoyed playing with Ronov. The revolution was also great as the nobles were overthrown, but the combats then left more to be desired in terms of quality and quantity. In that aspect, he's competent enough to rival Alexei and I've become stronger too, so it was a good match. I want to thank and apologize to you. Thank you for lending us your help in obtaining freedom and sorry for my son's rudeness. Eh? Ah, is that so? It doesn't really matter to me. I understand why he thanked me, but why did he apologize to me? Thank you. What are you planning to do from now on? Well, from now on. Message from the management, notice of the official event. Oh? There's a message from the management. An official event announcement? This will probably decide the next course of action. I'll confirm it later. It seems that there will be a migrant gathering soon. I'll be meeting up with them, is that so? Let me ask you one last question. What's it? What was it that he wanted to ask me? I can't think of anything other than Ronov-related matters though. What will you do from now on? I'm just going to do what I want to. I see. What did he just ask me? If it's about what I'm going to do from now on, I'm just doing to do what I want to, so I don't really know. In that case, I'll take my leave. Please tell the sisters to take care. Are you not going to meet them? It's impossible for me to do anything more. Is that so? I got it. I'll let them know. Yes. Thank you. Well then. I cannot act any further, since there's nothing to ask. I better place a little distance between us. I played with the pendant on my neck as I left the scene. From KSO Management. Subject, Notice of Official Event. Body message, we are pleased to announce that the first official event hidden tag game will be held. It will start in 3 days and will last a week. As the perceived speed of brain waves will be increased, it will feel like a week, but in reality only 1 day will pass, so please be assured. However, please note that you have to sleep in the game. We have prepared a special map dedicated for the event. The details of the content will be explained below. 1. Players will be divided into order, chaos and neutral camps based on their current karma value. The allocated colors are blue for order, red for chaos and white for neutral. 2. 1 After the start of event, The whereabouts of the players in each area will be displayed on the event map for a short period of time, so please refer to it and attack or defend yourselves from other players. After that, it will be displayed on the map at regular intervals according to the karma value. 3. The points earned will change depending on the karma value of the defeated player. The higher the karma values of the order players, the higher the points. Conversely, the lower the karma values of the chaos players, the higher the points. Also, the closer the karma value of the neutral player to 0, the higher the points. The defeated players will return to the normal map from the event map and can watch the game from the UI. 4. If the order player defeats the chaos player, the points earned will be doubled and vice versa. Neutral players will earn double the points regardless of the camp they have defeated, so please attack both sides aggressively as you will be less likely to be targeted. 5. As you earn more points, you'll start appearing on the minimap more often and the intensity of the color of your display on the minimap will be increased. So please do your best. 6. After the end of the event period, the ranking will be announced based on the total points earned. Rankings are announced separately for groups and individuals. There are rewards for both, so please do your best to collect points. In addition, the points earned at the event can be exchanged for luxurious prizes. The top 5 members of each camp will be displayed below. Those who are listed below will probably be actively targeted during the event period, so we recommend that you take measures now. Order. First place, Pervert Gentleman Karma, 112. Second place, Maria Karma, 110. Third place, Aaron Karma, 109. Fourth place, Cherry Karma, 104. Fifth place, Sumaragi Karma, 101. Chaos. First place, Rena Karma, -211. Second place, Blossom Karma, -111. Third place, Himsguru Karma, -108. Fourth place, Jet Black Fallen Angel Karma, -103. Fifth place, Asagi Karma, -101. Neutral. First place, Absolutely Inviolable Area Karma, 0. Second place, Miru Karma, 3. Third place, Myra Karma, 5. Fourth place, Leader of the Swimsuit Stockings Alliance Karma, 8. Fifth place, Herald Karma, 12. Well then, everyone, please look forward to the event. KSO Management. Name, Rena. Gender, female. Race, human. Level, 42. Condition, possessed Kageyama. Karma value :2 11 evil. Class, assassin, 2nd class, demons master, 3rd class, evil doctor. Skill points, 47. Skills. Dagger art LV. Max, dagger art, master LV. 14, throw LV. Max, boulder throw LV. 18, walk LV. 51, lightweight LV. 41, medicine LV. Max, hyper medicine LV. 14, surprise attack LV. 51, tame LV. 42, camouflage LV. 42, detection LV. 39, friendship LV. 34, thief LV. Max, master thief LV. 12, jump LV. Max, sky kick LV. 15, evasion LV. Max, quick evasion LV. 18, martial art LV. Max, martial art, master LV. 21, assassination art LV. Max, extermination art LV. 4, fatal blow LV. 53, faint LV. 43, escape LV. Max, lightning speed LV. 24, voice change LV. 30, disguise LV. 28, acrobatics LV. 24, encouragement LV. Max, governing LV. 13, leadership LV. Max, total control LV. 13, instruct LV. Max, command LV. 14, physical resistance LV. 35, magic resistance LV. 35, abnormal physical condition resistance LV. 37, abnormal mental condition resistance LV. 37, night vision LV. 31, stealth LV. 38, silent move LV. 41, presence detection LV. Max, hyper awareness LV. 12, danger sense LV. Max, sixth sense LV. 15, hearing LV. Max, forsake LV. 31, parrying LV. 31, Dismantle LV. Max, Dissect LV. 34, Mind's Eye LV. 16, Terrify LV. 5, Speech LV. 7, Fire Resistance LV. 12, Water Resistance LV. 5, Poison Resistance LV. 14, Slash Resistance LV. 12, Impact Resistance LV. 7. Titles. Giant Killer, proof that one has killed an enemy that is 20 or higher levels than yourself. Increases damage dealt to higher levels enemies very small, reduces damage taken very small. The First Killer, proof that one was the first person to successfully kill another person in this world. Increases damage dealt to humans very small. Fearless, proof that one has executed a person without any hesitation. Increases fear resistance very small, increases charm resistance very small, increases confusion resistance very small. Slaughterer, proof that one has caused mass slaughter in a short period of time. AG increases based on the number of nearby human enemies caps at plus 150%. Demon, proof that one has strayed off from humanity. Your karma will fall easily and will hardly raise. Plunderer, proof that one has looted many goods from people. Increases the success rate of looting skills very small. Criminal, proof that one has violated the law in a city. You will not be able to enter cities by regular means. God's enemy, proof that one has either declared war against the Order faction or done something similarly antagonistic to it. Increases damage dealt to enemies with good karma small, increases damage taken from enemies with good karma small. Wanted, temple, proof that one is wanted at the temple. Current bounty, 55 million G. Merciless, proof that one has no mercy. Increases critical rate small. Human Slayer, proof that one has killed more than 500 humans. Increases damage dealt to humans medium, decreases damage received from humans medium. Enemy of mankind, proof that one has killed more than 1,000 humans. Increases damage dealt to humans large, decreases damage received from humans large. Hero Slayer, proof that one has killed an important NPC with a karma higher than 150 or higher. Increases all stats small, increases damage dealt to enemies with good karma medium, increases damage received from enemies with good karma medium. Harbinger of Death, proof that one has killed enough enemies to build a mountain of corpses and to paint a river red with human blood. Increases all stats small, SDR and VIT increase based on the number of nearby human enemies caps at plus 75%. World Quest Clearer, proof that one has completed a world quest. Increases all stats very small. Enemy of the Sea, proof that one has antagonized the true sea god Grebscum. Increases damage dealt to enemies aligned with the sea small, increases damage taken from enemies aligned with the sea small, beings aligned with the sea naturally hate you large. Equipment. Weapon, Scarlet Flame Kodachi possessed, Yamada. Body, Roaring Flame Lion's Jacket. Armor, Light Armor of the Blue Flame possessed, Inoue. Arms, Sea Breeze Gloves. Lower body, Dark Knight Leggings. Shoes, Falcon Boots. Accessories. Night Sky Cloak possessed, Azabu. Ouroboros Pendant, Counterfeit possessed, Santa. Ring of Strength. Silver Wolf Belt. Anti-Magic Bracelet, name, Yamada. Race, Living Dead, Hades Sword. Level, 12. Condition, Possessing. Skills. Floating LV. 25, Night Vision LV. 35, Self-Restoration LV. 39, Weapon Possession LV. 39, Strengthened Slashes LV. Max, Intensified Slashes LV. 12, Immunity to Harmful Mental Effects, Infuse Poison LV. 11, Fatal Blow LV. 15, Dark Magic LV. 27, Fire Magic LV. 21, Fire Resistance LV. 12, Water Resistance LV. 5. Titles. Rena's Servant, proof that one became Rena's servant. Increases the effect of enhancements provided by its master's small, name, Kageyama. Race, Darkness Shadow. Level, 12. Condition, Possessing. Skills. Shadow Diving LV. 39, Shadow Travel LV. 34, Stealth LV. 31, Night Vision LV. 24, Surprise Attack LV. 39, Dark Magic LV. Max, Black Magic LV. 14, Strengthened Magic LV. Max, Intensified Magic LV. 11, Immunity to harmful mental effects, shadow manipulation LV. 9. Bestow magic LV. 13. Fire resistance LV. 12. Water resistance LV. 5. Titles. Rena's servant, proof that one became Rena's servant. Increases the effect of enhancements provided by its master's small name, as Abu. Race, Boreas, Phantom Cloak LV. 12. Condition, possessing. Skills. Floating LV. 32. Night vision LV. 29. Armor possession LV. 39. Wind magic LV. Max, Gale magic LV. 15. Dark magic LV. Max, Black magic LV. 5. Strengthened magic LV. Max, Intensified magic LV. 9. Immunity to harmful mental effects, presence detection LV. 19. Danger sense LV. 18. Vigilance LV. 24. Farsight LV. 17. Fire resistance LV. 12. Water resistance LV. 5. Titles. Rena's servant, proof that one became Rena's servant. Increases the effect of enhancements provided by its master's small name, Santa. Race, Greater Mimic. Level, 12. Condition, possessing. Skills. Mimicry LV. 39. Night vision LV. 24. Concealment LV. 39. Treasure possession LV. 39. Light magic LV. Max, Bright magic LV. 15. Illusion magic LV. 31. Strengthened magic LV. Max, Intensified magic LV. 9. Immunity to harmful mental effects, bestow magic LV. 12. Barrier magic LV. 9. Fire resistance LV. 12. Water resistance LV. 5. Titles. Rena's servant, proof that one became Rena's servant. Increases the effect of enhancements provided by its master's small name, Inoue. Race, Dark living armor. Level, 12. Condition, possessing. Skills. Walk LV. 39. Night vision LV. 24. Kenjutsu LV. Max, Kenjutsu, Master LV. 14. Armor possession LV. 39. Strengthened physique LV. Max, Intensified physique LV. 12. Strengthened endurance LV. Max, Intensified endurance LV. 9. Strengthened defense LV. Max, Intensified defense LV. 9. Immunity to harmful mental effects, coordination LV. 17. Defensive art LV. 17. Martial art LV. 13. Dark magic LV. 14. Bestow magic LV. 11. Fire resistance LV. 12. Water resistance LV. 5. Impact resistance LV. 7. Titles. Rena's servant, proof that one became Rena's servant. Increases the effect of enhancements provided by its master's small. Chapter 47, Official Bulletin Board 3. To her, Genocider's exclusive thread 57, I want to be bullied. Nameless Generer. This is a thread to talk about Genocider. Let's write freely. However, if you don't abide the basic rules, this thread will disappear. Also, keep in mind that she might read this thread, so please be respectful. Previous thread, http://980 next thread, please. Nameless Generer. 139. Genocider is so cute, so I want to be bullied by her mercilessly. Nameless Generer. But I wonder if she's here now. Nameless Generer. 141. It seems like you're not just going to be pleased with just being bullied. Nameless Generer. Or rather, does anyone know Genocider's real name or player name? Nameless Generer. I want to be dissected by her thrilled face. / Nameless Generer. 144. I don't know. I don't know if it's because the level of her concealment skills is ridiculously high, but I can't see it. I thought I was about to see it, but in the end I was killed before I could. Maybe she has overlapping skills of the same type. Nameless Generer. 145. As expected, her level is too high lol. Nameless Generer. 145. You are the lifetime honorary Generer, there's no doubt for that. Nameless Generer. Everyone. I started playing this game because I admired Genocider. From now on I'm going to start a slaughter spree in the open area and will be streaming it, so please watch it at Nameless Generer 149. Realizes. Nameless Generer 149. Well. Please do your best. Nameless Generer 149. Genocider is truly a dark person. Nameless Generer. Rather than that video, I have some videos of Genocider myself, so would anyone want to see the compilation I made? Nameless Generer 153. Yes. Yes. Nameless Generer 153. You're really talented. Nameless Generer 153. Yes. Nameless Generer 149, talentless. 154, talented. Nameless Generer. Well then, I'll stream it, Genocider's Battle Series. Nameless Generer. As expected, this person's mind is weird, it's a praise. Nameless Generer. No matter how many times I watch it, the expressions of the crowd when the tutorial old man's head went flying off will always be funny. Nameless Generer. You have already done it before I've started the quest. Stop fooling around. I'll kill you. Nameless Generer. Hey, it's not a costume. Pointing at your throat with a dagger. Nameless Generer. Be sure to smile to express your love for the murderer. What are you so fearful of? Die. Smile even when you are going to die. Nameless Generer. Hey, let go of the weapon. Hey. You're going to die. Nameless Generer. You little stop it lol. Nameless Generer. How can he be one of the top players when his head is easily decapitated? This PvP beginner bastard. Hey. Nameless Generer. Well, he's just in front to be killed, right? Nameless Generer. Creak, sounds of head flying off. Nameless Generer. This game's great 3. Just die. Nameless Generer. Sorry for not sparing a single person 3. Nameless Generer. Stop it already lol, my stomach hurts lol. Nameless Generer. Accept death without even thinking about it. Nameless Generer. Wow, amazing. Kill the players who are dirty. Nameless Generer. Wait 3, I'm killing you 3. Nameless Generer. Wait, you're going to slip. The passageway's filled with sticky blood, so it's dangerous. Don't spill blood all over, die. Nameless Generer. Wait 3, I'm coming 3. Nameless Generer. Don't you feel sorry for the arson in the temple? Nameless Generer. Grunge 3, grind 3, shiver 3. Nameless Generer. Is this really the open space? Nameless Generer. You should die too. Dude. Nameless Generer. She killed so many people in a short span of time. I kind of died. Nameless Generer. That skill is impossible to become Genocider. Nameless Generer. Thanks to you guys, my eyes are rolling. Lol. Mission underway, General Chat Thread 104, where are you now? Nameless Adventurer. This is the General Chat Thread. Let's write freely. However, if you don't abide the basic rules, this thread will disappear. Previous thread, http://980 next thread, please. Nameless Adventurer. 201. The level of pervertedness has increased? Nameless Adventurer. 201. I wonder why he did that? Nameless Adventurer. 201. Don't go leveling up. Lol. Nameless Adventurer. 201. Evolution of pervert. Nameless Adventurer. 201. The soldiers have already gotten used to it lol. Nameless Adventurer. Hey, isn't it hard to level your skills? Nameless Adventurer. 201. Is there no one who'd stop this guy? Nameless Adventurer. 218. I think you'd know if you've read the verification thread, but it's easy to level the primary skill to the max level of 30, but it's hard to level the secondary skill that comes after it. It's when the game becomes really grindy. Nameless Adventurer. 220. Thank you. Then what about the karma? I have also killed NPCs, but it doesn't decrease? Nameless Adventurer. 221. Not much is known about the karma even in the verification team. However, it will decrease if you kill more. I guess, even if you kill, it differs depending on where, when, how and who you kill, you know. How did you kill? Nameless Adventurer. 222. Ah, is that so? I went out to the streets and attacked a passerby who had their guard down, maybe that's why. Nameless Adventurer. 222. Wait a minute, based on that fact, how did Genocider achieve such low karma? Lol. Nameless Adventurer. Genocider's karma is damn dangerous, childlike comment. Nameless Adventurer. 224. At the street's open space, temple, in the daytime where people has gathered, she openly set arson and launched surprise attacks, killing good civilians, women, kids and elderly included, and priests. Nameless Adventurer. 226. Lol, this person is weird after all. Nameless Adventurer. 226. What happened to the karma value? Lol. Nameless Adventurer. 226. Though among the known karma values, the lowest one has reached about -110, didn't it? Therefore Genocider's karma value should be between -120 and -140. Nameless Adventurer. 229. Well, that sounds pretty plausible. Nameless Adventurer. Oh. Nameless Adventurer. It's the world announcement. Nameless Adventurer. This Rena person is also damn mysterious, no? For attacking the underground tomb before the top players finished going through it. Nameless Adventurer. What's a world quest BTW? Nameless Adventurer. 234. You didn't know? It's quest for the world. Nameless Adventurer. 235. I see. Thanks. Nameless Adventurer. Don't put up a skit. Nameless Adventurer. Nobody knows about Rena, really? Nameless Adventurer. I don't know. Nameless Adventurer. I don't know. Nameless Adventurer. How would I know, idiot? Nameless Adventurer. Omega, I see. Nameless Adventurer. Seems like the top players could not stop Rena. Nameless Adventurer. Maybe she's Genocider? Nameless Adventurer. 244. That's impossible. Nameless Adventurer. 244. That party name is definitely a no for Genocider lol. Nameless Adventurer. Genocider would probably choose a more serious name, thought it's just based on my image of her lol. Nameless Adventurer. She has that much drive, achievements and charisma, a legendary person who increased the power of the Chaos team, who used to be weak. There's no way she'd choose that party name. Nameless Adventurer. I see, that's true. Sorry for saying weird things. Nameless Adventurer. It's fine. Nameless Adventurer. Oh? Nameless Adventurer. What's this? Nameless Adventurer. It's the notice for the official event. Nameless Adventurer. Hidden tag game sounds fun lol. Nameless Adventurer. But the Order team will also have to attack the others huh? Perplexed. Nameless Adventurer. Normally, the Order members would defend while the Chaos members would attack, right? I'm not sure about the neutral though. Nameless Adventurer. It's the first game since the start of the service, it's a little huh? Nameless Adventurer. Also, it seems like the Order team and Chaos team would be against each other so I don't think there'd be a problem. Nameless Adventurer. 258. Then, what about neutral? Nameless Adventurer. 259. With the neutral, it means that everyone around us would be the enemy. Trembling voice. Nameless Adventurer. Huh, the top 5 names were also listed, there's one shitty dangerous person, no? Lol. Nameless Adventurer. There's a person with a super low karma value lol. Nameless Adventurer. This person is definitely Genocider. Nameless Adventurer. Quick news, Genocider's player name is Rena. Nameless Adventurer. I didn't expect her to be really Genocider. Nameless Adventurer. Wait, then, that foolish party name really belongs to Genocider? Also, isn't Genocider solo? Nameless Adventurer. 266. From what I heard from Hans, who was defeated again in the North Underground Passage, She seems to have allies with some unknown people, so maybe she's not always solo. Nameless adventurer. 267. I see. Nameless adventurer. Who's it? Apologize. To me. Apologize, you idiots. Nameless adventurer. Sorry. Nameless adventurer. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be true. Nameless adventurer. Genocider has a surprisingly cute side lol. Nameless adventurer. The difference with second place is exactly 100 lol. Nameless adventurer. What did she do to get so low? Nameless adventurer. She murdered and dissected the soldiers. Nameless adventurer. She also used children as shields lol. Nameless adventurer. This person's mind is weird after all. Chapter 48, Father and Daughter. As soon as I came back home from school, one of my house's butlers, Mr. Yamamoto, stopped me and said, "Young lady, the Lord is calling." Understood. I replied. Why would that man call for me of all people? It seems like a storm is coming. You've arrived. I didn't really want to see you, but I had something that I had to tell you. That man said. It seems like we both feel the same way about each other, but in that case, he shouldn't have called me in the first place. What is it? I asked him curtly. I'll be adopting a child from one of our branch families. He answered. And why are you telling me this? I asked. The boy from the branch family is a wonderful person, differently from you. He'll be the heir of our house. He explained. I won't say anything over the air matter, but don't I already have a younger brother? I asked him. That man must be really fond of this boy. He is even smiling right now, even though he has never once smiled near me, not even to give Mom some comfort during her final moments. His lineage is not on par with ours. And while he is a proper human being, your younger brother is ultimately a mediocre person. He does not have much potential to himself. He clarified. Is that so? I answered vaguely. I haven't really met neither my younger brother nor sister, so I don't really care about what he thinks of them. The boy we're adopting is 5 years older than you, and he is not only a proper human, but also a very brilliant boy. Differently from you. I refused to answer. I was used to the fact that this man wouldn't acknowledge that I have been the person with the highest scores in the mock exams across the whole country, so those words didn't really hurt me anymore. Even so, they still weren't worth a reply. That said, the boy seems to at least be at about the same level as me, which shouldn't be that bad. In any case, the boy should soon come here to visit me. Will you come out of the side building to greet him? That man asked. I won't come out. I instantly replied. That's troublesome. I wouldn't want the people that accompany the boy to think I host a monster in that building. He answered. I hate this. This gaze of his that feels like all the dirt on the bottom of his soul just started climbing up into mine, forcefully scrapping off parts of my very being. I don't like being stared at as if I was a monster. I answered coldly. He answered after a moment of hesitation, I'm sorry. For giving birth to such a monster. That's the same gaze he gave Mom when she died. Would he stare at that other woman like this? Oh, how much I would just like to. Do you want to say something? He asked. No, nothing. Please excuse me. Ah, that's no good. I almost broke the last promise I made before parting with my dead mother. I shouldn't put out this man nor my younger siblings. Then disappear from my sight. And don't involve yourself with your older brother much, I wouldn't want him getting influenced by you. He said. Then I'll take my leave. Trying my best to suppress my murderous intent, I gave him a bow and left. Once outside, I sighed in relief for not breaking my promise with my dead mother, but just as I was about to leave the premises, I was stopped by Mr. Yamamoto. Young lady. He said. What is it? I asked him. Though I wonder why Mr. Yamamoto is here in the first place, does he still have businesses with me? Please don't worry too much about it, it's bad for your health. He told me. Thank you, but I'm okay, I answered. Is he trying to pretend to care a little? I'm not buying it, his face is still as expressionless as always. Also, the Lord's wife has been requesting to see you. He said. Please decline. I immediately replied, as you wish. After he said that, Mr. Yamamoto left. I don't want to see that woman in the first place, and besides, I don't think I'll be able to keep my promise with Mom if I meet that woman. Especially because that woman stole Dad from Mom. Since I was done with everything I had to do here, I quickly returned to the side building and then flopped onto my bed. "Dearest mother," I said as I sank my face into my pillow. It still had a scent that vaguely resembled mother's. I took a deep breath and continued, "My emotions get really disturbed whenever I meet that man. It's really tiring. Let's get rid of all this bitterness in the game. It's a good thing that the new event is starting soon." Chapter 49, the first official event. This chapter is narrated from Han's point of view. "Finally," I muttered as we prepared for the first official event of the game. I was pretty excited for it, even if a bit tense. Kellen seemed to share my sentiments by replying with an "at last." Eleanor on the other hand seemed to be a bit worried as she said, "Will we really be okay? We have 2 members on the top 5 within our party." Ryan seemed to agree with her thoughts as he started nodding right after. I had to say I was a bit surprised when I saw Cherry and Myra's names on the top 5, but this shouldn't be a big issue since we're all on the same party anyways. "I'm a bit worried that many players might end up targeting me," Cherry said. "It's okay, we can just beat them up," Myra replied. Myra seemed to be surprisingly calmer than Cherry about this. But more importantly, in this event. "That Rena person. I'll definitely defeat her this time around," I shouted. "Seriously? We're gonna fight her again?" Kellen replied. "I'm not sure that's a good idea," Ryan complimented. I was a bit disheartened by their replies, but it's hard to blame them when I remember the last time Kellen died to her. "Don't be like that, all the people that passed near us also made fun of me," I replied. The discussion thread was also quite festive. Eleanor complimented. The Jenners in particular were pretty bothersome. "In any case, there surely are a lot of people in the square," Kellen said. "Well, of course, the event is about to start," Myra replied. And while we casually talked like this, I heard something that I couldn't ignore. "Genocider spotted," one of the nearby players said. "Really?" another said. "Wow, she's really here," a third one said. "Why is she here of all places?" a fourth one commented. "Huh? She is coming here openly instead of sneaking around? In that case." "Wait, Hans, where are you going?" one of my teammates said. "Sorry, I gotta go," I replied while running on her direction. I didn't wait for my comrades and instead rushed towards that devil in a straight line. As people saw me run, they naturally opened the path for me. "It's Hans against Genocider," one passerby said. "Something must be about to start," another said eagerly. "It's World War III," a third one said. "That will be fun to watch," a fourth one commented. "This is getting interesting," was said by a fifth. I ignored all the noise and arrived at that girl who was standing alone in the square. "Hey!" I called out to her. Even though I ran all the way here and stood right in front of her, she didn't even bother with properly looking at me. That was frustrating. "Is something the matter?" she asked. "I need to tell you something. I need to stay calm. I have practiced a lot with my friends and my level improved quite a bit. We have trained our in-game skills, cooperation, player skills and even had some meetings to reflect on our past encounters. I'll definitely beat you this time. I won't lose at this event," I shouted. "He said it," one of the onlookers said. "Hans declared war on the Genocider," another exclaimed. "It's a festival," a third one said. I said it. How about it? Did that scare you?" "I don't care for the onlookers' reactions, but I really want to get something out of her, this time," she replied. "Seriously?" I exclaimed in disbelief. "It's Hans. You really can't remember him?" one of the onlookers asked. "She must be joking," a second one said. "Hans must look as remarkable as grass to her," a third one said while giggling. "She's so cute," another said while laughing out loud. "Could you all please shut up?" I shouted. The onlookers seemed to be surprised by my sudden outburst, but they showed no sign of dispersing. "Seriously? I see, it's a declaration of war then. I'll remember it," Rena finally replied. "Oh. Well then. All right," I said. "Wait, did she just say remember now?" She definitely did. "Yes," I exclaimed. "She finally remembered. You're a bit weird," she said in response to my scream. But I didn't care. "We're finally making some progress here." "That's right. Remember it, for I'll definitely beat you," I shouted. "Then, for the time being, you'll be the one to play with me?" "I understand," she said. It was a bit of a confusing statement, And I was about to ask her about it, but a game window appeared high up in the air, interrupting everyone's conversation. "Hey, players. It's the management team here," a bald man said from the screen. "Boss, please be serious here," one of the people near him replied. "Is this development team alright? This is the first official game event. We were planning on making another event hosted by the Lord of the Beginner's City, but that ended up having to scrapped, oopsie," the bald man said. And the person that caused it was without a doubt this Rena girl. Though she just replied with a "no my," as if that didn't even concern her. Seriously, this girl. In any case, the event will start in 10 minutes, and you'll be instantly teleported to the event map then, so please be prepared. One of the other employees seemed to push the bald man out of the screen and continued, "Boss, this isn't nearly enough of an explanation. Once the event starts, everyone will be teleported to the map in random positions, though parties will be kept together. Please note that enemies might be teleported directly to your side due to the random nature of the process. Also, the map is pretty large, so you might not necessarily meet all the participating players throughout the event. That said, every 30 minutes, the location of all players will be displayed in your minimap for a short time. Wait, so the event might end without me meeting Rena? This can't be serious. Also, the higher you are in the karma ranks of your faction, the more often will your position be displayed in the minimap, so top players should expect to be constantly attacked. I see, then I should find Rena easily due to how ridiculously low her karma is. That will be all. Please enjoy our first official event. You closed it up so nicely. I'm glad I have such a great secretary." The bald man appeared on the screen again to say that while hugging said secretary. And he was punched in the stomach right after. Ugh. Good luck to everyone. And with this, the transmission closed. That boss seems kinda. No, more importantly than that, I'll definitely find you, so prepare your neck because you won't escape, I declared to the genocider. Is that so? I'll be waiting then, she said with a smile that felt like the Grim Reaper. Don't smile like that. It's bad for my heart. I was about to complain about this, but my sight was dyed white and the teleportation started. Chapter 50, the first day of the event. Once the teleportation finished, the surroundings became clear, and I could see that I was in the middle of a vast meadow. "It's the genocider," someone nearby said while pointing at me. Directly near me, there were two enemy parties. It was fortunate that the random distribution already put 3 groups of different factions together. "Hey, we should join forces," one of them said while looking at the other party. While they were talking to one another, I threw some iron scraps at the guy that just spoke and pierced his head, instantly killing him. Then I used fire magic at my feet to create a jet propulsion and used it to jump in the middle of their party. "Leader?" one of the nearby enemies said. They didn't start reacting to my attack yet, so I made use of that to kill the man that looked like their healer with a roundhouse kick to his neck. His dying scream seemed to finally take the rest of the party out of their stupor, so their mage turned towards me and seemed to be trying to cast something. Without giving her a chance to finish it, I held her neck with my hand and then used jet propulsion again, moving closer to the other members and swinging her as my temporary weapon to attack them. After that I put one of my poisonous smoke bombs on her mouth and threw her as a living bomb towards their fighters. While they were confused by it, I killed their other magician by throwing an iron scrap at his neck before he finished whatever he was casting, and then kicked their last healer's neck, killing them as well. With only some of their fighters left, the remaining leader of the two parties shouted retreat. Before they had the chance though, I threw an iron ball at one of their swordsmen's head, which smashed it to death and also exploded, leaving flames and poisonous smoke in the surroundings. Making use of this opportunity, I rushed in while throwing more iron scraps and poisonous needles at their vitals. Then, I used the spear of one of the fighters that died to the needles to pierce a dagger user. Immediately after, I used the spearman's body as a shield to protect myself from another magician and then I pierced his head with my dagger. Following that, I threw a needle to their last swordsman that was trying to attack me. It pierced his heart and instantly killed him. "You must be kidding me." Their last remaining member, a magician, said. In the end, I just threw the dagger of one of their dagger users at that magician's head and he died too. "And I guess that's that," I said. It can't be helped since the event just started, but this isn't nearly enough. It would be boring to wait until the guy that declared war on me came, so let's just play around as I originally planned. And as such, I started looking around this vast meadow, though I couldn't help sighing at the splendid nothingness all around me. Hands above. Isn't it about time? I asked my teammates. Probably, Kellen said, then went on to check the minimap. We had just defeated a party that had been attacking us, and the fight just happened to end at about 30 minutes since the event started. Oh, it's Liv, Kellen muttered. As I checked the minimap in response to what he said, I couldn't help feeling a bit disheartened. She's far, I said. Yeah, Ryan replied. Isn't that a good thing though? Kellen commented. Considering the distance between the mountainous area we're in, and the grassland that Rena is at. Won't we only reach her in the last day of the event? And even then, the timing will still be tight, won't it? I asked to no one in particular. That's pretty much it, Ryan answered, confirming my unpleasant thoughts. It's amazing that the genocider is the only one that stands out this much, isn't it? Myra commented cheerfully. Her marker in the map is so large and it is of such a deep black hue. It only takes a glance to identify her, Cherry noted. That's no good. I have to meet her soon. Considering how infamous she is, she'll definitely be attacked all the time, which might make her mentally tired, and then her concentration might slip, so someone might be able to actually defeat her at that point. Let's hurry. I have to be the one to beat her. I exclaimed. I guess so. Ryan commented half-heartedly. Seems like it can't be helped. Eleanor said while sighing. Their replies were a tad annoying. I suppose it's fine. I have something to say to her anyways. Cherry said. Sure, let's do it. I won't be satisfied until I shoot through her anyways. Myra also agreed with the plan. I guess there's no helping it at this point, Kellen said while sighing. But I have one correction to make. It's not you that will beat her. We're the ones that will take Rena down. I may not have a grudge like you, or something to tell her like Cherry, but we'll still be working at it together. Yeah, let's do it. I cheered. We were all beaten by her together, so it's only fair that we defeat her as a team. Wait, I'm not sure I get what you meant, Kellen. I mean, you don't have a grudge? I thought we all had one against her. Ryan asked. Coming to think of it, wasn't he the one that should have been the most dissatisfied with the way we lost? Rather than holding a grudge, I kind of want her phone number instead. Kellen clarified. Seriously, is that so? Ryan seemed amused. You. Myra seemed angry. Huh? Cherry didn't seem to have understood what he just said yet. You're the lowest. Eleanor seemed to have lost any hope that she could have had for him. I guess I really shouldn't be surprised by those reactions. Kellen said. I understood that he was a womanizer, but still, that girl of all people? But well, isn't she just super cute? He complimented. Just because it's true, it doesn't make her any good. Even Ryan was astonished at this point, but Kellen just kept laughing while aiming at Rena. Seriously? Chapter 51, The First Day of the Event Part 2. Point of view of the pervert gentleman, rank number 1 in the Order faction. I shouted. Gah? The enemy said as he collapsed. Was I too rough? As soon as I saw an enemy party, I ended up attacking them right away without thinking twice. To make such a surprise attack, I am a failure as a gentleman. This pervert is too strong. The last one of them commented. Well, I ended him too, since they lol just respawn anyways. I wonder how often I appear in the minimap though, since I'm the highest ranked player in the Order faction, I must be there frequently. Will this force me to change strategies? And I also wondered if there was any change in the frequency with which you appeared in the minimap in case you were alone or in a party. Let's just check it out, though it's still been less than 1 hour since the minimap first displayed the position of all players, so I don't know if anything will show up. Well, I guess it can't be helped if it's her. What I saw in the minimap was a very large dark mark. It had to be the genocider, Rena, who all players were afraid of. To think that her signal has been displayed again after less than 1 hour, even I was a little sympathetic towards that. Considering how low her karma is, it's quite possible that even members of the Chaos faction will try attacking her. They won't get the doubled points bonus, but she is so above everyone else, that this hardly matters. And she is close to my current position. Well, as the top-ranked member of the Order faction, I must do something about her, while showing off my brave muscles to all the bystanders. When I think about getting close to her, my muscles just start pulsating naturally. Oh? While I flexed my muscles, a new party appeared in front of me. Let's greet them properly. Gah. It's the pervert gentleman. One of them said. I started giggling from the excitement. Then, Taking on a brave pose, I proudly punched through their vanguard swordsman, then used a roundhouse kick to blow away their healer. "We need to rebuild our formation," their leader said, but he is too late. With careful rhythmic breathing, I quickly approached them and swung my fist, which is as strong as a mallet, against the head of a swordsman, burying him deep into the ground. "You must be kidding me," their mage said. Making use of the surprise, I jumped forward while using the buried swordsman as a foothold. Then, making a twist midair, I dropped a heel kick into the mage, which created a beautiful explosion. Its impact was so incredible that it also defeated a nearby archer instantly. "This is no good," their leader said. "Oh my, aren't you going a little crazy over there?" I said while quickly approaching their leader, using the buried swordsman as a foothold again. "What?" the leader shouted as I grabbed his crotch. "I am straight, alright?" "It's okay, I'm bisexual and used to being the one teaching," I told him while smiling. "Please don't," he begged. "In that case, bye." I then killed him while squeezing his crotch. I wonder how fun things will be once I meet up with Rena. Could we even enter a honeymoon perhaps? I couldn't stop shaking my muscles from the excitement. Blossom's point of view, rank number 2 in the Chaos faction. "This is so annoying. Just who is that genocider?" Blossom, was the leader of the few players in the Chaos faction since the beta. How dare she come and steal my top spot? "Just who the hell is that woman?" I shouted. Even if you ask me," the nearby pest said. "Silence," I shouted while beheading him with my scythe. "The weak do not have the right to speak. This is so frustrating. This is all that woman's fault. Just because she is a bit cute she thinks she can steal my place? I'm the one on top of the chaos and... Oh? She was already shown on the map? But it hasn't even been an hour. Though that might be good for me. Thinking about it, if I kill her early in the event, everyone will be aware of who is the top chaos player. That seems nice. Just how should I kill her? Should I ruin that proud face of hers? Maybe I should take a picture of her underwear after forcing her to remove all her equipment? This seems fun. While giggling in joy, I started running towards her direction. Rena's point of view. Oh my. After almost 2 hours since the first display of every player's position in the minimap, the location of players other than me are finally appearing as well. And there are the two are pretty close. 2 large circles are approaching the forest I'm currently at, from opposite directions. Judging by the distance, we probably won't meet today, but it seems likely that they're the rank number 1 of the Order faction and the rank number 2 of the Chaos faction. I'm not sure why all the high-rank players are so close to one another when the teleportation should have spread us out randomly, but I guess they might just be coming after me? This will surely earn me a lot of points. But it's a bit troublesome that I have only appeared in the map thrice so far. It might be hard for them to pinpoint my exact location like this, and I don't want them to clash with one another without giving me the chance to play with them first. I guess I should try to stand out a bit more. Let's then make an oversized ball and fill it with gunpowder. Now, to throw it up as high as I can with my boulder throw skill. Then, it exploded, making an instant firework. It was functional, but not very beautiful. Regardless, the huge explosion roared through the skies. It should be easy to find me now even if they're far from here. Well, let's go. While I moved through the forest, I occasionally threw more of those fireworks up in order to make sure I could be easily followed. Rena's point of view. I ended up attracting quite a lot of them. There are at least a few dozen players chasing me through the forest right now. Moreover, it seems like even players on the Chaos faction are after me. Though I guess it can't be helped with my karma being this low. Even without the double points I must be well worth killing, especially because this would also deny the other party the opportunity of getting double points for my death. However, I have no intention of being killed. As I ran, I threw various types of oil and of highly flammable chemicals at the forest. I also used the dry magic at a few key points, and then used some tree trunks as footholds for the sky kick skill, to get more distance from the pursuers. "Ah, I can't catch up," one of them said. "Wait." Another screamed. "Don't you run away now," a third one complimented. "Surround her. Let's use our numbers to our advantage," a fourth one shouted. "Let's cooperate regardless of faction," a fifth one said. So they're really working together? I guess they'll keep fighting as a team until they defeat me, then they can just kill each other without regrets. It doesn't really matter though. By now, the players chasing me already reached the triple digits. It felt like a good point, so I used Gust to accelerate, and then Sky Kick to go high up in the air. Following that, Heat Ray at the trees I previously dried up, and Breeze to make the fire spread quickly. Whoa! They started reacting. She set the forest on fire. Another seemed to be panicking. What is she thinking? This isn't a city, alright? I wondered why he thought I cared for that. By now I had already landed, so I rushed towards a mage that was trying to extinguish the fire, threw him high in the sky and murdered him with a few needles. Then, I threw some poisonous smoke bombs at those that were trying to run. Their explosions also helped spread the fire more quickly, which ended up serving double duty. I can't see where I'm going because of the smoke. One shouted. Damn, where did she go? Another said. I'm gonna die. A third one screamed. While they panicked, I quickly escaped the area before the fire reached me, though I made sure to scatter more fuel through the areas I passed, just in case any of them was trying to follow me. And then, I guess I earned quite a few points from this. And my kill count from the event went up by more than 100 due to this fire. Seems like this was a good idea after all. It wouldn't be fun to use the same method again though. I wonder how should I play with the next group that comes after me. Chapter 52, the second day of the event. Playmates' point of view. Huff. Huff. I panted as I ran with all my might. I couldn't stop running. Why? Why is she coming? Things were going so well, so why? Just why is this happening? This will be alright, let's just keep running silently, the person next to me was saying, but he was hit. I screamed as he died. An iron ball suddenly blew out his head, and then he disappeared. Just where is she aiming from? I have no idea. Let's just get out of here. Another of my companions said. We thought it would be a good idea to aim for the Genocider because she was displayed at the minimap often, but after over 100 players that had moved in her direction disappeared, we quickly gave up and decided to run away instead. But then we were unlucky and were displayed in the map shortly after, and now the Genocider is after us. Yuga. One scream. Another one. Two more players were just shot. One through the head and the other through the chest. How can she aim at us when we can't even see her? And we shouldn't even be visible in the minimap anymore, so how? As I thought about that, an iron ball exploded right next to me. From inside it, various debris were spread everywhere, as well as a poisonous gas. I felt like a prey running from a merciless predator, desperately going from left to right when in truth there was nowhere to escape to. Someone screamed. Boo-ha. And one more. Two more dead. We only have 10 people left out of the big group we had before. Ah. Incoming. I won't die like this. I shouted. While making full use of my sword art, master skill, I activated the Gale sword to cut the iron ball in half. How about that, I shouted. I was so happy that I had avoided it, that I ended up relaxing for a moment. By the time I realized it, I was already back at the beginner's city. I didn't even see what killed me. She's crazy. I muttered to no one in particular. Then I just laid down on the spot. Looking around, I could see that there were a fair bit of people in the same situation as me. Rena's point of view. And that's another one down. On the first day I had been able to find playmates without even trying, but everyone that was coming for me started running for some reason. I have no idea why, but if they won't come for me, I'll have to go after them. To effectively kill multiple fleeing players that were originally coming from different directions, I combined the assassination art with marking and throw skills, which made the snipe skill. Then I corrected the trajectory with the meteor skill, which allowed me to do super long-range killing. I can't use that without seeing the targets, but it's surely convenient anyways. Their numbers surely fell by a lot by now. Though I suppose it can't be helped when I have been sniping them all day long while still moving forward. What's left are one party to the north, 2 to the east and 3 people to the southwest. I guess I'll clean up those in the southwest and then head northeast. It's convenient for killing the remaining parties and also for clashing with the rank number 1 order player and the rank number 2 chaos player. Finishing up with the last few iron balls that I was throwing against the southwestern players, I started running northeast while sniping the players on the north and on the east. I hope playing against the high rank players will be more fun than this. Being high rank doesn't necessarily means they're strong, but I guess I'll at the very least earn a lot of points. Though I wonder what kind of people they are, I'm a bit uneasy about the name of the rank number 1 player of the Order faction for sure. Chapter 53, the third day of the event. Rena's point of view. I woke up at the top of a tree in the middle of the event's field. The speed at which we feel the passage of time has been increased during the event, so by the end of the event not even a day would have passed in the real world. Nonetheless, by the time night falls I still end up getting sleepy, so I had to sleep in order to be fully rested. It was a bit annoying, but there was no way around it. On the plus side though, it seems like I'll finally be able to meet the top players from the Chaos and Order factions today. We have gradually approached one another, but they don't seem to want to meet each other, so we have more or less ran around in circles so far. Best I can do is chase after their general direction once they appear in the map. It almost feels like a game of tag. Well, in any case we'll probably end up meeting by noon at this rhythm. Pervert gentleman's point of view. Blossom is getting in the way. She is somewhat selfish and definitely wants to stand out. No doubt she is after the genocider who is more well known than her. Because of her the three of us have yet to meet directly and are instead trying to find each other from far away. I shouted as I crushed an iron ball that came from afar. It was probably sent by the genocider as she estimated my position from the minimap display. They're not a danger to me, but this is still troublesome. Where could she be though? There is still some time before she shows up again in the minimap. Wait a minute, is that? The heavens must be on my side. My far sight skill allowed me to see the genocider's position at last. We can finally meet. I ran with overflowing vigor and passion, approaching her with unstoppable momentum and trampling the ground. Muscle power. I screamed. What? She said. My attack was powered by the martial art, master skill. I used the explosive crush skill by merging the heavy blow and vibration skills. She tried putting a holy barrier in front of me, but even that was immediately crushed like a piece of paper, blowing her away. However, while she flew with a sonic boom, she was also able to throw a needle towards me, which I avoided by making a mid-air turn to the side. I shouted as I was blown away by her kick that hit my face directly. She probably predicted that I would dodge the needle and moved accordingly to hit me while I had lost sight of her. To think she was able to cover all that distance she had flown in this short time, she is certainly an enemy worth facing. So you're my new enemy. However, what kind of pervert are you? You're missing a few too many clothes. She commented after positioning herself at a comfortable distance. She probably only had an opportunity to take a proper look at my beautiful body now. This perfect muscled body covered by black boomerang pants held together by suspenders, paired together with white knee socks. Do you like it? I personally think I'm a work of art. I told her, is that so? She answered. It seems like I'm too stimulating for her, could she perhaps be a maiden? She doesn't seem to be aware of it, but she cannot fool the game system. Her whole face is red right now. She must definitely be fascinated by my figure though. I'm overflowing. I shouted, I see. Could you be the pervert gentleman? She asked with an exhausted voice. Perhaps a disappointed one. I was a bit surprised that she found my identity this quickly, but I suppose it's because there aren't that many players that appear in the minimap at an interval close to hers, so there probably weren't many people to choose from. That's right, and I was looking forward to meeting you. I told her, well, I was looking forward to killing you. She said without a tinge of enthusiasm on her voice. Just what could have made her lose the hype for a battle? That's no good. What's wrong with us having our little fun honeymoon? I asked her. She stayed silent. It's lonely to talk to myself, you know. She remained silent. I guess it can't be helped. It's the duty of the expert to make the inexperienced people scream in joy with my special techniques. It's a bit lonely like this, but I am used to this kind of handicap. I'll show her how nice of a gentleman I can be with all my strength. Now, let's go, die. While I lifted my fists, she pulled out her short sword with one hand while preparing throwing weapons with her other. She is giving off a murderous aura, but I'm excited. Chapter 54, the third day of the event Part 2. While unsheathing my short sword, I threw a poison needle and approached my opponent. I thought he would swing his fist at the needle, which would momentaneously stun him, but he instead dodged the needle by changing his posture slightly. I didn't stop my approach nonetheless. As soon as he was in range I tried stabbing his neck with my short sword. He dodged it by bending his neck and making a nasal roar. After that he tried hitting me with a jump kick from below, but I dodged by spinning backwards. Then, I pierced his knee with a few poison needles, and as soon as he landed, I hit one of the needles with my short sword and made it go deep into his body. Following that, I hit his Adam's apple, pierced his nose and shot a roundhouse kick at his crotch. He seemed to be quite frightened by my attacks, and once the last kick landed his face was distorted in pain. That happened because he exposed his weaknesses in such an easy-to-target manner. And I don't like seeing this on top of that. Putting up with the annoying sight, I swung my short sword at his neck, but my wrist was grabbed and then he threw me at the ground. I tried cutting his wrist out, but he released me to dodge, then tried grabbing my wrist with his other hand. Before he could, I jumped away and we went back to a neutral position. "To think you'd aim at a gentleman's crotch," he said. "I'll grind it and feed it to pigs," I answered. "In the first place, I think it's a bad idea to expose your weaknesses like this. Where's the defensive power in this getup? Is there a skill that gives him a bonus if he doesn't equip any armor? Just like how the power of martial arts increases if he doesn't use any weapon? Well, in any case, it's about time to finish the pervert for good." "I found you, genocider," I heard a girl shout. "Is there a new opponent? I do remember there being 2 big markers on the map, so this must be the other one. Though she was supposedly to be on my camp." In any case, I stopped my attack on the pervert and dodged her scythe blow with a backstep. Her attack created a shockwave that blew up the nearby trees and also wounded the pervert who had just recovered from my last attacks. "I finally found you. Now I'll beat you and—" "What? What is that thing?" she screamed. Do you perhaps mean me?" the pervert asked. "Who else other than a pervert like you?" she answered. "That is a bit too much, please refer to me as the pervert gentleman," he replied. "Just what's the difference anyways?" she exclaimed. "I guess there is a difference in his eyes. Maybe." I decided to stop paying attention to him and focused on her instead. She uses a scythe that seems pretty hard to handle, but considering how powerful the blow I just dodged was, it seems to be quite dangerous. Her gothic outfit looks good on her in any case. "There's a big difference. I'm the pervert gentleman. I make sure to retain my gentleman ways so that I don't become just a pervert," he answered her. "Is that so?" She seemed to not care for his explanation at all. I didn't either, so I figured we should go back to the combat. I threw poison needles at them both, and also attached the ones thrown at the girl with explosives so that I can block her eyesight with the smoke. "Ah! Annoying!" she screamed. While she was distracted, I ran towards the pervert and tried to stab his heart with my short sword. 5 rules of the gentleman's path. Number 1. He screamed while activating some sort of skill. Immediately after, I felt some pressure from above, so I stepped backwards. In the place I was in just a second ago, a big hole appeared. Always distrust your own correctness. What is this pervert talking about? Was he dissatisfied from being treated as just a pervert? It doesn't matter, let's just keep attacking. Before that though, I jumped away from the swing that came from the girl's scythe, then held its handle and pulled the girl near me. I tried thrusting my dagger into her neck, but the pervert used the opportunity to try punching me, so I had to dodge instead. Rule number 2. Believing is a virtue, but one shouldn't get negligent. He shouted while trying to hit me with some jabs. I dodged them and occasionally cut his arm with my short sword, but he is probably using the hardening skill, as the wounds were always shallow. "You're not really going to say all of them, are you?" I asked. "I don't know. That depends on how fast you die," he answered. "That's quite unpleasant," I replied. A scythe came from the side and hit the place I was just at. Immediately after, the girl hit the pervert's chin with a thrown stone and then started attacking him with a series of swings. He hesitated a bit to move closer when faced with such a large weapon, but eventually he jumped in and punched her nose. You might think that this is not appropriate treatment for a lady, but Rule 3 of the Gentleman's Path says that there is no universal justice in this world," he exclaimed. In the meanwhile I tried to behead her, but the pervert jumped in with a kick and forced me to dodge. This 3-way fight is surprisingly tough. Mainly because there are probably other players watching the fight though, so I don't want to end it by showcasing too many of my tools. This pervert is disgusting. Absolutely the worst. And you're even stealing my spotlight. Die. The girl screamed while swinging her scythe. Whoa. That was dangerous. Gentleman's Path Rule 4, ignorance is arrogance, erudition is humbleness. Right? He stated while dodging. You aren't sure yourself? I asked him. They're sure quite the characters. The pervert who continues to blur about his rules, and the scythe girl who wants to stand out even in the middle of a battle. They make for an interesting sight, but they're not the kind of people I want to get involved with. And Gentleman's Path Rule 5. Don't suppress yourself. Expose yourself. He shouted, "You really did go all the way to the end." I commented. "But of course, and now the conditions are met," he exclaimed. I wonder what he meant by this. I suppose I should be a bit cautious just in case. "Oath, I am the one who crushes those who deny my path," he started. That's an oath skill? I still don't know how to acquire one of those myself, yet he already got it? "Oath, I'm the one who never betrays those that reaffirm their own paths." I knew that players could acquire oaths as well, but I never thought someone else would have already gotten it. I assumed he was just a pervert, but isn't this actually getting interesting? HMPH. "Oath, I'm the one who stands above all who glitter." The girl started saying as well. "Is she also?" "Oath, I'm always shining." Race, half demon. Name, pervert gentleman LV.48 plus 10. Karma value, 112 good. Class, boxer, 2nd class, martial artist, 3rd class, exhibitionist. Condition, exposure. The larger the exposed area, the higher the defensive power, large. Oath, gentleman's path STR increase, max, VIT increase, max, constant HP decrease, 3%/1s. Race, mermaid. Name, Blossom LV.51 plus 10. Karma value, -111 evil. Class, Scythe Master, 2nd class, Dancer, 3rd class, Idol. Condition, short temper. Attack power increases as you curse things you dislike, large. Oath, I'm the best STR increase, max, Dex increase, max, constant HP decrease, 3%/1s. Now that they finished buffing, they seem ready to fight. It seems like there are prerequisites for activating the oaths. Although, isn't the pervert just preaching about his ways? And I wonder what allowed Blossom to activate hers. Also, how do I learn those? Well, they certainly won't tell me, but that's fine. Now how I defeat them without showing too many of my tricks? Isn't this similar to fighting with my hands tied behind my back? Wait, that would be no good near the pervert. "Let me show you the splendor of my body," the pervert exclaimed. "I'm the only one that can stand out," the girl shouted. "This is fun, isn't it?" I said while giggling. We glared at each other for a second before all three of us rushed to the center of the battlefield. Chapter 55, the third day of the event, Part 3. "Masochist tendency," the pervert said. "Sadist tendency," Blossom said. I wondered what those two meant. They're probably healing skills, otherwise they probably wouldn't use the oaths due to their HP consumption. Well, in that case. How about I do this: devilish telepathy high enchantment, darkness abyss enchantment, physical might enchantment, physical barrier enchantment, accelerate. It's probably okay to show this much. Most people will probably think I'm just using a bunch of buff spells anyways. "You're doing weird things again," Blossom exclaimed while trying to attack me with her scythe. "Are you always this angry?" I asked her while parrying her swing with my short sword. Then I held the scythe's handle and pulled her closer with my superhuman strength and Inoue's assistance. Afterwards, as the pervert tried punching me, I threw her in his way as a human shield. "Kai-a," she exclaimed as she was hit. The pervert seemed surprised by this outcome. Not waiting for any of them to recover, I quickly approached Blossom, who had lost her balance, and hit her hard enough to throw her high in the sky. Afterwards, I threw a poison needle at her defenseless flying body, then turned towards the pervert. I first avoided his incoming punch, then held his elbow and threw him over my shoulder. I threw a poison needle at him as well, but couldn't give chase since Blossom had already recovered while still midair and shouted, "Don't get cocky." She swung her scythe from up high. I tried dodging it by jumping backwards, but the shockwave of the attack hit me anyways. It seems to be a long-range attack that goes in a long straight line. I should dodge to the sides next time. For now, let's drink a potion to cure its cut. "The top players are fighting," a bystander exclaimed. "I'm betting on the mermaid," a second one said. "I would be happy if one of them could stab me," a weirdo commented. As expected, other players came to see the battle. I suppose it can't be helped when three high-rank players gather together, especially when considering how often we are shown in the minimap. "Seems like we have an audience now," the pervert commented. "And they're acting just like your typical small fries," Blossom said angrily, as usual. There seem to be over a dozen players watching already. It's a pretty small amount when compared to the total number of players in the event, but when we consider the size of this map, It ends up being likely that they have been chasing us since day one. It doesn't really matter though. We should aim for the genocider first. One of the bystanders said. Well, isn't that obvious? Another commented. Rather, if we don't kill her, we'll definitely be killed instead. A third one said. Why are they all going for me? Well, having a large number of enemies only makes things better. What? Genocider is mine. Blossom shouted. Is this girl's love? The pervert commented. Shut up. Blossom exclaimed while swinging her scythe at him. You can duke it out if you want, but I'm not gonna miss this opportunity, alright? First, I grabbed the Kuza origami that was going my way and pulled it together with its owner by using Inoue's help. Then I kicked its wielder, forcing him to let go of the weapon and fall to the ground. Afterwards, I stomped his neck, killing him. Next, I jumped on top of a spearman that was trying to pierce me. I used the recently stolen Kuza origami to behead him, and then used his falling body as a stepping stone to jump towards an approaching swordsman. I strangled him to death with the Kuza origami's chain, and then threw his body towards the nearest person. Inoue is surely helping me a lot today, I'm pleased. Inoue seemed to be happy with the praise. Meanwhile, I threw an iron ball at some of the players in the back to stop them from running, then rushed to the middle of them. One of their swordsmen made a desperate swing against me, but I just grabbed his body and used it as a shield against a punch that came from the pervert. The meat shield exploded though, that was surprising. Oh my. I commented. So you still use other players as shields? The pervert asked. That's why small fries are just a bother. Hurry up and die. Blossom shouted while trying to swing her scythe at me. To block her attack, I threw a bystander with a bomb inside him towards her. Her blow killed him, but also triggered the explosion, which not only blinded both her and the pervert, but also protected me from her attack. Then, I used my short sword to block an arrow, pierced an axeman with the same short sword before he was able to hit me, then used him as a shield to block an incoming spell. Immediately after, I jumped away from Blossom's scythe, threw the axeman as a living bomb towards her, and then threw his axe towards a healer that was on the back of the bystander group. Then, I threw a piece of iron at a guy with a dagger, and used his head as a foothold to jump high. Following that, I threw a bunch of explosives with poisonous gas everywhere, making it hard to see while also damaging everybody. Things surely get lively when we have a lot of enemies, don't they? I asked nobody in particular. I can't even see what's happening anymore. The pervert replied. You say that, but both of you are actually killing other players too, aren't you? Why am I the only one excited about it? Oh well, let's say goodbye here. Heavy blow, acceleration, rotation, enlarge. Meteor shower. After strengthening the special iron ball that I had used as fireworks before, I used this skill to throw the iron ball against everyone. And then it split up midair into multiple objects. The result was pretty amazing. The entire field of vision was filled with light, then it felt like all sound had disappeared, and what followed it was a huge explosion that made a big sound wave that spread everywhere. The crater that came out of it was so big that it felt as if the ground was just scooped up with a giant spoon. G. The pervert grumbled. You must be kidding me. Blossom complained. I'm surprised, you're still alive? I told them. Basically all the other nearby players were evaporated by this explosion, and those two survived even though their oaths were surely draining their health. I wonder how can they endure that much? Well, it doesn't matter, this is the end, a fight against other players. That's the first time I enjoyed one this much, that's the most important thing. The pervert muttered. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Blossom said. She was being a bit noisy, so I beheaded her with her own scythe. You're still as merciless as always. The pervert commented. That was a pretty merciful death though. I told him, is that so? He didn't seem to believe me. Well, then. Let's have a bit of a revenge on this pervert. Respawn after suffering my secret technique, Nutcracker! Exclamation mark. He seemed to be unable to make a sound as he died. I didn't like the fact I turned red when I first met him, but I guess things are fine now. Oh my, I got a lot of points in one go from this battle. Let's keep on enjoying the event like this. Chapter 56, the fourth day of the event. Stop. Let go of me, said the girl. We're almost there, please wait a little more, I said as I grabbed the hair of the only survivor of a party I annihilated a small while back, and dragged her. She seemed to be a popular streamer of sorts, and even now she was still streaming her playthrough, which was quite useful as there were undoubtedly a fair number of sources of points watching even now. "Help me, everyone!" she exclaimed. It was fairly impressive that she kept using her fairy-like camera to stream even in this situation. "You really don't need to do this, alright? We're both girls, so let's get along. I'm sure plenty of fresh and lively fishes will bite this bait. You really don't want to get along?" "Seems like we have arrived," I said joyfully. She seemed to be a bit scared when she saw our destination, but I didn't really mind it. "Let's go inside." She started screaming a bit as I dragged her inside the dark cave, so I tried calming her down a bit. "It's alright, I won't do anything particularly horrible to you." "I can't believe you. Please, viewers, help me soon," she shouted. "Yes, please do come soon, otherwise I might do something if I end up getting bored," I said while smiling at the camera and giving them a small wink. After that, it was waiting time. It took a bit longer than expected, since they should have been coming after me since the time I started dragging this girl around, but eventually I started hearing their voices from within the cave's entrance. "Over here. We have found it," the players said. It seemed to be quite the large group, so they probably took a while to get here because they were grouping up first. Well, it doesn't matter much in the end. "Please hurry up and save me," the girl screamed. "Just you wait, Miru. We'll rescue you right now," one of them screamed. "Prepare yourself," Genocide and others started saying while approaching us. Enough of them seemed to be inside the cave already though, so I decided it was about time for me to start acting, which obviously removing the need of hearing him until the end. "Darkness Domain," I said while activating a spell with the aid of Kageyama's black magic. It made the entire cave much darker than it already was, making it basically impossible for them to see anything. "Be careful," one shouted. "Someone used light magic already," another said while panicking. Before they could react to it, I cut off the hair of this Miru girl. She seemed to take a while to understand what just happened. While she recovered, I approached the group and used her hair as a rope to choke the person that looked like the party's leader. This triggered the surprise attack and assassination art skills, quickly killing him before he had a chance to scream and warn the others that I was already this close. Meanwhile, the girl finally let out a panicked scream as she seemed to realize what I did to her hair. "What happened, Miru?" one person said. "Did the genocider do something horrible after all?" another asked. "That's a bit rude. I didn't do anything horrible." In any case, she ran to the center of the disorganized bunch. Maybe if the leader was still around, he'd help them remember the situation and stay alert, but right now they were all frolicking towards her while trying to understand what just happened. "Where are you?" one asked. "My hair." She seemed to still be in disbelief. "Miru, I'm coming," another said. "This is way too easy. Well, just in case, let's use some poisonous gas on top of everything else." "Gah! What's this?" one of them exclaimed as he saw the poisonous cloud surrounding them. "It's a colored gas to boot, so even if they were able to cleanse my darkness domain, they'd still have their vision impaired by the poison. Not to mention the cave itself already makes it hard to see." "Well, time to say goodbye." I told no one in particular. At that point, I activated all the explosives I had scattered around while dragging the girl around the cave. The explosion was big enough to collapse the cave and bury almost all of them below a pile of rubble. And to be sure there are no survivors. Growing flames and breeze as soon as I finished casting those spells, I quickly left the cave in case the rest of it collapsed and buried me together with the group. Surprisingly, the explosion also caused a landslide that ended up killing most of their secondary group that was waiting on the foot of the mountain that the cave was in. It really worked out much better than expected. Once the landslide finished doing its job, I quickly approached the few survivors of the second group, killed a man with a kick to the neck, beheaded a warrior, and threw a scrap of iron through the head of a fleeing player. That should wrap it up. Now let's see. Wow, I really got a lot of points this time around. There surely were a lot of people, but they also seemed to be high-leveled. I suppose that's understandable though, over half of the players that were in the event must be gone already, so whoever is still around must be quite tough. I wonder if that Hanskai and you are still alive. It should be about time for us to meet now, shouldn't it? Chapter 57, the fifth day of the event. "Watch your step," I said as I pierced the throat of the last nearby enemy. It's easy to do surprise attacks in this snowy field due to the constant blizzard that makes it really hard to see, but the unstable foothold is a bit of a problem. I wonder if that guy will come soon. Considering the last displays of the minimap, that Han's guy that declared war on me should reach this snowy mountain tomorrow. I suppose I should hurry up and meet them. Oh, you. I was about to leave, but who'd have guessed I'd find him here? He screamed. I wonder why he came out of the ground, right below my feet to boot. Just what's up with this noise you just made? I asked him. Jay was a really weird reaction. Ah, that? You know. He seemed to be trying to formulate an excuse while he got up. Hey, were you perhaps abandoned here by your friends? I mean, it really was weird that he came out of the ground like this. Eh? And no. I mean, we're friends from real life, alright? We're all on the verification team. You don't need to feel sorry for me. He hurriedly explained, but his exaggerated motions just made him look more pitiful, though also a bit funny. Were you hurt? I asked him. Eh? Only by you. He replied. You got my point. I said while throwing a snowball with iron scraps inside it. He shouted in pain once it hit him, but he deserved it for his attitude. Wait, I'm sorry. So please calm down. He desperately begged. No quarters. I happily shouted while throwing more iron-filled snowballs. His karma is surely high and probably over 100 already. I can't simply let him go. Damn it. Otaku magic blending with the background. He disappeared? No, not quite. He is still there, but he is so hard to see now, almost as if he was air. It also looks as if my attacks would slipping right through him right now. Though it probably won't happen. On that note, his skills are all really weird and mysterious. It's a bit troublesome that they're so unpredictable, but he was supposed to be weak, wasn't he? Though that was my first impression, he might actually be somewhat strong. Please don't find me. He muttered. I refuse. I told him. Why? In that case. Dumbass magic convenience store he used what? Is he summoning a convenience store? I was wary, but nothing seemed to be happening. Wait, something did happen. I got a status element with an icon that looks just like a convenience store. Just what does this do? I was asking, until a car suddenly passed near me at a really high speed. Yes. A rare pull. He exclaimed. So this is a spell with multiple effects and he happened to get a good one? With the car running this quickly and supporting you. This could be a bit of a problem. Well, let's just cut it to pieces while getting closer to him. Hey. Isn't this way too absurd? How can you properly deal with a car that moves this fast? He screamed. Are you ready, you? I asked him while walking near. Absolutely not. We'd toxic Twitter. Just what will this spell do? A bunch of grass came from under the snow and tried to entangle me. Also, some people in skin-tight clothes also appeared and surrounded me. You seem to somehow be prepared for every situation, and even has magic that can summon other people? How come? I asked him nonchalantly. That's the only way an otaku like myself can stay safe from harm. He gave a confusing answer. There's no way I'd be able to handle the school bullies otherwise. So, you're saying that you have to use this kind of method because I lack humanity? You know, I was starting to get annoyed by those skin-tight people around me and their dirty laughs. I felt like taking it out on someone. Say, you? Eek. He screamed. He seemed a bit terrified of me, but that was the result of his choices. While removing the grass that was holding me with ignition and getting rid of the surrounding group of people with kicks to their necks, I started throwing poison needles at you. While off the world, he used another weird skill that somehow saved him. That said, we were still pretty close to one another. So, let's take care of this for good. Overwhelmingly buffed. Break the speed limit. Overwhelmingly buffed. High enchantment. Accelerate. Overwhelmingly buffed enchantment. Accelerate. He casted one buff after another and then ran away. I guess I got caught up in his pace and ended up missing my chance. We didn't play enough though. Not to mention he also made sure to drop as many obstacles as possible in the way so that I couldn't easily pursue him. It's a bit annoying, but I guess I'll let him go for now. Though by the last day I'll definitely find him again and play properly. This is fun. For now, I cut the car in half, beheaded the remaining people with skin-tight clothes, burned the grass and jumped over his wall. Then, I continued moving through the mountains. Chapter 58, the 6th day of the event. Seems like I've lost him. I chased you the whole day, but he was so fast that I just couldn't find him at all. He should still be in this area according to the minimap though. There. Someone exclaimed while shooting an arrow at me, which I narrowly dodged. I've finally found you. That Han's guy said. Ah, so it's you guys. It seems like it's finally time for us to play. Han's point of view. You didn't forget it? I asked just to be sure. I remember it, Han. Hans. She said. Focus. We're in a dangerous situation right now. Eleanor shouted. We were finally here. We had to fight so many mobs to reach this place, all for the goal of defeating her. And yet she still has a hard time remembering my name. Though it's still progress from before, I guess. That's still not okay. Come on, you didn't perchance get so entranced by meeting her that you forgot that we're here to fight, did you, Hans? Eleanor asked mockingly. Yep, that must definitely be it. Myra complimented. Shut up. I shouted at them. That's not what I was thinking about at all. I just wanted her to properly remember my name. In any case, everything will be alright, we'll definitely win this time. Yeah, definitely. Ryan agreed. Yes. I'll win and tell her what I want to tell her. Cherry cheered. And I guess I'll ask for her contact information? Kellen mused. Oh? So this is why you wanted to win this badly? Now what should I do about this? The genocider commented in the middle of our conversation. Damn it. I can't believe we gave that impression. No, wait, ignore all that, ignore it. Let's just focus on the battle at hand. We raised our weapons and said in unison, let's go. I led the assault by rushing forward and making an horizontal swing with my axe. However, before I could get to her, she threw something my way. I tried ducking to dodge, but the poor foothold made me slip and roll on the snow instead. Be careful, everyone. Think of everything she throws as poisonous. I reminded them while I got up and back at the fray. Roger that. Myra said while she shot an arrow at the genocider to stop her from moving closer to me while I was off balance. Ooh, incredible. The genocider seemed to be praising us. Don't look away from your enemies. I told her while running in her direction. I also like girls with gaps. Kellen said while trying to stab her. She, however, just giggled as she kicked his spear up and used her short sword to parry my axe. Then she kicked us both in the stomach, sending us flying. Mid-tier healing Cherry supported us. Crimson Blade Rhine also attacked to buy us time. Regaining my posture, I also went back to the fray right away. However, the genocider dodged my axe, parried Rhine's long sword with her short sword's handle, grabbed Kellen's spear and pulled him in before kicking him away again. This is still pretty one-sided, isn't it? We tried attacking again, but she dodged Rhine's swing, got to his back, held his wrist and hit his forehead with his own sword's pommel. Trying to help him, I tried swinging my axe at her to force her to move away. Perfect timing. Blazing explosion, huge Eleanor shouted her spell. Lightning Storm Myra also shot her skill with her bow. There's no way the genocider would be able to handle all those attacks after she just retreated, right? She shouldn't even have a proper footing right now. She dodged it all. How is she even human? I can't believe this. But at least, we bought enough time. Sorry for making you all wait. Full resonance, Mother's Devotion Cherry chanted. Alright. It's coming. I cheered. Cherry will be buffing all of our stats and skills with the special buff she obtained in a unique quest. We'll even get an HP regeneration effect. High Enchantment, Earth's Emblem High Enchantment, Storm of Ruin High Enchantment, Glorious Prominence High Enchantment, Sharp Lightning. She blessed us with all those without taking a break. And then, Eleanor helped out as well, Widespread Blessing, Flame Ward reducing the damage from fire while also increasing our defense. There's no way we'll lose with all of this. You really did it all in one breath, huh? The genocider seemed amused. Body enhancement, slaughterer's organs. What? Did she really acquire this type of skills as well? Those that are on par with the ones used by the Knight Alexei? Devilish Telepathy High Enchantment, Glorious Prominence High Enchantment, Storm of Ruin High Enchantment, Darkness Abyss High Enchantment, Light's Devotion. We need more buffs. I asked Eleanor and Cherry. Roger. Eleanor said. Widespread Blessing, Holy Protection. Meanwhile, the genocider continued, High Enchantment, Physical Might High Enchantment, Physical Barrier. Just how many buffs does she have? Widespread Blessing, Blazing Charge. Eleanor casted as well. High Enchantment, Accelerate. The genocider said. Did she finally stop? Just how much did she strengthen herself? How did she learn all this magic by herself? And even when we consider that we're a party and she is solo, fighting against this many buffs doesn't look good. This might be kinda troublesome. Kellen commented. This is really no good. Ryan complimented. Just how much is she still hiding? Cherry said in disbelief. It really couldn't helped. Considering that not even Alexei with all his buffs could beat her, there's no way we'll all survive this battle, even if we somehow win. Still, I'll definitely win, I told everyone. Well, shall we start round 2? The genocider said while giggling. This time I'll definitely do it. I'll put my life on the line, and defeat this smiling devil together with my friends. Chapter 59, The 6th Day of the Event Part 2. This has been a surprisingly fun battle to play in so far. I keep seeing skills that I had never heard of before and it's getting me more and more excited. The X-Man swung his weapon down with a roar. It was loud enough to the point I momentaneously couldn't hear anything else. However, I dodged it anyways and used my short sword to parry the incoming longsword blow, then stepped backwards to leave the attacking spear right between me and the swordsman. Immediately after, I held the longsword and used its pommel to hit the right eye of the spearman. As he grumbled in pain, I kicked his knee and made him fall down the mountain slope. Afterwards, I parried another blow from the swordsman with my short sword, held his arm, twisted it, and then kicked his elbow in the opposite direction the joint moves. While he screamed in pain, their mages started casting high enchantment, intelligence, and the other used quintuple explosion. I dodged the incoming axe blow while throwing a poison needle at its wielder. Then, I rushed towards the mages while dodging their spell. Next, I dodged the spear blow that came from the guy that had fallen down, jumped on top of his head and used him as a foothold to jump further ahead. There were arrows coming my way, but by combining the downburst spell of Azabu's Gale magic and the Grand Fire spell of Yamata's Flame magic, I was able to blow away all the arrows while blocking their view. Then, by targeting their healer and mage with the marking skill, I threw iron balls at them with the speed of a bullet. Oh holy wall! Kikaya! It seems like the healer tried to put up a barrier, but she was unable to block my projectiles, so I successfully got rid of 2 of their supporters. Damn it! Great War Cascade, the archer shouted her skill. Oh my! I expressed as I saw it coming. Wow, wait! Hands, said, but it was too late. I grabbed the neck of the nearby spearman that was rushing my way and threw him in front of the incoming skill. Then I threw an iron ball filled with gunpowder at him to make sure he would not fly towards me after being hit by his own ally, idiot! Hand shouted as the spearman disappeared in the explosion. I then dodged another arrow that was already coming at me, ducked below a sword attack, sneaked behind the swordsman and pierced his heart with my short sword. G. He groaned. Rhine! Hand shouted. Before the swordsman could respawn and have his body disappear, I grabbed his ankle and quickly ran through the mountain while throwing a bunch of explosives at his mouth. Then, I used the boulder throw and the shooting star skills to throw his body as far as possible. Just where on earth is she throwing? Hans asked, before seeing the body explode in the upper part of the mountain that is. The avalanche caused by the explosion made him return to his senses and shout, Myra! Futile! I shouted as I threw explosives around the archer who was trying to escape. Myra! He shouted again. Hans, she started shouting, but was buried under the snow. Damn it all! He shouted. Now it was only me and him. This was pretty fun so far. They showed a lot of skills I hadn't seen before, and their party cooperation was pretty great. This doesn't feel like a fulfilling end to this battle. Well, it's only you left, I said without hiding my disappointment. Oath, I will overcome all tough enemies without yielding, he said. I started giggling. Oath, I'm the one who will stand firm even after all my comrades have fallen. I could not control myself and started laughing out loud. I can't believe it. He was still hiding an oath. You really want to entertain me to the end by playing with all you have, don't you? -- Race, human. Name, Hans LV.55 plus 10. Karma value, 91 good. Class, Battle Axe Master, 2nd class, Rigid Knight, 3rd class, Earth Wizard. Status. Challenge, attack power increases when challenging an opponent that you recognize as superior, large. Mother's Devotion, all stats increased, low, strengthening enhancement efficiency increased, large, continuous HP recovery, medium. Attribute granted to attacks, Earth, max. Enhancements, STR increase, extra large, VIT increase, extra large, AG increase, extra large. Blazing Charge, fire attribute to attacks, medium, attack power increase, medium. Flame Ward, increased fire resistance, medium, increased defense, medium. Holy Protection, Increased light resistance, medium. Increased defense, medium. Oath, indomitable STR increase, max. Vit increase, max. Constant HP decrease, 3%/1s. Dash dash dash. From here onwards, it's an all-out short-term battle, Hans shouted. He is right, the avalanche will be here in no time. And his oath won't let him stay alive for long anyways. In that case, I should also go all out. Very well, self-alteration, evil medicine. Dash dash dash. Race, human. Name, Rena LV.44+20. Karma value, -211 evil. Class, assassin, 2nd class, demons master, 3rd class, evil doctor. Condition, possessed Kageyama. Slaughterer's organ, STR increase, extra large, AG increase, extra large. Devilish telepathy, INT increase, large, luck increase, large, strengthening enhancement efficiency increased for servants, large, strengthening enhancement efficiency increase from servants, large. Evil medicine, STR increase, extra large, AG increase, extra large, INT increase, extra large, VIT decrease, extra large, very poisonous state, constant HP decrease, 2%/5s. Attributes granted to attacks, fire, max, wind, max, light, max, dark, max. Enhancements, STR increase, extra large, VIT increase, extra large, AG increase, extra large. Dash dash dash. You still had more? Hans asked in disbelief. Well, this is the grand finale, isn't it? I said while giggling. I don't care if there are other players watching, I wanna enjoy this supreme play to the utmost. Here I come. He shouted. Here I come as well. I shouted back without controlling my elation. We both had through smiles as we faced our ultimate enemies. Chapter 60, the 6th day of the event, Part 3. As we restarted our fight, the sounds of metal hitting metal started echoing through the battlefield. However, I couldn't take his blows head on, as even with Inoue's and Yamada's assistance, there was a risk of my short sword breaking if I seriously tried to block an axe's attack. So I mostly parried and dodged instead. Hans tried hitting me with a downward swing of his axe, but I parried it and made use of the opportunity to try cutting his arm, but he moved it away in the last second, leaving only a small cut in his armpit. Not letting go of the momentum, I used it to hit his left flank with a roundhouse kick, making him roll down a slope. Unfortunately, the poor footing of the mountain also made me lose balance and roll down together with him. Hans used a skill to stop his momentum. Not missing the opportunity, I threw a poison needle at him while also regaining my own posture. He blocked the needle, but the impact, paired together with the slippery ground, and the constant tremors from the incoming avalanche, ended up making him start rolling downwards again. And the same happened to me as I threw a poison needle while still off balance myself. As we got closer, Hans tried to swing his axe against me while making use of the centrifugal force of his already fast rolling. I made use of my own momentum to jump over his attack and fall on his back, stabbing him. After screaming in pain, he rolled even faster and swung his axe at me, forcing me to get away and back to a neutral position. This time, he slammed the axe on the ground to stop his rolling, while I applied heat to my feet to melt the snow and step on solid ground again, finally allowing me to regain my footing. We both stared at each other for a second, before I started giggling. "Why are you laughing?" he asked. "Ah, nothing much. I just didn't expect it would be this fun for us to try killing each other. Playing with you has been a lot more enjoyable than I had originally thought it would be," I explained. You're absolutely nuts," he shouted. "It really is a lot of fun though. I was thinking of hunting more important NPCs for a while longer, but I've been really surprised this time around, to think there was such a wonderful player growing stronger while I wasn't looking." As I thought about this, he rushed towards me again and made a wide swing with his axe, which I deflected to the side with my short sword. The impact was enough to make me lose balance, and then he kept swinging and swinging it over and over again. Usually I'd be able to easily counterattack this, but the poor footing of the mountain is making it really hard for me to react to those attacks properly. It's a simple, but effective strategy, however. It's a bit too simple. When he tried making his next swing, I purposefully let myself fall. While I started going down the slope again, I held his ankle and slammed him on the ground while we both slided down. He then created a wall between us with his earth magic to force me to let go of him. I tried throwing some scraps of iron at him while the wall was rising, but it was hard to hit his vitals under these conditions, so the damage was pretty small. Although we're both losing health over time, so every little bit of damage matters. After we both regained our footing and went back to a neutral position, Hans started saying, "MMM. At this rhythm, isn't one of us just going to die from the HP depletion before we can actually settle this?" "It certainly looks like that might happen. That's not a very fulfilling finale," I answered while in deep thought. We both weren't attacking at the moment, but instead just sliding down the slope to avoid the avalanche. Nonetheless, if the fight keeps going like this, then the future he just predicted might become a reality. That would be... That's really no good," I shouted. I refused to accept this kind of conclusion. And so, I left my sentence out in the open for him. He hesitated a bit, but he seemed to get what I wanted. "Then, let's end this with the next blow." "I wouldn't want it any other way," I said while giggling. "He really doesn't hold back in making this entertaining, does he?" "Well, let's then use the best skills available for ourselves at the moment." We both started chanting it at the same time even. "Shival, god of the earth whose power comes from the great seven-colored god. My faith in you asks to be rewarded, please destroy your enemies and protect this humble lamb of yours, Hans. Your blessing. Fanny, the naive goddess who is only dwarfed by the god of corruption. Please use the body of your lamb, Rena, to destroy all those that defy your will and plunder all their belongings. Your blessing. Please give it to me, hand it over." We used the special chanting required to use the unique skill that calls a god from our karmic camp to grant a bit of their divine power and release it upon our enemies. The skill itself has been available from the start, but its power depends on both one's own karma and on their opponents as well, so it would be quite useless for a beginner. Not to mention that this long casting time makes it incredibly hard to use in most situations. However, we're not beginners and this is not one of those situations. Ground slam. Innocent game. As Hans shone with a dark red light, he charged directly towards me. I faced his attack head-on with my own, and when they collided, a bright white light filled the entire field of vision. When the light faded and I opened my eyes, what I saw was... Chapter 61, the end of the event. Seems like I have been blown pretty far away. Once my view cleared out, I found out that I wasn't in the beginner's city, but instead stuck on the branches of a tree. I would have been in danger if Yamada and everyone else hadn't protected me just before our attacks collided. After dropping down to the ground, I started saying, "I'm glad I could kill Hans in a way that gave our fight a proper conclusion." After checking the UI just to be sure, Hans' name was listed as one of the people I killed, as well as the points I earned for defeating him. I'm satisfied from this. It really was awesome. Playing with him made me very happy. For the most of the event I ended up holding back to avoid showing all my cards, but I'd surely be regretful if I died without going all out, but I felt nothing like that while playing with Hans. That said, "Where are you going, you?" I said while plunging my hand into the snowy ground and lifting him up by the neck. This can't be happening. I was sure I had escaped you, but then you suddenly came flying out of nowhere," he said dejectedly. "Such a pity, isn't it?" I said while giggling. I kept a tight grip on his neck to stop him from escaping, and then whispered to him, "Hey, you." He blushed furiously and made an incomprehensible sound at that. "I didn't know you were so good at playing." "Eh? Well." He seemed to not know how to reply. I was really surprised to think he could survive an encounter with me. But above all else, you frustrated me quite a bit, you know. I mean, what even was that toxic Twitter spell? Could that even be called magic? Well, are you ready this time around? He gave another unintelligible reply. Then, let's play some other time again, alright? Following that, I squeeze his neck hard enough to kill him. Now, I wonder if I can survive until the event's end. I'll spend the rest of the day in the street to recover from my wounds and penalties from my skills, and then I'll decide what to do next. Wow, they really don't stop coming. It's the last day of the event now, and I kept on killing the players that came after me time and time again. Their numbers are large, the time interval between attacks is short and there really is no end to them. Can we really take on the Genocider? One of them asked their comrades. I don't know, but we have to try. Another said. There is no way we can do it. A more realistic one claimed. I grabbed a spear that was coming from behind me and used it to pierce the neck of an enemy that was approaching from the front. The spearman was surprised by this and lost his balance, so I used the opportunity to kick his neck and kill him. Damn it! One shouted. Slacking off means death near the genocider. Stay sharp, everyone. A leader-like person said. They're really persistent. Just where is their motivation even coming from? I don't even know them, but they seem to resent me for some reason. Besides, while this would be a troublesome situation if I was surrounded by top players like Hans, right now, even while still suffering from penalties, I think I'll be fine. Thank you all for your participation. The first event has now ended, so we'll now prepare the announcement of the rankings of the top players and factions. Please wait for a small while. Suddenly, I was teleported to the beginner's city and heard this announcement. Seems like the event ended in the middle of the fight, so we'll now get its closure. There are a lot of people here though, far more than when I first logged in. It's crowded. I was so close. A guy that I was about to kill said. Don't lie now. One of their comrades said. I survived to the end. Bystander S said. Hans really did an amazing job, didn't he? Bystander B said. It was a really amazing fight. Bystander C said. What was that net magic anyways? Bystander D said. I wonder if anybody knows that. Bystander E said. Seems like everyone is discussing their impressions of the event. I can't find you amongst the crowd though, so I didn't have anyone to talk to. I ended up just loitering around by myself until the announcement resumed. Hey, everyone. It's the management team. That bald guy from the event start said from the screen. Boss, please be more serious. One of his co-workers said. It's better like this than to be too stiff. Anyways, we will now announce the rankings. The bald said. He seems to be quite the relaxed person. More importantly though, let's check the rankings. From KSO Management. Subject, final results of the first official event. Details, the individual rankings and party rankings will be analyzed both per Karmic Camp and in comparison to all other players. We'll only announce the top 5 of each category, but you can still check your own rankings in your status screen. Individual ranks. Order. Number 1, Sumeragi 54,000 points. Number 2, Luna 52,000 points. Number 3, Dark Priest 48,000 points. Number 4, Aaron 45,000 points. Number 5, Hans 42,000 points. Chaos. Number 1, Rena 318,000 points. Number 2, Jet Black Fallen Angel 52,500 points. Number 3, Etten 52,000 points. Number 4, Hymns Guru 49,000 points. Number 5, Baba 42,000 points. Neutral. Number 1, Absolutely Inviolable Area 351,500 points. Number 2, Blooming Flower 49,800 points. Number 3, Myra 45,000 points. Number 4, Harold 42,000 points. Number 5, Leader of the Swimsuit Stockings Alliance 41,500 points. Overall. Number 1, Absolutely Inviolable Area 351,500 points. Number 2, Rena 318,000 points. Number 3, Sumeragi 54,000 points. Number 4, Jet Black Fallen Angel 52,500 points. Number 5, Luna 52,000 points. Number 5, Etten 52,000 points. Party rankings. Order. Number 1, Lightning, Leader, Hans 285,250 points. Number 2, Moonchildren, Leader, Luna 284,500 points. Number 3, Nature's Light, Leader, Aaron 268,000 points. Number 4, Holy Imperial Knights, Leader, Sumeragi 257,000 points. Number 5, Dark Path, Leader, Dark Priest 254,000 points. Chaos. Number 1, I Want Points, Leader, Rena 318,000 points. Number 2, Lost Paradise, Leader, Jet Black Fallen Angel 297,000 points. Number 3, Generers, Leader, Baba 295,450 points. Number 4, Hymns Classroom, Leader, Hymns Guru 274,000 points. Number 5, Dan, Leader, Etten 268,500 points. Neutral. Number 1, Untouchable, Leader, Absolutely Inviolable Area 351,500 points. Number 2, Northern Flowers, Leader, Blooming Flower 298,000 points. Number 3, Swimsuit Stockings Alliance, Leader of the Swimsuit Stockings Alliance 294,000 points. Number 4, Hopeless Youth, Leader, Cultural Festival 262,550 points. Number 5, Crusaders, Leader, Pope Urban II 261,500 points. Overall. Number 1, Untouchable, Leader, Absolutely Inviolable Area 351,500 points. Number 2, I Want Points, Leader, Rena 318,000 points. Number 3, Northern Flowers, Leader, Blooming Flower 298,000 points. Number 4, Lost Paradise, Leader, Jet Black Fallen Angel 297,000 points. Number 5, Generers, Leader, Baba 295,450 points. The final rankings of each karmic camp are as follows. Number 1, Chaos. Number 2, Neutral. Number 3, Order. That will be all. We'll distribute rewards everyone according to points earned, and extra rewards to the top rankers. You may also use your points to redeem special rewards, though do note that the points will expire 1 week from now. From the KSO management team. That was unexpected. I didn't get first place. I wonder who this absolutely inviolable area is. With this out of the way, there were 2 pretty crazy players out there, right? I was laughing out loud while watching the event. The bald man said. Regretfully, I have to admit I share the boss' opinion. His secretary commented. Why put it that way? The boss seemed sad. To think that neither of them hid nor run at all in the middle of the hidden tag game, it certainly made the premise a lot less interesting. The secretary complimented while ignoring her boss. I really didn't hide, but that was only because I'd get more points like this. It couldn't be helped. Ah, and the Order faction has the highest number of players, for the record. Please try harder next event, you all. The bald said, and then was punched in the stomach by his secretary. I'll really get hurt if you keep this up. Rather than that, please wrap this up already. She said. That? Alright, don't forget to use your points. See you later, everyone. He said, my deepest apologies to all viewers, rest assured that I'll soon dispose of this garbage. The secretary said. Isn't that a bit too much? The bald exclaimed. Then, everyone, please continue enjoying the game. The secretary finished and then closed the transmission. Is it really alright for that bald guy to be the boss? Well, whatever, let's just exchange my points and move on. I wonder what's available. There's quite a lot of things for sure. I guess I'll upgrade my equipment first and foremost, and I still have way too many points. Let's exchange everything else for materials and SP. Alright, done, now to leave this place since I have nothing to do here anymore. Chapter 62, Official Bulletin Board 4. Event Thread 1, First Day. Nameless Adventurer. This is a thread to discuss the event. Let's write freely. However, if you don't abide the basic rules, this thread will disappear. Previous thread, http://980 next thread, please. Nameless Adventurer. 1. Second. Nameless Adventurer. 1. Good job. Nameless Adventurer. Is everyone here just like me? Who decided that they wouldn't participate in the event? Nameless Adventurer. I'm here to watch. Nameless Adventurer. 4. I guess so. I'm still weak, so I don't think I'd enjoy this kind of battle-focused event. Nameless Adventurer. 4. Well, beginners and people that aren't very confident in their strength don't have much of a reason to participate. Nameless Adventurer. Though beginners wouldn't be targeted much because they wouldn't give many points after being killed, even if their karma is 0. Nameless Adventurer. I guess you need to have a certain level to appear in the rankings. Nameless Adventurer. 9. That makes sense, otherwise everyone would be hunting the 0 karma beginners. Nameless Adventurer. I want to hit the management's boss face. Nameless Adventurer. Agreed. Nameless Adventurer. Agreed. Boss. How horrible. Nameless Adventurer. 14. He came out. Lol. Nameless Adventurer. 14. Beat him down. Nameless Adventurer. I expected someone from the KSO team to be monitoring these threads, But that's not really something the boss should be doing now, is it? Boss. I just happen to be looking at the thread, so I'm doing my underling's job. And please enjoy watching the event even if you don't participate. Bye bye. Nameless adventurer. Lol. Nameless adventurer. Poor team being run by such a boss, lol. Nameless adventurer. Genocider spotted exclamation mark. Nameless adventurer. It's amazing that she doesn't care about her surroundings at all. Nameless adventurer. Does she even remember all the chaos she caused here? Nameless adventurer. Look at the terrified expressions of the NPCs. Nameless adventurer. So NPCs can get scared, lol. Nameless adventurer. I guess she didn't bother with using a disguise or a concealment skill. Nameless adventurer. Could this be happening because her karma is too low? Nameless adventurer. The guards are shivering, lol. Nameless adventurer. 27. I think the way NPCs react to you depends on your karma. Nameless adventurer. 27. She is at minus 211 karma, on top of the Chaos faction. Nameless adventurer. Oh? Nameless adventurer. It's hands. Nameless adventurer. He's right in front of her, yet she doesn't even glance his way, lol. Nameless adventurer. Genocider really doesn't care, lol. Nameless adventurer. Declaration of war spotted exclamation mark. Nameless adventurer. Looks exciting. Nameless adventurer. He is so pitiful, lol. Nameless adventurer. She still can't remember him, lol. Nameless adventurer. It's really unbelievable, lol. Nameless adventurer. Genocider is lying, right? Nameless adventurer. Do you remember how many loaves of bread you've eaten? Nameless adventurer. 41. It's scary how accurate that is for the genocider. Nameless adventurer. Murdering is the same as eating bread for her, lol. Nameless adventurer. Well, he is in one of the top teams, and I think their difference in skill has lowered since then. They might actually put up a good fight. Nameless adventurer. I don't know if it's true, but he always said that he was killed before he had a chance to give it his all. Nameless adventurer. 45. That sure went well for him so far, lol. Nameless adventurer. Wow, he appeared. Nameless adventurer. Beat the boss. Nameless adventurer. Can't believe that's the management team, lol. Nameless adventurer. The secretary must have it rough. Nameless adventurer. Genocider was definitely the one to crush the original event, lol. Nameless adventurer. Try saying it directly to her, lol. Nameless adventurer. Well, there is a certain someone that declared war on her just now. Nameless adventurer. If he gets crushed again, it's all his fault. Nameless adventurer. It started while I was typing. Nameless adventurer. Well, I just want to see the top players clash. Nameless adventurer. Well, it is Genocider after all. Nameless adventurer. And just as you all said that, two parties already engaged with the Genocider. Nameless adventurer. Ah, the first victims. Nameless adventurer. You stupid. When you meet the Genocider, you just automatically cooperate, there is no need to make a call for allies first. There's no time for that. Nameless adventurer. The head of one of the team leaders was already blown up, lol. Nameless adventurer. 60. You predicted the future, lol. Nameless adventurer. She already wiped them out, lol. Nameless adventurer. Took only a dozen seconds or so. Nameless adventurer. Literally 1 kill per second. Nameless adventurer. She's so scary, lol. Nameless adventurer. Is she a harbinger of death or a natural disaster? Lol. Nameless adventurer. She's quite literally a man-made disaster, lol. Nameless adventurer. You know, it's funny that those two parties, while not top players, were still pretty high ranked. She massacred them so fast. Nameless adventurer. Guess points will be raining at her throughout the day. Event thread 7, first day. Nameless adventurer. This is a thread to discuss the event. Let's write freely. However, if you don't abide the basic rules, this thread will disappear. Previous thread, http:// 980 Next thread, please. Nameless adventurer. 227. The pervert gentleman is also pretty strong, lol. Nameless adventurer. 228. No, it is not. Nameless adventurer. The genocider doesn't even try to hide, lol. Nameless adventurer. Why is she trying to stand out? Nameless adventurer. Her points are just so high that even the people from her camp are attacking her, lol. Nameless adventurer. And she's now escaping into the forest, lol. Nameless adventurer. What? Nameless adventurer. Isn't that a bit? Nameless adventurer. Just what is she doing? Nameless adventurer. The forest was set on fire. Nameless adventurer. OMG, lol. Nameless adventurer. She doesn't care about environmental destruction. Nameless adventurer. And here I was wondering why she was trying to stand out. Nameless adventurer. I can't believe she is really burning the whole forest, lol. Nameless adventurer. Why is she burning the forest? Nameless adventurer. The forest is combustible, so it can't be helped. Lol. Nameless adventurer. Ooh, so harsh. Lol. Nameless adventurer. It's the genocider, so it can't be helped. Event thread 24, third day. Nameless adventurer. This is a thread to discuss the event. Let's write freely. However, if you don't abide the basic rules, this thread will disappear. Previous thread, http:// 980 Next thread, please. Nameless adventurer. Breaking news, genocider is attacked by the pervert. Nameless adventurer. Oh, God. Nameless adventurer. The generers will inevitably get indignated at this. Nameless adventurer. That's the first place of order? Nameless adventurer. Why isn't he in the chaos faction? Lol. Nameless adventurer. Such dangerous outfit, lol. Nameless adventurer. The genocider's ears are red. So cute. Nameless adventurer. Seems like she didn't even notice it herself, lol. Nameless adventurer. There are a lot of people that are either perverted, crazy, or that are hard-headed here, aren't there? Nameless adventurer. Well, part of that is because they behave in a specific way for shaping their persona and for working on their karma. Nameless adventurer. 362. There are definitely normal people too. Nameless adventurer. If you think about it, most people would probably lean towards order if they don't roleplay in some way. Nameless adventurer. The pervert is strong, isn't he? Nameless adventurer. I don't think she is being serious about it, but he is still putting a good fight against the genocider. Lol. Nameless adventurer. It's because he has a body of steel that was trained daily with the guards. Nameless adventurer. 368. Lol. Nameless adventurer. Second place in chaos also appeared. Nameless adventurer. Things are getting messy. Nameless adventurer. Blossom is strong and selfish, but she also has a cute blushing face because of the pervert. Nameless adventurer. 372. Genocider may be blushing, but she still aims at his crotch. Nameless adventurer. Talk about excessive. Nameless adventurer. Seems like he doesn't enjoy being treated as just a pervert. Nameless adventurer. He keeps going on and on about himself. Nameless adventurer. Question mark. Nameless adventurer. Question mark. Nameless adventurer. Question mark. Nameless adventurer. Oath. Nameless adventurer. And she as well. Nameless adventurer. What is an oath? Nameless adventurer. These guys did it. Nameless adventurer. 382. It's a special skill that was first seen when Captain Alexei tried to defeat the genocider at the time of the coup d'etat. It increases your stats by about 2.5x the normal amount and also increases your level by 10. It's a strong skill that reduces your HP by 3% per second, but the payoff is more than worth it. Nameless adventurer. 384. Wow. How can I learn it? Nameless adventurer. No clue. Nameless adventurer. We can count the number of top players with an oath skill with one hand's fingers, and it seems like the way each of them learned it is quite different from the other. Nameless adventurer. It seems that the way to learn it varies for each person. Nameless adventurer. Is it like a unique skill? Nameless adventurer. It's kind of like an old skill passed by the Celts or something. Nameless adventurer. It's amazing that even among the top players, only a few have learned those. Nameless adventurer. 390. I guess? Nameless adventurer. It needs a chant to be activated, so I guess it's unique for each person. Nameless adventurer. I long for the day I can get one of those. Nameless adventurer. I can relate to that. Chapter 63, Official Bulletin Board 5. Event thread 47, 4th day. Nameless adventurer. This is a thread to discuss the event. Let's write freely. However, if you don't abide the basic rules, this thread will disappear. Previous thread, http:// 980 next thread, please. Nameless adventurer. The number of people here is gradually increasing. Nameless adventurer. The event is back. Nameless adventurer. The genocider is pretty dangerous, but that absolutely inviolable area is too, isn't he? He is also playing solo, just like her. Nameless adventurer. 563. Pretty much this. Also, even though the genocider has more kills, he'll probably win the event because he is in the neutral faction. Nameless adventurer. Most of the people here are victims of those two. Nameless adventurer. Just what are they anyways? Some sort of human weapons? Nameless adventurer. They have a surprising amount of things in common. Nameless adventurer. Mir-chan. Nameless adventurer. A famous streamer was caught by the genocider. Nameless adventurer. She isn't aware of the chaos that will be brought by this. Dash. Nameless adventurer. She's dragging her by the hair. Lol. Nameless adventurer. Isn't the hair a woman's life? Nameless adventurer. I don't think the genocider cares, lol. Nameless adventurer. It's horrifying to pull her to the back of a cave like that. Nameless adventurer. She seems to be enjoying herself, lol. Nameless adventurer. She really shaved Mir's eyebrow in front of the camera? Lol. Nameless adventurer. Naturally shaved, lol. Nameless adventurer. She did it so naturally that I didn't understand what had happened for a second. Nameless adventurer. Unbelievable, lol. Nameless adventurer. You arrived way too late, lol. Nameless adventurer. Her one eyebrow is already. Nameless adventurer. Such a sad incident. Nameless adventurer. Huh? Nameless adventurer. Huh? Nameless adventurer. Huh? Nameless adventurer. She says, I won't do anything particularly horrible to you. But then cuts her hair off. Nameless adventurer. Genocider. I know that strangling is a quiet way of assassinating, but you know. Nameless adventurer. Miru also gave a huh? Reaction now. Nameless adventurer. It's terrifying that she can kill one of their leaders so quietly in the dark like that. Nameless adventurer. And the cave blows up. Nameless adventurer. Correction, she says I won't do anything particularly horrible to you. But then cuts her eyebrow, gives her a buzz cut, and then blows up the whole cave and buries Mir alive. Nameless adventurer. 591. Lol. Nameless adventurer. 591. Different people have different standards of terrible. Scary. Nameless adventurer. 591. I think there is an insurmountable wall between genocider and us. Nameless adventurer. It's okay because she didn't harm the person, only her avatar. Nameless adventurer. Genocider's event action log as of now. On the first day, she annihilated 2 high-level parties in only a few seconds, also burnt tons of players together with a whole forest. On the second day, she sniped lots of players that were trying to run from her from who knows how far away. On the third day, she defeated the top 2 players of the Chaos and Order factions, both of which have access to oath skills. On the fourth day, she grabbed the hair a popular female streamer, dragged her to a cave in front of the camera, shaved one of her eyebrows, cut her hair, and then blew up the cave to bury her up together with many of her fans. And there's still half of the event left? Nameless adventurer. So heartless. Nameless adventurer. She really doesn't care for other girls' reputation now, does she? Nameless adventurer. And because she was a streamer, this will now be known by people that don't even play the game. Nameless adventurer. It's definitely reaching beyond just KSO. Event thread 61, 5th day. Nameless adventurer. This is a thread to discuss the event. Let's write freely. However, if you don't abide the basic rules, this thread will disappear. Previous thread, http:// 980 next thread, please. Nameless adventurer. Isn't absolutely inviolable area too dangerous? Nameless adventurer. It's flying over the sea. Nameless adventurer. Question mark. Nameless adventurer. Huh? Nameless adventurer. He is cutting the sea in half to chase the fleeing mage. Nameless adventurer. Is he Moses? Lol. Nameless adventurer. Does anybody know anything about this guy? Nameless adventurer. It's definitely strange that he is able to keep a karma of exactly 0. Nameless adventurer. Really weird. Nameless adventurer. I've been in a party with him before, but I gave up on it and removed him from my friend list. Nameless adventurer. 130. Oh? Why? Nameless adventurer. 130. Was it due to level disparity? Or is there a problem with his personality? Nameless adventurer. Nothing wrong with his personality, he just kindly guided an NPC that asked for directions. But then his karma was raised by 1, so he started slapping the NPC over and over again until it dropped back to 0. He smiled after that. Nameless adventurer. Eh? Nameless adventurer. He's a total psycho, lol. Nameless adventurer. He is strong and usually pretty reliable, but the party just didn't work out. There was one time that his karma went up because he protected me from an attack, so he immediately stabbed me in the back to reset the karma to 0. He is pretty nice and easy to talk to on normal situations though. Nameless adventurer. No wonder you deleted him from your friends list, lol. Nameless adventurer. Why are all strong players either genociders, perverts or psychopaths? Nameless adventurer. Just what is wrong with this game? Lol. Nameless adventurer. I also partied with absolutely inviolable area once. After we searched for the parents of a lost child NPC, he slapped the parents until his karma went back to 0. Nameless adventurer. I guess common sense doesn't apply to him, lol. Nameless adventurer. I guess you need to be crazy to reach the higher ranks, lol. Nameless adventurer. Pretty sure this guy was the first person to get the swearing skill. Nameless adventurer. I guess he is also the first person to get the advanced class? Nameless adventurer. 144. Genocider probably has it already. Nameless adventurer. 144. Really? What are the conditions to obtain an advanced class? Nameless adventurer. I don't know. Nameless adventurer. Omega comma, is that so? Nameless adventurer. Well, considering it's genocider, she probably got the advanced class already. Nameless adventurer. I certainly wouldn't be surprised if she did. Nameless adventurer. Huh? Who is this you, genocider? Nameless adventurer. Genociders. Friend? Nameless adventurer. You're wounding my heart. Nameless adventurer. Just who is this guy? Nameless adventurer. Generers, calm down. Lol. Nameless adventurer. We're friends from real life, you don't need to feel sorry for me, lol. Nameless adventurer. He was only hurt by genocider, lol. Nameless adventurer. He is being attacked for saying too much, lol. Nameless adventurer. Lol, is this an attempted suicide? Nameless adventurer. Question mark. Nameless adventurer. What? Nameless adventurer. Otaku. Magic? Nameless adventurer. What is this? Nameless adventurer. The feeling of otaku magic is gross. Nameless adventurer. Why is there dumbass magic about a convenience store? No. Nameless adventurer. The boss definitely put this in as a joke, lol. Nameless adventurer. Just what even is toxic Twitter? Lol. Nameless adventurer. Too disgusting, lol. Nameless adventurer. He is walling off the world to protect himself, lol. Nameless adventurer. It's a pretty thick wall. Nameless adventurer. This is just sad. Nameless adventurer. He ran away from the genocider. Lol. Nameless adventurer. Huh? Nameless adventurer. Isn't that the first time that anyone escaped from her? Nameless adventurer. Hans must be convulsing on his grave after seeing someone escape with this kind of magic. Nameless adventurer. 175. He's not dead yet, lol. Nameless adventurer. Does anybody know anything about the skills of this Yu guy? Nameless adventurer. I didn't know this kind of skill existed. Nameless adventurer. Well, I don't think I'll look for those when acquiring new skills, lol. Nameless adventurer. 177. He is quite famous within the verification team as Yu of the variety show. Nameless adventurer. Variety show? Lol. Nameless adventurer. Seems fitting when thinking of his skills. Lol. Nameless adventurer. He got all the weird skills of the skill tree, but there are normal ones there too. Nameless adventurer. That just makes it even more amazing that he escaped the genocider with those. Lol. Nameless adventurer. Aren't the generers oddly quiet? Nameless adventurer. Try peeking at the dedicated genocider threads. Nameless adventurer. Genocider's smile is scary, lol. Nameless adventurer. 186. I looked at it and it seems like they're about to explode. Nameless adventurer. I guess this Yu fellow was now marked by the generers. Nameless adventurer. I'm not jealous or anything, but I pray he has a nice rest in the afterlife. Nameless adventurer. Seems like he attracted bad luck even after escaping with this much effort, lol. Chapter 64, Official Bulletin Board 6. Event thread 78, 6th day. Nameless adventurer. This is a thread to discuss the event. Let's write freely. However, if you don't abide the basic rules, this thread will disappear. Previous thread, http:// 980 next thread, please. Nameless adventurer. He really did escape from the genocider, lol. Nameless adventurer. Yu was really fast, lol. Nameless adventurer. Oh. Nameless adventurer. Hans and genocider finally met. Nameless adventurer. Exciting. Nameless adventurer. Ah, I was watching another player. Nameless adventurer. Myra strikes first. Nameless adventurer. It was supposed to be a surprise attack, but to the genocider it was nothing more than a greeting. Nameless adventurer. She handled it so naturally. Nameless adventurer. Just how does she have that reaction speed? Nameless adventurer. Hans. Nameless adventurer. Hans lol. Nameless adventurer. That was close, lol. Nameless adventurer. Well, she doesn't really need to remember the name of those who will soon die. Nameless adventurer. And as usual, she fights alone against one of the top parties. Nameless adventurer. She really is kinda crazy. Nameless adventurer. How can she deal with two ranged attackers at once? Nameless adventurer. She is avoiding everything, oh no. Nameless adventurer. It's nice to finally see their confrontation, but in front of her, they can do nothing but despair. Nameless adventurer. Hans' party will soon eat dirt. Nameless adventurer. No matter what anyone says, it's just amazing to see those fights between top players. Nameless adventurer. Genocider is just funny. Nameless adventurer. Oh. That's an amazing skill. Nameless adventurer. Isn't that the first time full resonance, Mother's Devotion has appeared? Nameless adventurer. I'm not sure, but it seems like you can obtain a special skill that is at least similar to this one if you do a special quest. Though you need a karma value of 100 or more to do it. Nameless adventurer. 477. You're from the verification team, I suppose? Thank you for the information. Nameless adventurer. It's a buff festival over there. Nameless adventurer. Well, there is no way to beat the genocider without this kind of thing. Nameless adventurer. Rather, playing without buffs is like fighting with your hands tied behind your back at this point. Nameless adventurer. Question mark. Nameless adventurer. Huh? Nameless adventurer. Huh? Nameless adventurer. Breaking news, Genocide already has the advanced class. Nameless adventurer. I thought she might have it, but still. Nameless adventurer. It's crazy to think she's already at that point. Nameless adventurer. Those buffs are very similar to what Knight Commander Alexei used, right? Nameless adventurer. 488. I'm 90% sure you're right. Nameless adventurer. So many buffs. Lol. Nameless adventurer. She's going to match all the buffs they used all by herself. Lol. Nameless adventurer. It's a buff battle. Nameless adventurer. The last boss shouldn't heal nor use buffs. Nameless adventurer. And to think they're doing all that in a snowy mountain. Nameless adventurer. Whoa wow. Nameless adventurer. They were going so well, I thought they had a chance. Nameless adventurer. More and more of them are dying. Nameless adventurer. Scary. Nameless adventurer. Oh, one was swallowed by an avalanche. Nameless adventurer. Only hands left. Nameless adventurer. Unbelievable. Nameless adventurer. It's over. Nameless adventurer. You think so? Nameless adventurer. Oh? Nameless adventurer. An oath. Nameless adventurer. Funny, hands actually looks cool now. Nameless adventurer. The genocider is smiling right now. Lol. Nameless adventurer. She's excited, lol. Nameless adventurer. Seems like this is really fun for her, lol. Nameless adventurer. She was still hiding strengthening skills unique to the advanced class, lol. Nameless adventurer. She can get even stronger? Nameless adventurer. Can anyone explain how strong is she now? Nameless adventurer. Just how much was she strengthened? Lol. Nameless adventurer. 512. 513. Judging from the strengthening skill of Alexei, it's probably safe to assume that the skills of the advanced classes increase 2 stats. Assuming that all of her buffs are increasing STR, and that her base STR value is 100, we have 3 extra large enhancements, multiple stat by about x2, and the high enchantment with extra enhancement, about x1.8 stats. So, 100 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 1.8 equals 1440 STR. Then you add 4 extra large element additions, about 0.8x the normal damage, on top of that, and you get a single slash dealing 1440 plus 1152 by 4 damage. In other words, she's absurdly strong. Granted, I made a bunch of assumptions to make this calculation, but her damage output is definitely scary. Nameless adventurer. 514. Thanks for the hard work. I can't even laugh at those numbers due to how amazing it is. Nameless adventurer. 514. Wow. Nameless adventurer. 514. Well, she isn't using just STR buffs, and hands also buffed his VIT, but still. Those numbers are crazy, lol. Nameless adventurer. 514. They'll be nerfing some of those buffs and their interaction, right? Such an unbalanced game, lol. Nameless adventurer. I bet the balance team is going bald from stress right now, lol. Nameless adventurer. Isn't it amazing that Hans is actually holding his own against that? Nameless adventurer. I can't really laugh at him anymore, lol. Nameless adventurer. Even if he keeps losing, he is still one of the top players, lol. Nameless adventurer. They're fighting each other while sliding down the mountain, lol. Nameless adventurer. They're fighting each other while sliding down a snowy mountain as an avalanche approaches from above. It's a scene straight out of a movie, lol. Nameless adventurer. It's really cool and I'm recording it, but I have no idea what they're actually doing there, lol. Nameless adventurer. 525. Lol. And to think we were once impressed by Alexei. Nameless adventurer. But at this rhythm won't they just die to their own health degens? Nameless adventurer. Well, it's a fitting end for Hans, lol. Nameless adventurer. Not only the event threads, but basically the whole forums are in chaos due to the battle of those two, lol. Nameless adventurer. 529. There's someone streaming their fight and even reached trending. Lol. Nameless adventurer. They'll use the oracle skill. Lol. Nameless adventurer. I tried using it before, but it was pretty weak. Nameless adventurer. 532. That's not surprising. Oracle skills are special skills that are available from the start, but their damage depends on both yours and on your opponent's karma. Their effects also depend on what god you pray to. Moreover, you can't use it if your karma fluctuates too much or if you change factions from time to time. It's pretty hard to use it properly. Nameless adventurer. 533. Oh, now I understand it. Thanks for the explanation. Nameless adventurer. With those two using it, the amount of damage will be pretty absurd. Probably the highest amount of damage any single exchange of blows in this game has delivered so far. Nameless adventurer. I like that you need the use chant to activate it, but it's embarrassing to do that. Nameless adventurer. Agreed. Nameless adventurer. It's the battle's climax. Nameless adventurer. This event is too exciting, lol. Nameless adventurer. Let's all lift hands once the event ends. Nameless adventurer. Don't let him escape. Raise his dead body. Nameless adventurer. He's the MVP, lol. Nameless adventurer. Hands is inevitable. Nameless adventurer. Well, he tried his best. Nameless adventurer. It can't be helped, it's hands after all. Event thread 112, end. Nameless adventurer. This is a thread to discuss the event. Let's write freely. However, if you don't abide the basic rules, this thread will disappear. Previous thread, http:// 980 next thread, please. Nameless adventurer. The event is over. Nameless adventurer. It felt pretty long, but it will be concluded in just a moment. Nameless adventurer. Will the rankings be announced? Nameless adventurer. 347. They'll be soon. Nameless adventurer. 348. Oh, thanks. Nameless adventurer. 349. Who is Mem the Second? Nameless adventurer. 350. Nameless adventurer. 350. Nameless adventurer. 350. Nameless adventurer. 350. Nameless adventurer. Sorry. Nameless adventurer. Lol. Nameless adventurer. The rankings were announced while I made that stupid joke, lol. Nameless adventurer. The points earned by Genocider and absolutely inviolable area are crazy. Lol. Nameless adventurer. They are a whole digit ahead of the others. Lol. Nameless adventurer. Even though they're playing solo, they're also at the top of the party rankings, lol. Nameless adventurer. Because neutral earns more points, absolutely inviolable area ended up winning against the Genocider. Nameless adventurer. They're so much stronger than the pervert. Nameless adventurer. Don't mention that guy. Nameless adventurer. Yeah, let's ignore him. Lol. Nameless adventurer. He's not a bad person, but I'm too lazy to argue, lol. Nameless adventurer. It's weird that most of the top players didn't make it to the end of the event. Nameless adventurer. I don't recognize most of the names in the rankings. Nameless adventurer. Why are the Crusaders a neutral party and not orderly? Nameless adventurer. 368. There was that thing with Hungary. Nameless adventurer. 368. And the stuff with the Byzantine Empire. Nameless adventurer. 368. Wasn't King Frederick II betrayed by the Crusaders or something? Nameless adventurer. 369. 370. 371. The darkness of history goes too deep, lol. Nameless adventurer. So it makes sense that they're neutral? Nameless adventurer. I wonder if it was a coincidence or on purpose. Nameless adventurer. Isn't it funny that the leader of Hopeless Youth is Cultural Festival? Nameless adventurer. You all played way too much with your party names. Nameless adventurer. You should all follow Genocider's example and only choose serious names. Nameless adventurer. 377. What's her party name? Nameless adventurer. 378. I want points. Nameless adventurer. Lol. Nameless adventurer. Lol. Nameless adventurer. Lol. Nameless adventurer. Cute. Nameless adventurer. Well, she wanted points, it couldn't be helped. Lololol. Nameless adventurer. The genocider has no naming sense. Nameless adventurer. It's kinda cute, lol. Nameless adventurer. Though the way she plays is merciless, lol. Nameless adventurer. I love these forums, lol. Nameless adventurer. Well, her mercilessness is exactly what gave her so many follows, lol. Nameless adventurer. She must be happy that she achieved the goal of her party. Nameless adventurer. She's a real weirdo, isn't she? Chapter 65, Akijuji Reina's Daily Life. I'm really sorry, please forgive me. One of the bad guys in front of me begged for forgiveness. But why did they get in the way of my commute to school then? I'll give you all my money. I have a credit card though? I don't need money. I answered him. Is that so? He replied. I mean, I am a duke's daughter. That man who's my blood relative has multiple companies under his name and is also the Minister of Finance. There is no way my family will ever have problems with money. Why, you're just a rich girl relying on her parents. He shouted. Are you sure you're in any position to talk to me that way? To think they tried to mug me on the way to school, such troublesome people. Well, then. I started moving. Please don't break my teeth. One begged. At least do it somewhere that can't easily seen. Another said. Please have mercy. The third one exclaimed. They seem to be really frightened, and I'll be late to school if I don't hurry, so I guess their punishment will have to be light. How annoying. Then please turn to the back. I told them. They hurriedly did as I told them while thanking me for my mercy. Then, once they all had their backs turned to me, I grabbed each of their arms and dislocated their shoulders. They all started screaming in pain from this. Such an exaggerated reaction. Did they take lessons from you or something? Well, I have to go to school now though, so I left the back alley and headed through the usual road while they moaned in pain. When I arrived at school and opened the classroom's door, all the voices that had been echoing outside suddenly went silent. As usual though, I just moved to my seat without worrying about it. Good morning, Miss Akijuji. One of the classmates said. Good morning. I replied with a smile. Such a bother, I shouldn't have to force myself to greet you now, should I? Wait, isn't that? Good morning, Yuki. I said while moving near his seat. Gigi, good morning? He said with a strained laughter. Oh, Yuki, that's Yu's real name. I decided to talk to him since we're friends. I had a lot of fun the other day, let's play again. Eh? No, I mean, to say this here. He seemed to be troubled about something. You can't play? Was there something wrong? Could he be busy? I started frowning while thinking of it. And no. I'll play. He hurriedly replied. I smiled at that, that's great. I was worried that there might have been an issue. There are no issues, Miss Akijuji. He replied, though it was a bit bothersome like this. Can't you just call me Reina like usual? I realized that Yuki was actually Yu a small while back, but this is the first time we're talking outside of the game. He always calls me Reina in the game though, so using Reina shouldn't really be a problem. Besides, I don't like being called by my family's name. Then. Reina. He slowly said. What is it? I asked him. Can't you be a bit more aware of your surroundings? He asked back. My surroundings? I can hear footsteps, so the homeroom teacher should be arriving soon. Seems like we're out of time, I'll see you later then. I said while going back to my seat. Well. I guess that's alright for now. He answered. He also grumbled something about his peaceful school life, but I couldn't hear it properly. Hey, Miss Akijuji. One of the girls near me called my attention. Unusual, my classmates don't talk to me much. What is it? I asked her. Well. Just what is your relationship with Oda? She asked. With Yuki? That is. I was about to reply, but was stopped. Everyone, take your seats. Because the homeroom teacher had arrived. I'm sorry, seems like this will have to be left for later. I told her. Oh, of course. Pardon me for asking this so rudely. She hurriedly said before going back to her seat. Some people just can't help prying into others' lives, seriously. A bystander said. Is that so? I wondered what caused the ruckus. Am I having trouble mimicking what's normal? I need to be careful, Mom won't rest easily otherwise. As the teacher started saying the usual things for the day, I started wondering what I'll do to spend my time on this boring day. Chapter 66, Akijuji Reina's Daily Life, Part 2. Class was boring as usual. I don't get why I have to learn history at school when what I learn at home is more detailed. The teacher who was explaining some things about the end of the Second World War stopped his explanation and decided to ask Yuki to compliment it. For some reason Yuki seems to have been extremely nervous since early morning. He has even been laughing during class at some points. Then Yuki gave some half-baked explanation about the tropic in question that was missing quite a few details, but the teacher praised him anyways because that's apparently a good dancer. Though the teacher followed up with a longer explanation afterwards to fill in the gaps anyways. At some point near the end of his explanation, he decided to ask me to conclude his line of thought. It was a bother, but Mom said I should try to behave normally, so I answered him appropriately. Once I was done he praised me for the answer and actually asked the class to applaud it. School was such a bother. The bell finally rang though, so that was the end of it. And since this was the fourth period, it should be lunch break now. Yuki's point of view. Hey Oda, can I have a moment? They came after all. A person from the popular clique approached me with a smile while I desperately tried to escape from class as soon as the lunch break started. The only reason someone like him will try talking to someone like me, who is basically air, is for bullying. What is it? I asked him, though I already knew the answer. Are you still sane? Just what is your relationship with Akijuji? Of course that's it. Anyone would get curious if that girl who never speaks to anyone suddenly talked to me of all people, especially in the way she did. The way our classmates looked at me during class was giving me stomachache. I'm not particularly remarkable to her. Alright? I told him. You're not gonna deceive me that easily, so how about we move to another place for now? He answered while keeping his grin. Eh? Of course, there is no way a lowly nerd invading the inviolable sanctuary would be forgivable. I am destroying the school's caste and am now going to be punished for it. Is something the matter with Yuki? Reina suddenly said while moving closer. I can't believe she came now of all times. The goddess of salvation smiled upon me. Miss Akijuji, I exclaimed. Akijuji again? I'd prefer if you just called me Reina. She replied. Ah, no, that is. I hastily tried to come up with a refusal. Is it no good? Please don't look at me with those pure upturned eyes, you'll just make the whole class hate me more. Miss Akijuji, can I ask what's your relationship with Oda? The popular guy asked. She wasn't responding. Wait. Could it be that? Reina, this person is our classmate, Yazawa. I whispered to her. Ah. She really didn't know? I thought her bad memory was only related to hands, but she doesn't even know her classmates. We're friends. Please be more concerned about your surroundings. I see, then can I be your friend too? Could I call you Reina? Yazawa asked. I wouldn't like that. She answered. A dreadful silence filled the classroom. My friends from the verification team looked at me with pity, but didn't move an inch to save me. Shouldn't we have a bit more camaraderie? May I ask why? He is looking openly disappointed. He really shouldn't test the genocider too much, alright? Because I'd hate it. She said, making the class silent again. Please Reina, say something, give a reason, any reason, even if it's a lie, don't make things even worse for me. Yazawa started laughing. Miss Akijuji is surprisingly funny. Some of his friends chimed in agreeing with him. Good, things are good like this. If this heavy mood is lifted and class returns to normal, then. I didn't try to be funny though. Reina commented. Please shut up, you're not goddess of salvation, you're just worsening my stomachache. It is a bit strange that you're laughing at this. Well, that's fine either way. Yuki, I need to talk to you, so let's eat lunch together. Eh? I didn't have time to say anything else before she dragged me out of class. The indescribable faces of our classmates as we left was painful. I think I should start bringing stomach medicine to school starting tomorrow. Chapter 67, Akijuji Reina's Daily Life, Part 3. Translator's note, Hans and his party appear in this chapter. To avoid confusion, I'm listing their IRL names here. Masaki equals Hans. Misaki equals Ryan. Sakura equals Cherry. Kurumi equals Eleanor. Kenji equals Kellen. Nozomi equals Myra. Hans' point of view. Look, Hans, that Akijuji is eating lunch with someone. Kenji commented, why are you calling me by my username at school? I asked him. Oops, my bad. Sorry, Masaki. He answered. Just what's wrong with him? It shouldn't be that hard to remember to use our proper names. That aside, it's amazing that Akijuji's mere presence made everyone stop looking at their food and instead at her, isn't it? I guess. I answered half-heartedly. Good grief, how can't you pay attention to such a beauty? He said. I guess it is a pretty rare situation. Nozomi chimed in. Well, that young lady doesn't really get involved with anyone usually. Gurumi complimented. Ah, yeah, sure. I vaguely replied. It's unusual to see anyone agreeing with Kenji. I mean, it's strange for Akijuji to behave like that, but it isn't really uncommon for someone to talk to others. Wait a minute, haven't I seen her somewhere before? Seriously, Masaki? That's your best attempt at a pickup line? Should I teach you how to do it? That stupid Kenji commented. No. I replied with a sigh. I have no idea why this guy is popular. Well, she is pretty popular in our school, so it's not strange for you to have seen her. Gurumi commented. Yeah, but like. I was not talking about school, but at some other place. I replied while trying to remember. You really like your clichés, don't you? Kenji commented while obviously holding back his laugh. Just shut up already. I already felt like hitting him by now. I might have done it if Nozomi didn't signal for me to calm down, actually. I also feel like I have seen her before too. Misaki said. Huh? You think so too? Kenji asked him. Why else would I have said it? Misaki answered. I have to wonder why Kenji even thought I was using that line as a pickup. I see. Then what about you, Sakura? Kenji asked the only person that hadn't said her thoughts yet. I'm not sure, but I think I saw her before as well. She answered. Really now? Kenji seemed to be in disbelief. Why don't you ask her already? Nozomi suggested. It's the easiest way to clear our doubts. Kurumi complimented. Guess I should do it now then? I asked nobody in particular. Well, we're in different classes, so you won't have many opportunities aside from lunch break. Sakura complimented. Yeah. I guess so. I said, though it was embarrassing to suddenly ask someone I never talked to before about thinking that I maybe saw her somewhere. Well? Sakura said. I get it. I replied. So, are you going? Sakura asked again. Don't bully him, Sakura. Misaki told her. Calling it bullying was kinda rude, but I'll accept his help. Taking a deep breath, I started moving near Kijuji and that dull guy near her. He seemed to be troubled by their conversation. Is that guy going to ask her out? Gurumi wondered. Could they already be dating? Nozomi wondered as well. Come on, it's a Kijuji we're talking about here, there's no way. Kenji shrugged her comment off. Well, maybe. Nozomi replied. The guy near Kijuji seemed to be more troubled by the second. Moreover, it seems like the people nearby noticed that we were going after a Kijuji, and they were all looking at us. This just makes things more troubling. Good grief, I guess it's fine for a while? The guy said, you seem to be able to talk just fine though? Akijuji replied. The guy gave a troubled laugh. That's your fault, Reina. Reina? He is close enough to call her by her first name? Could they be actually dating? Kenji wondered, even though he dismissed that just a minute ago. He was a bit too loud though. No, Yuki is a friend. Akijuji replied to him. I see, it would be surprising otherwise. Kenji made a rude comment. Masaki, weren't you going to ask her something? Sakura pushed me. Right, I get it. I wanted to ask you something. I told Akijuji. This was still embarrassing. What is it? She asked back, have we met somewhere? I asked bluntly. Kenji started laughing. That's a total pickup line. Shut up. Nozomi said while punching his stomach. Ignoring them both, I waited for her reply. Did you forget about the time we played together? Ikijuji asked. What? Just where would I have played with her? Isn't she mistaking me for someone else? You even invited me to in front of a big crowd. She continued. What? Is she nuts? Wow, Masaki, I can't believe you were this bold. Kenji said while clutching his stomach. Wait, no, I didn't do it. I hastily denied, I absolutely didn't do it. You really don't remember? You ran after me, made a big surprising declaration, and then entertained me until the very end. Ikijuji said. The cafeteria went silent. Just what is she talking about? To think you already went that far. Even Misaki seemed to have lost hopes in me. I can't save you from that one. Nozomi sighed. Wait, aren't you mistaking me for someone else? I asked Ikijuji in a panic. There's no way I could have done anything with a girl as beautiful as her, alright? You really don't remember? She seemed disappointed. Look, I'm bad at remembering things, but there's no way I'd forget if I did something that drastic, okay? I told her. Well, that's a shame, Hans. She called me what? Hans? I asked just to be sure. That's your name, right? She asked. I can't take this anymore. The guy in front of her said it. Never mind that, why does she know my in-game name? Just what is she talking about? And where do I remember her from? Oh, could you be the genocider? Kenji asked an absurd question. Yes, apparently that's my nickname. Ikijuji answered nonchalantly. She really did confirm it. The cafeteria was silent. I couldn't keep up with this at all, I was even feeling a bit sick. You're really the genocider? I asked her just to be sure. I am indeed. You really hadn't recognized me, Hans? She asked me. Reina, you're too cruel. The guy in front of her commented, I'm going home for the day. I decided. Wait, Masaki. Kurumi chased after me, but I didn't stop. I just don't think I'll be able to pay any attention to classes today whatsoever. Ikijuji is the genocider. She's one of our classmates. I said to nobody in particular. He broke. Kurumi said. Guess it will be pointless talking to him for now. Nozomi commented. I couldn't really take their words in properly, whatever came from one ear existed from the other right away. I couldn't even remember how I got home afterwards. Chapter 68, Ikijuji Reina's Daily Life, Part 4. Hagiwara Mai's point of view, new character, Yuki, was Hans. Was Masaki, alright? He seemed to be a bit strange. Miss Ikijuji said. Oda laughed a bit, he'll probably be fine. I, Hagiwara Mai, am currently in the middle of a stalking mission. The target is Ikijuji Reina, the school's celebrity whose rumors transcend the boundaries of our own school and go much farther beyond. And Oda as a bonus. Her behavior took a sudden turn that surprised all of her classmates, as she suddenly went from a quiet person that doesn't interact with anyone, to actively seeking out others. But why does it have to be Oda of all people? He is a total otaku who is always talking with his otaku friends in a corner of the classroom. Why would he be together with Miss Ikijuji? There's no way a weirdo like him could be with her that can behave like a normal person. What on heaven's name might have caused this? I want to get along with her, she is someone that is fitting to be the heroine of a novel or something. I can't even imagine it. A duke's daughter with a troubled childhood that made her lose the contact with her surroundings, a hidden dark past, an unhealthy relationship with her father that can hardly be called family. She went through so much that she ended up shutting herself entirely in her own dark shell. I want to get along with her so much. But I don't have the courage to get closer. But now that disgusting Oda is ruining the setting of my Genshai. I even started drawing it already. You can't ruin it like that. I guess I'll be going now then. Miss Ikijuji said, interrupting my line of thought. Isn't it still early? The worm called Oda replied. You forgot? Next class is Miss Ikijuji stated the obvious. Oh, of course. Well, I'll go once I finish eating then. The stupid Oda replied. Ah, I have to move too. I got too engrossed in the usual stalking routine that I forgot about the schedule. Better get going. Precious. All girls of the class were changing their clothes to go to me and Miss Ikijuji too, of course. I wonder what she does to take care of her body though. She's so beautiful, her skin shines with perfection, her hair is long and glossy, her body's shape is nothing short of incredible. I might even get a nosebleed if I stare for too long. This sight isn't meant for human beings. Miss Ikijuji? You talked a lot with Oda today, are you really just friends? One of the girls asked. That was an important question. The time I have available to stare at Miss Ikijuji's perfect body is short, but I can't get so drawn into it to the point I miss this kind of information. Yes? She simply replied. She seemed tired of dealing with people's questions, there was even a hint of a murderous aura around her. Is she just bad at getting along with classmates? Or is she tired of having others prying into her life? The other girl didn't seem to understand anything though, as she continued, really? Couldn't you be dating? I'm not. Miss Ikijiji replied bluntly. Those are wonderful news. Now I can be sure that the stupid Oda won't ever reach the pages of my Genocide. The girl seemed to start remembering her place, so she changed her behavior a bit. Then, would you mind telling me how you got to know each other? I'm curious too. Please do tell. From a game called KSO. Miss Ikijiji replied. Miss Ikijiji, you play games? That's surprising. The girl commented. And KSO of all things? I play it too. How didn't I meet you there? How did Oda skip ahead of me? I wonder if I should try playing it too? This girl. She sure has guts, doesn't she? How dare she try to? Do what you want. I've finished changing, so I'm going. Miss Ikijiji got up and left. She was clearly annoyed. Today we'll play dodgeball. I hope she isn't on the enemy team. Though I'd love to be able to directly stare at her in uniform. I was unlucky and was not in Miss Ikijiji's team. She seemed to be fighting in a war. She threw the ball so hard, she could catch the balls thrown at her without even looking in their direction, and almost all of her throws were aimed at either the head, neck or chest. It really felt like she wanted to murder everyone. Her hits really hurt. She felt just like the genocider, didn't she? No, absurd. What am I even thinking? But they are a bit similar. If her hair was a bit shorter and got a white mesh, and if her eyes were red. That's just a genocider, isn't it? But there's no way. It's impossible. Oda met Miss Ikijiji at KSO, the genocider and Yu met in the event and talked like friends. I'll have to interrogate Oda at the game today. Chapter 69, Ikijiji Reina's Daily Life, Part 5. Are you the one who played with my juniors? Someone asked. I looked at the rude guy that called me out from behind and asked back, who are you? I have no idea who he is nor who are those juniors he mentioned. I'm talking about the trio you beat this morning. He said. Yeah. That's her. One of his sidekicks said. Please show her how it's done, boss. Another one said. I'm in a bad mood due to all those annoying people at school that kept asking me the same questions over and over again, so it felt hard to hold back. But I have to keep my promise with Mom. Let's go talk somewhere else, there are too many eyes here. I told him. Oh, it's going to be a quick talk all right, before I ruin this pretty face of yours that is. He pointlessly claimed. I am sorry. One said. Monster. Another exclaimed. I overdid it due to my bad mood. Didn't help me relax at all, and then these people decided to bother me before I could get home and play. I wonder if it's okay to go a bit far? I'm still from a Duke's family, so my word will probably win against theirs anyways. Die, you piece of gah. A man that thought he was hiding himself well with a baseball bat tried to attack me from behind. I smashed his nose with my elbow, twisted his wrist and stole the bat from his hand. What's wrong with this woman? One exclaimed. Let's run, boss. Another shouted. As the two tried to run, I threw some empty beer cans that were piled up nearby at them. As I hit their necks, they lost their balance. Then I moved closer and hit their legs with the bat to stop them from moving. Following that, I dragged them near the rest. Forgive me. Please forgive me. One said. Just what are you doing? Another said. I was annoyed at them, but I didn't really care that much. They were just playmates in the end, so they don't have the right to complain much. I guess this much is fine. I ended up hitting them quite a bit in areas that were still covered by their clothes. It should be enough. Welcome home, young lady, Mr. Yamamoto said as I got home. I'm back, Mr. Yamamoto. I will visit the study for a bit before going to the villa. I told him. Please be wary, there are visitors in the house right now. Now. That man is aware that this is the usual time I come home, yet he scheduled them to be here anyways? Must be related to that adoption. I'll keep it in mind. I told him and left towards the study, while making sure to avoid the reception and that man's office. The servants were surprised by my presence, but I ignored them. I lived here up until Mom's death, so I don't need them to show me the way. The adoption has nothing to do with you. That man said. For some reason he was talking to his guest in the study instead of in the meeting room. It's probably better to ignore them altogether and just get what I came here for. I accidentally stole glances with that man though, who didn't even try to hide his disgust, though it's not like I tried to hide mine either. Oh, Miss Reina. You have grown so beautiful, you're just like your mother. The guest said. For a moment I thought he was just unable to read the mood, but considering how he mentioned Mom, he probably knows exactly what he is doing. Hello, Count Onagakuji, I'm sorry, I had not noticed you were here. I told him. No, no, not at all. I'm so unremarkable that even I sometimes forget I'm here. This annoying person always tries to be humorous, but he is mostly a pest. This is surely trouble. I know. Let's see what Miss Raina thinks of it. He then asked that man. What of it? That man answered. No, you see, that's something she should have the right to talk about. The Count continued. He's really a viper, don't push it. That man said. Oh, of course, my apologies. With just that, the Count retreated, but he is definitely going to try causing trouble right after. It's just that I can't help wanting to know why you decided to adopt someone when you have Miss Raina, who was born from your lovely wife. That man seemed to be getting more irritated with every word of the Count. She has become so beautiful, I'd be glad if she could become closer with my son. He is definitely aware of how my family works, yet he still says those things. I can't curse him openly though, so let's just give a neutral rejection. Unfortunately, I dislike men. There's nobody who'd want to have a child with a monster. That man said. It's annoying that he took my side, but it's a good thing that he is making it easier for me to avoid contact with others. Are you two, parent and child, really saying that? The Count idiotically asked. We're not parent and child. Me and that man said in unison. I see. The Count said. I wonder if he was just going for this kind of reaction from the start. Such a bothersome person. Well, I'll go home for now, we can decide what materials we can trade later. And with this, the Count left. I've gotten a report. You had to do it while going back and forth from school? That man suddenly said. He probably means those thugs. What about it? I asked him. It's a good excuse to imprison a monster. He replied. Nobody will believe a bunch of outlaws were beaten by the lone daughter of a duke. It's more likely that they'll suspect some of her relatives set her up. I told him, so disgusting. And here I thought you had just stayed in the villa obediently these days. That man said. Though even if he wanted to lock me up by himself, one can simply lock up a member of a ducal family. I don't accept her inhuman existence, unlike the rest of the world. Is that so? I vaguely replied, that kind of thing doesn't bother me anymore, so I just stared at him as he got up and started leaving the study. You're the monster that killed your mother. Before leaving, he looked back and made such a declaration. Just what the hell did you just say, obsolete aristocracy? I murmured just loud enough for him to hear. What? He stopped as he heard that. We're both aware that he has more than enough merit to his name. He did a lot as the Minister of Finance and was even a pretty likely candidate for Prime Minister, but that didn't really matter right now. Whatever glory that you think is yours, just came from some old wars that happened more than 80 years ago. I continued. You little. He was biting it. He can make as many political speeches as he wants about equality, but he was still part of a noble house in the end. The world only sees the Akijuji household. You are nothing. I kept going. Shut it. He said while punching me. Seems like I fanned him a bit too much. His punch actually made my back clash against the bookshelf and made a bunch of books fall down. Is this alright? That's assault against a woman, isn't it? I said, the monster that robbed me of Reiko is not a human. He said something like that and left. I had to take some deep breaths to not kill him when he tried hitting me. I really should have killed him. I really can't be normal like my dearest mother wished me to, there just isn't enough affection in me for that. And that man is really so stupid and childish. Just what did she see in him? Oh wait, one of the books that fell down was the one I was looking for. Guess I won't need to search for it and can just go back to the villa already. Young lady, is everything okay? I heard a loud noise. Your mouth is bleeding? Mr. Yamamoto came in running into the study while saying those words. And behind is a girl? She's small. Was there any child of this age in here? Maybe she came with Count Anagakuji. Well, she came with him anyways. I touched my mouth a bit and noticed the blood. Oh, it seems like it is bleeding. Just what happened here? Mr. Yamamoto asked. I just fanned that man's flames a bit too much, so don't bother with it. Please clean up the bookshelf, if you could. I said while getting up and moving out of the study. I don't mind doing it, but... Mr. Yamamoto seemed to be troubled as he said this. Oh. Maybe you could spend some time with your sister-in-law? It's a great pleasure to meet you. I have wanted to meet you for so long. Could we please? Yauki said that this book had quite a bit of information on the game. I should hurry up and start looking over it. Dearest sister-in-law. Young lady Kamari, perhaps it would be best to give up for now. Yuki said that the eastern route is the quickest path to reaching the royal capital, so it might be a good idea to go there. Let's go to the villa already. Chapter 70, Hey, Oda. Hagawara Mai's point of view. Hey, Oda. I shouted while grabbing Oda by the collar. The first thing I did as soon as I got home, was to log in and find him in-game. A weird sound came out of his mouth as I pushed him against a wall, but I ignored it and said, spit it out. What the hell are you doing? And why the real name online? I'm threatening you with your IRL information, dumbass. Misakijuji. Just how were you able to grow close to Rina? I pressured him. Your tone of voice is totally wrong for someone asking a question. I guess that doesn't matter much though. It doesn't matter? I wanna hear you say it doesn't matter after I choke you to death over and over again. You useless sludge. If you don't hurry up and spit it out, I'm not ever letting you read my Genocide manuscripts again. I threatened him. That is. And after that, he started spitting out the details. Hey, Oda. I shouted as I punched his stomach. Why again? He grumbled. This is absurd. Why did Misakijuji allow him to accompany her? And she even protected him along the way. This is unacceptable. So? I asked him. So what? He asked back. What was it like to accompany Misakijuji on an adventure? I shouted while punching him again. So unreasonable. He grumbled while bending over in pain. This guy is ridiculous. How is he getting along with the mysterious beautiful girl of his class through a game? Is this a light novel's plot? Can I apply for the Yuri route then? Unexpectedly, she is actually pretty defenseless and often moves close to my face. Was all I could say as a reply. His face? She got close to his face? Misakijuji's beautiful face getting closer to his? I'm having a stroke, I'm gonna puke, I'm gonna kill this guy. And even though he keeps making pitiful sounds as I punch him, he still seems to be all smug about it. Absurd, and in the last event, she whispered directly to my ear while wrapping her arm around my neck. He continued. Death. Death to the heretic. Too tight. I'll respawn. I also want her to whisper at my ear. I'm sure I'll even get pregnant if she does so, because she's Misakijuji and that was her first time with a friend. He said with a big smug. What? Misakijuji's first time? Hey, Oda. He kept making weird sounds as I punched him, but he was also laughing at the same time. He is so absolutely immersed in his sense of superiority. This cursed worm. Since this is my first time, please show me all sorts of things, he said while making a pathetic imitation of her voice. It's all right to continue. You'll hurt my feelings if you continue without saying anything. I'll be gentle. She'll be gentle? What's up with that? Since when Misakijuji is gentle with her targets? Why you crazy girl? Crazy? You're the crazy one. Misakijuji is not kind. You'll be in big trouble if you try spreading those nonsensical lies. She can be kind to those she care about. She may be the genocider, but for her this is just playing around. Huh? She doesn't care that much for the game? I asked. Would that make you agree she's kind? He asked back. The interpretation of events from the perspective of side character B is fundamentally irrelevant. You little. I'm starting to understand her more and more. I'm graduating from just being a stalker to now becoming her guardian. I'm still new at this job, but I'll do my best. Please look out for me, Misakijuji. Me and her must be of the same mind after all. I said to myself, you're absolutely nuts, you know that? Misakijuji can't be kind. She isn't interested in her surroundings, she doesn't pay attention to them. She can't be kind, this guy is absolutely bonkers. You can say that she isn't kind, but I can't hear Worm's grumbles. She definitely is. She has shown me her true nature, okay? Rina is definitely a nice person, believe me. Believe. By the way, when you first met Misakijuji, she already had a party, didn't she? He seemed confused at my statement. That might have been her first time with a friend, but it wasn't her first time at all, was it? What? He exclaimed. But it's true. She definitely made a party to get the first capture of a dungeon before. Ha ha ha, poor Oda, I wonder if that was his first time partying with someone. But at least I am her friend, what about you? I started giggling. Foolish Oda, a complete fool is what you are. He was flabbergasted, As a classmate of the same gender, it is a trivial task to ask her to accept my friend request. Why, you little. He tried to complain, but I was not going to stop. You will never be able to do it as you belong to a different gender. Furthermore, with my insight as a longtime guardian of Miss Ikijuji, there is no way I'll be unable to get along with her. I exclaimed, now you're just talking about your stalking tendencies. I punched his stomach. You really say way too much, Oda. I'm sure Miss Ikijuji attacked him at the event for this same reason. You're a pretty pathetic fellow, aren't you? Can't you not call me pathetic? Huh? The worm dares to disagree? So you're talking back? I guess I might just ask one of your friends to look at my Genocide for this winter's event then. I told him. I'm sorry, please forgive me. It's good to see him quickly remembering his place. Alright, then I'll be counting on you the next time you come visit. Is it the deadline again? I'm on schedule this time around, but I want to get closer to Miss Ikijuji, so I might not be able to dedicate as much time to the Genocide. It's hard to do it, but I'll put my utmost in getting along with Miss Ikijuji. And for that I need as much time as possible. Well, I guess that's alright. He conceded. Now that's the spirit. Since you're being this behaved, I'll let you read my manuscript first. That's the good part of having otaku friends, they can come to my aid when push comes to shove. And since I'm helping you, I'll be forgiven for getting ahead of you in the race, right? The worm spoke. Is that what you want to be done to Cheeks? Please ignore my words. It's a good thing that he knows his place. Conflict is not something to be sought, the power of dialogue is the wisdom that humans acquired throughout the ages and let us skip ahead of other animals. Well, then, I guess I will. Oh, you're here? Miss Ikijuji suddenly appeared and spoke. My mind froze. What was that? She asked. Don't worry, that's just otaku lingo. Oda answered. I nearly got a heart attack just now, to think that her of all people would suddenly show up. Ah, by the way, Rina, this person here is. Wait right there, Oda. I'm sorry for grabbing you by the collar before, we're close friends, right, your stalker. He finished. Hey, Oda. You dare expose me? I'll sink you in Tokyo Bay. No wait, before that, I'm not a stalker, alright? I'm her guardian. Her guardian, I tell you. I exclaimed as I punched his stomach. I see. Unbeknownst to us, Miss Ikijuji was looking at our exchange with an extremely cold gaze. Chapter 71, well. Being friends with. Hagiwaramai's point of view. Ryui. I repeated. I don't think she can hear you. Oda said. We were walking along the eastern road as I continued to apologize to Miss Ikijuji. To think I've made such a horrible mistake, how could I possibly let the Miss Ikijuji that I have always admired see such tomfoolery between me and Oda? I'm ruined. Ruined. So, weren't you going to ask her to be your friend? He asked me. It's not time yet. I answered. I see. Oda was pressuring me, but I'm way too scared to make this kind of request. I'm here right now because Oda said I could accompany them, so I need to earn credit with her on this trip. By the way, doesn't Rina seem to be in a bad mood? I asked him. Is she now? He asked back. Yeah, I mean, she was clearly annoyed at school, but right now she seems mentally unstable? I clarified. Isn't that alright though? He asked. Is it? She must have been tired of all the talk at school since she isn't used to dealing with all that, but for her to be even moodier right now. There must be a lot of emotions swirling on her head, maybe something happened on the way home? Well, she is a bit scary right now. You don't know how to feel about that? He asked. Pretty much. I answered honestly. Got it. This cheeky brat is already getting back into his old habits. Well, I don't know that much about her either in all honesty. Then don't try being all cheeky with me. I told him, I don't know if she is in a bad mood or not, her mood changes are somewhat subtle, really. He continued. Don't ignore me. I shouted. Okay, I heard you. That stupid Oda. Talking like that while the topic of our conversation isn't here. Although that's just his usual playfulness. In any case, Rina is usually very blunt and direct in regards to words at the very least. She can't avoid landmines in conversations because she doesn't know where the mines are in the first place. Oh. I can relate to that. I exclaimed. I don't think you two are comparable, but I guess that's alright. I can't fully understand Miss Akijuji because of her vague aura, but I can guess what she is feeling from her mood. It's a tough technique to master though. It can't be helped that I'm not perfect at it yet, even if I'm such a skilled guardian. I concluded. This again. The worm spoke. I want to get along with Miss Akijuji, but it's hard to get closer right now. But to think she really was the genocider. Yeah, shocking, right? Even now, she is currently massacring her enemies right in front of us, so I'm talking to Oda as a form of escapism. Mercy. One shouted. Please help me. Another begged. Gah. One screamed. The smell of blood was nauseating, together with some other smell that was probably from her poisons, but that was faint enough to only make me slightly uncomfortable. And all the colors spread everywhere, red, pink, white, and a small bit of skin color. Don't let her escape, she took my important. Another died. Why you monster? A dead man said. A dead woman screamed. She's still quite ruthless for sure. The man and his wife begged for mercy and she thrust her knife at their mouths. Why you will pay? A soon-to-be dead man shouted from the darkness. Jaya. And now he shouted again. No matter where they approach from, the result is the same, their bodies only nourish the earth. Ugh. It really is nauseating. You alright? Oda asked. I'll handle it. I just ended up looking at it directly. It's hard to keep up with it because we ran out of topics to talk about, so now I'm paying more attention to what she is doing. Shouldn't you turn on the filters then? He asked. No, I want to get along with Miss Akijuji, so I should learn to handle this much. I answered. I see. He answered. Because Miss Akijuji created a total mess in the administration of both the Beginner's City and Belzenstock City in quick succession, a lot of chaos issued afterwards. Add to that the now weakened security that came from the chaos, and bandits started running rampant. Player actions really can affect the whole game now, can't they? I asked rhetorically. Yeah, even now, those deaths Rina is causing are probably making a difference. One thief that she killed was a farmer before for one, there are surely many more that are in this kind of situation. Oda answered anyways. Your info is always so ridiculously accurate, as expected of the verification team. I praised him for a change. Thanks. He said. I guess what he is saying makes sense, it's unusual to see such a large bandit group come out of nowhere after all, so they're probably after Rina. And now, because she is going wild, merchants can't do business, which will make it harder for them to sell their goods, which can affect the shippings for Belzenstock City. I guess that it's not that surprising that everything went upside down when she killed a bishop, overthrew 2 governments, and even killed the tutorial guy. Many that had their livelihoods secured were now forced to go into thievery, which made security worse, which allowed more bandits to sweep in, and then a downward spiral started. It's really quite graphic. Ugh. I mentioned as I stared at the carnage, are you really sure you're alright? Oda asked again. I'm alright. I replied. Your eyes are tearful. It's just hard to look at it, okay? She even throws children as weapons, and then she emotionlessly pierces both parents and children in one go. Not to mention all the time she makes them explode. You still want to get along with her? Oda asked. Why yes. I replied, can I ask why? He asked. I stayed silent. Well, I won't force you to answer. I mean, what can I say? It's because Miss Akijuji. I'm done, you too. Miss Akijuji suddenly said. I left out a silent scream at her sudden appearance. That was fast. Oda commented. Was it now? She replied. To think that she'd suddenly come out from behind like this, I almost had a heart attack. By the way, Rina, she wants to ask you something. Oda dropped a bomb. EA? Was all I could say in return. Seriously? Oda, sure, what is it? Maria? Miss Akijuji said. Why yes, Miss Rina. She actually remembered my username. This is so precious, I can die in peace now. So? What is it? She asked. Well. Being friends with. I couldn't say it. Miss Akijuji stayed silent. She seemed confused. Oda on the other hand sighed and said, she's no good after all. Shut up. Can't you read the surroundings a bit? How can I say it while being pushed right in front of her like that? Especially with her current mood. And right after she made this slaughter. Fight on. He shouted. Die, you worm. I shouted at him back. On. Miss Akijuji murmured. I need to do my best. Come in my courage, I can do it. We will, you see. Ion. Ah. It's impossible. I'm sorry. I said while bowing to her. Oh. It's okay. Alright? Miss Ikijuji vaguely replied. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I just can't do it yet, please forgive me. Right now it's enough if I just breathe the same air and stand in the same space as you, so that's the limit for an otaku, I'll keep it in mind. Oda commented. Shut up. Chapter 72, The Frontiers Expedition Force. Your level has increased. You earned skill points. Your karma has dropped. You acquired new interpersonal combat skills. You acquired new martial arts skills. You acquired new dark arts skills. The level of existing skills has increased. New title, Carnage Tyrant. New title, Equally Evil Against All of Humanity. The level of your servants has risen. As I watched Yu and Maria's banter, I was notified of the results of the last battle. I ended up getting some new titles, so I suppose I should check them out in case they give special bonuses. Carnage Tyrant, proof that one has repeatedly caused mass slaughter in a short period of time. AG increases with each murder over a single battle, caps at plus 75%, rigidity reduction, medium, knockback resistance, medium, damage dealt to humans, medium. Equally evil against all of humanity, proof that one has repeatedly and mercilessly murdered others regardless of their age, gender, or karma. Increased damage dealt to humans, large, increased damage dealt against enemies with good karma, large, increased damage dealt, medium, increased damage received from enemies with good karma, large, increased damage received from enemies, medium. I didn't have any intention of pushing things in this direction, but my titles make me feel more and more like an enemy of mankind. In particular, the constant hostility towards people with good karma makes it a bit bothersome to interact with NPCs, as they have troubling reactions if I don't use skills like stealth and concealment. In any case, the event rewards were quite helpful. The Tranquil Kodachi that I got for 50,000 points is pretty strong. With another 8,000 points I also got the Thread Manipulation, Dual Wield and Preparation skills, and when paired together with the Darkness Thread weapon, that I bought for 30,000 points, ended up being quite useful. You liked the new weapons, didn't you, Yamada? I asked to the monster that possessed my weapons, who made some happy noises in return. I also spent 220,000 points in armor and accessories, and the last 10,000 points for materials and SP. Seems like I made good choices overall. Shall we go? I asked Yu and Maria. Yes. Sorry. Maria said. Oh, you done already? Yu asked. Hiya. Maria exclaimed. For some reason she behaves weirdly every time I talk to her, and it's probably not because of my karma, as other players would probably be affected by this during battles if that was the case. I'm going. I told them. G got it. Yu replied. I am saved. Maria said. She seems a bit funny, and she is on good terms with Yu, so it should be alright to travel together for now. Oh? Some people are gathering over there. Yu pointed out. So they are. I wonder why. I answered while looking at the crowd. Clear out the road. A soldier shouted. Hey, is this a quest or another event? A player asked. No clue, but that's definitely a large military group for sure. Another player commented. Good grief, can't you migrants stop causing such a ruckus? A soldier yelled. He's getting angry. Maybe we should step back? A player said. Even if you say that, I can't move backwards with this many people behind me. Another player replied. Seems like the players saw the army marching and ended up gathering around them, which stopped the march and attracted even more attention, which made things even more crowded. And since the game setting says that the migrants were called here by the gods, the army can't simply force them out of the way without a good reason. This looks like a good opportunity. Is there an important person in the midst of that group? Maria asked. I think so. Probably a count at the very least. Yu replied. Their hypothesis seem likely. Make way, for the commander of this battalion, is His Highness, the Crown Prince. A soldier shouted. Seriously? A player replied. The Crown Prince? Another said. So this is an event after all. One exclaimed. There was an event just the other day, so this is probably a world quest. Another player commented. What? Why are you coming even closer than before? The soldier was troubled by the players' reactions. There shouldn't be any incident that would bring the crown prince all the way over here though. Even if there was the recent coup, there should be another commander capable of handling this. The NPCs are confused. Maria commented. Well, that can't be helped, the players don't pretend that this is not a game after all. Yu replied. I guess it can't be helped that they get confused by this kind of reaction when the NPCs themselves aren't aware that they're game characters. Maria said. Well, let's get started. I said, started with what? Yu asked. Wait, Misakijuji. Maria said. For now, I threw an iron scrap at the head of the soldier who had been shouting for a while, instantly killing him. A surprise attack. A soldier with fancier armor shouted. Huh? Some soldiers said. They seemed to be confused by the situation, but seemed to regain their composure once the previous guy got off of his horse. Captain. The soldiers shouted as they saluted him. Who did this? A player asked. Find out the attacker. Another player shouted, creating some confusion. Migrants, is that your aim? The captain shouted towards the disorganized players. Wait, what? A player replied. What happened to the event? Another said. Making use of the confusion, I threw many explosive at the midst of everyone, increasing the chaos and worsening the visibility within the area. Wait, Rina. Yu shouted. Is Misakijuji always like this? Asked Maria. I ran through the crowd, beheaded a player, stole his weapon and threw it forward with a bunch of explosives tied up in it. Protect His Highness. A soldier shouted. Infantry, forward. Another yelled. As expected of the army, even within this confusion, they still respond quickly while being well aware of what their priorities should be. Not that it matters much though, as I threw multiple players as living bombs towards the infantry that was approaching me. Jaya. Someone shouted. What's happening? Another yelled. It's the genocider. A player exclaimed. Seriously? We're doomed. Another said. As the players started to realize what was happening, I coated the darkness thread with poison and shaped it into a form similar to a spear, before throwing it at a mass of players. Many were able to survive due to high defense or evasion, but the numbing poison should incapacitate them for the time being. Magical squad, make a barrier. One soldier shouted. Infantry, regroup and enter defensive formation. Another ordered. Archers, shoot. A soldier yelled. I'm not gonna let them. I used the poison darkness thread to attack the infantry at the gaps in their armor, and used Gale magic to cast Tailwind to block the incoming arrows. And before the magical squad created the barrier, I combined explosives, poison, thread and pieces of player meat with thread manipulation to make a spear, then used impact delivery and boulder throw to make a comet. Whoa. Yu said. It's hard to keep up with her. Maria commented, don't try the impossible. Yu replied, okay. Maria said. While listening to their conversation, I charged at the army before they could retreat. Damn it. One shouted. She's coming. Another yelled. Don't let her through. A third one ordered. To fight against the army. She's mad. A fourth exclaimed. Using the infantry's shields as a foothold, I jumped to the middle of their groups and then started walking on soldier heads while leaving explosives behind. Archers, stop. A soldier ordered. The rain of arrows could not be maintained due to the risk of friendly fire, so I could now just move through the rest of the infantry without many worries. She's fast. A soldier exclaimed. Encroach. Another ordered. Our numbers are doing nothing. A third one said. I used the thread to tie the leg of a spearman and pulled it to make him lose balance and get in the way of their formation. Then I threw iron scraps at the eyes and throats of the temporarily disorganized soldiers. Following that I grabbed a spear that was thrust against me and cut off the arm of the soldier who was wielding it. Immediately after, I jumped high in the air and threw some explosives at the wheels of a fancy carriage that was trying to escape amidst the confusion. Then, used poison needles to kill the cavalry horses, who were the next method of escape after the carriage's wheels were destroyed. Blocked the path to me with some explosives to buy time, then landed on top of the carriage. Your level has increased. You earned skill points. Your karma has dropped significantly. Drop your weapons and surrender. I told them. How dare you? Just where do you think you're standing at? A soldier shouted. Get out of there. Another yelled. I sighed. To think I even told them to surrender. Guess I'll need to show it to them then. Please pay attention. I took out a special explosive and threw it at the nearby mountain. A second later, a huge explosion occurred, and a landslide came out of it. They all became silent after that. So, what are you going to do now? I asked while pointing another of those explosives at the carriage. You little. A soldier said. They were slowly encroaching on the carriage, but they couldn't get much closer due to the current circumstances. It's all right, lower your weapons. The Crown Prince said while getting off the carriage. Huh? Your Highness? The soldiers seemed in disbelief. I wonder why the Crown Prince got off the carriage. I'd like to talk to the young lady. The Crown Prince said. He seems to be in his late 20s, similarly to Alexei. He beckoned me to get off the carriage without taking his eyes off me. Your Highness, it's dangerous. A soldier shouted. It should be fine, because this girl. The prince said. It can't be. The soldier replied. Well, what to do now? Chapter 73, The Frontiers Expedition Force, Part 2. Crown Prince's Point of View. When the news of Alexei's death arrived, the capital shook. Nobody could have expected that someone like him could have fallen. He might have been young, but he was by no means weak. He was meant to take the role of hero on the next holy war. But he died. The rumors say that he was killed by the forces of chaos. My old comrade has fallen. Your Highness, you really think she is? The captain under my command asked. You saw the way she massacred the army, didn't you? I answered. Of course, but I stopped him midway. In case of an emergency, I'll escape to the capital by using the teleportation feather. My apologies if it comes to this. I told him. I'll buy you the time to use it, my lord. He said without hesitation, I have a great captain. I replied. I haven't seen Alexei fight in a long time, but I still can't imagine him losing. He has always been strong, oftentimes beating guards that had many more years of practice than him. And yet, this woman right here might be his murderer. The situation is tense, but she doesn't seem hostile at this moment. Our expedition force was heavily wounded, so I should at least extract some information from her, so that all the lives lost today won't be in vain. She may also be involved with the incident at Belsenstock. I will try to get some information on that too. I told my captain. Yes, sir. He answered. At this point, the woman came down from the carriage. She probably didn't hear what we talked about so far since we were all whispering, but there is no way to be sure around this kind of person. Rena, you okay? A companion of the girl said. I didn't expect you to charge at the army like that. Her other companion said. Were they friends? Those two should be part of the Order faction though, could they be part of the Imperial spies? Let's speak within the carriage. The girl said. I wonder what will happen now. Her male friend said. It's hard to know with Miss Ikijuji. Her female friend replied. To think they're entering the carriage while having some leisure chat. Are they not wary of traps? Or are they just that confident in breaking whatever we throw at them? I can't figure them out. For now, I'll have to follow them inside. Once we took our seats, she asked, well, what did you want to talk about? First things first, may I ask why you attacked us? I asked her back. It seemed like it would be interesting. She instantly replied. The room went silent. I could not find a reply to that. It's no wonder she is part of the Chaos faction, but why are her friends in the Order faction then? Are they really just spies? Couldn't they add something to the discussion then? Or are they afraid of blowing their cover? I see, so you don't want to give me a clear answer. I told her. That's probably what this is truly about. Or so I thought, but her expression showed confusion. Is she faking it? Such a troublesome opponent, to use this kind of method. Let's try something different then. I know you murdered Alexei, what for? I tried asking her. Huh? Murder? She replied. Wow, the NPCs are aware of it too. Her female companion whispered something, but I couldn't quite hear it. Well, it was a big event, so it's a given they'd notice it. Her male companion also whispered something, but I could not catch it either. She did react to their words though, and I could hear her say murder. I need to pressure her more. I know you're hiding something, but it's futile to keep it. I told her. Oh? He knows? The male companion said. You may think I'm unaware, but you cannot hide it from me. I continued. Ooh? The girl seemed amused. I can detect her concealment with my innate skills, even if I can't find out what she is concealing. But by pressuring her like this, I'll make her get rid of it altogether. Got it. In that case. The girl said and dispelled her concealment. Danger, danger, danger. A dense amount of chaos started emanating from her as soon as the concealment was dispelled. I started sweating cold by being near her mere presence. I understand now, she was not a messenger of chaos nor a spy of the Empire. She's an apostle of chaos. So that's what you really are? I asked. What? Didn't you say you were aware? She asked back. I gave a dry laugh. Haha, of course. I can't really take my own words back now, this is rough. Her aura is surely something else. Her male companion whispered something. She's naturally terrifying. Her female companion whispered something as well. Coming to think of it, both of her companions also seem scared of her. Perhaps they are hostages or under some form of threat? I don't have enough information. I should keep trying to get more from her. For now, I want to ask you again, why did you kill someone as important as Alexei? I asked. Well, it was really fun. There's something wrong here. She confessed about it honestly, but I still can't understand why she did it, or why she attacked us. Was it a mistake to accompany her inside the carriage? She can't escape here, but neither can I. Is the god of corruption after my life? I asked her. Perhaps this is what it's all about. Wait, Your Highness. My subordinates shouted. It's dangerous to ask this kind of direct question, but I have no choice against this kind of opponent. The will of the gods is irrelevant. And I'm also not after your life. She answered without delay. Then why? I asked. If my life is not her aim, why did she attack our battalion? Did she want to stop us from investigating something in the frontier? I just thought it would be interesting if the crown prince died, that's all. She said. Things went silent for a second. Why, Your Highness? Run away. My guards shouted as she started moving. She's too dangerous. Never mind an apostle, this girl is an incarnation of chaos itself. She is just pure wickedness, spreading chaos wherever she goes. Abandoning my comrades, I used the teleportation feather to escape to the capital. In the meantime, my captain bot who was buying time for me was beheaded. So you're escaping? Well, that's alright, I'll be heading to the capital soon. I could hear those words before the teleportation completed. For the first time, I started trembling from simply hearing someone's words. It was the first time I've met a being made of pure malice. Chapter 74, The Frontiers Expedition Force, Part 3. As I killed the escort of the Crown Prince, I broke through the carriage's door and said, "Please support me." To Maria and you. G got it. They answered in unison. Outside the carriage, I could see the furious soldiers waiting for me. Did you see it? His Highness had to use a teleportation feather. Let's take her down. A soldier exclaimed. She's a villain. An enemy of our country. We will avenge our fallen comrades. Another shouted. As the commanders gave their orders, I started assessing the situation. Even after all the damage I caused, there were still a lot of soldiers. There were probably over 1,000 at the start. I better take this seriously now that they're surrounding me. At the enhancement, slaughterer's organs I started. Get ready, she's coming. One of them shouted. Devilish telepathy I continued. Prepare yourselves? They exclaimed. I didn't go all the way with the strengthening, but Yu and Maria also gave their support, so this should be fine. Race, human. Name, Rena LV.48 plus 15. Karma value, minus 234 evil. Class, assassin, 2nd class, demons master, 3rd class, evil doctor. Condition, possessed Kageyama. Slaughterer's organ, STR increase, extra large, AG increase, extra large. Devilish telepathy, INT increase, large, luck increase, large, strengthening enhancement efficiency increased for servants, large, strengthening enhancement efficiency increase from servants, large. Attributes granted to attacks, fire, max, wind, max, light, max, dark, max. Holy offensive, light attribute to attacks, medium, attack power increase, medium. Holy protection, increased light resistance, medium, increased defense, medium. Enhancements, STR increase, extra large, VIT increase, extra large, AG increase, extra large. Enhancements, slash, large, blunt, large, accuracy, large, dodge, large. This should be alright. There are more than enough enemies to cap the bonus of the Slaughterer title, and even after their numbers are decreased, the Carnage Tyrant title won't let my AG fall much. The battle might still take a while though, so I didn't use self-alteration, Evil medicine as the HP Dagon might make it not worth it for this situation. It will be fun to play here. I said to nobody in particular. Charge, the commander started saying, but I beheaded him, stuffed his body with explosives, and then threw him. As his body exploded, his troops took that as a signal to start the attack. I ran right to their middle while deploying my steel threads everywhere. Stop her. One said. Don't let her get near the rearguard. Another shouted. I held the incoming spear with my armpit, held the arm of its wielder from the elbow and twisted it around, forcing him to drop it, then kicked his jaw, killing him. Next, I swung the spear behind my left shoulder to kill another attacker, ducked to dodge another one, then used the recently stabbed person as an umbrella to protect myself from the incoming rain of arrows. Don't let her, another started shouting. I hooked his leg with a thread and pulled it, making him fall. Stepped on his neck, put a bunch of explosives on the still stabbed soldier, tied the spear with threads, then threw it far away for another explosion. Seems like it's safe to assume everything Rena throws is always poisonous or explosive. Yu commented. Yeah. Maria answered. As they talked, I piled up bodies to make a makeshift barrier, made spears out of thread, poisoned them, and started throwing them at the archers, who were either killed by the spear itself, or incapacitated by the poison. Don't let her act freely. A solider shouted. We can't touch her, damn it. Another yelled. Having freedom to attack from a distance was nice, but they already closed up on me again. I avoided a thrust from the side, and pierced the head of its wielder with my short sword. I then threw it on the ground to collide with someone that came from below with some sort of skill, then freed my short sword and used it to kill this attacker as well. Turning around, I strangled an attacker with my threads, used his body to intercept some incoming magic, jumped on top of a nearby soldier, stabbed his throat with my short sword, pulled it out, pulled another closer with my threads and then pierced his head too. Then, I threw a poison needle at the person who seemed to be one of their commanders, so as to break their command chain. Monster. One soldier said while shivering. Another made this weird noise. Don't be scared. A third one said. The punishment for desertion is severe. A fourth one exclaimed. Seems like their morale fell quite a bit from this. Let's break it for good then, don't think you can run away this easily. I said while giggling. One shouted while running. You. Another said desperately. As the first one started to run, others started to follow suit. Then, the rearguard who can hardly see what's happening started turning their backs as well. And like this, it's easy to wrap things up. Blood World, I casted. All of the pieces of my darkness thread that I had spread started returning to me at once, cutting through whatever was in their path. Some were stuck on soldiers' corpses and brought them with itself, others got stuck into living soldiers and brought them too. The result was that a mass of bodies from the entire army were brought together and clashed at high speed high up in the air. Weapons flew from their corpses as their blood flowed down or evaporated into a bloody fog, making everything nearby be tinged red. It was an amazing sight. The soldiers stopped moving and seemed to be despairing. Originally this move was supposed to work as a simple trap to capture enemies, but the affected area was so big, and the number of enemies was so large, that it ended up having an amazing side effect. I did need quite a bit of SDR to do this, but it was doable with Inoe's help and the strengthening bonuses from myself, Yu and Maria. Bleg. Maria made a weird noise. You don't need to look at it, Maria. You don't need to get used to this much just yet. Yu said. But. Alright. She said. The soldiers seem to have lost their will to fight after this, so I suppose it's a success? Though it's boring to deal with stunned soldiers, so let's end this quickly. I threw a needle at a faraway one, kicked another's neck and pierced the next one's head. The rest of you. It's not interesting if you don't fight back, so why don't you just go back to the capital and report today's occurrences? It's fine if they don't though, as I'll go there anyways. Your level has increased. You earned skill points. Your karma has dropped significantly. The level of existing skills has increased. Skills that have reached a certain level can now evolve. New title, Enemy of Mankind. New title, Slayer of 1,000 Knights. New title, Wanted at the entire Kingdom of Hermagn. New title, Army Slayer. The level of your servants has risen. World announcement, the player named Rena is now wanted throughout the entire Kingdom of Hermagn and its temples. All cities and temples will consider her a wanted criminal, and a permanent request for her head will be hosted at the Adventurers Guild. Players may get rewards from both temples and from the kingdom if they catch or kill the target. That's a bit more than expected. Chapter 75, Chaos at the Assembly. Crown Prince's point of view. And then you ran away from her? My younger brother asked. Yes, she's too dangerous, I answered. That's too irresponsible. How could the commander run away first? And from a single woman to boot? Marquis Verdi shouted. My brother is too ambitious and insists that this is my fault so as to mine my reputation, and then the people in his faction follow his lead. Even though we have such a dangerous situation on our hands. The woman had more chaos within her than anyone I had ever seen, she should not be underestimated. I clarified. Aren't you just trying to find excuses for your failure? My brother said. That's not it. The enemy is someone that could defeat not only Alexei, but also my whole battalion. I explained. My brother started laughing though. Seems like you're very scared of women. You should have just invited her to your carriage and shook her hips. His comment made his followers burst into laughter. It's ridiculous, they can only laugh because they are not aware of the despair I felt when she emanated all that chaos. And to think she is coming to the capital next. Your Highness Jural. Even as the second prince, you cannot insult His Highness, the Crown Prince, like that. Marquis Gowan, one of my followers, said. That's not an issue, for His Highness Jural won't be the second prince for long. Marquis Verdi commented, what are you implying? Marquis Gowan asked. Isn't it a given that a brave man is better suited to lead the nation than a coward who is afraid of one little girl? Marquis Verdi said. You little. Marquis Gowan was clearly angry, and so was the rest of my faction. They were obviously provoking us, and my followers were reaching their limits. Stop, both sides. My father said, and the entire room, me and my brother included, bowed to him. Both of you already made your points. To continue showing hostility towards the royal family will be considered an act of treason. It is a disgrace for anyone with a claim to the throne to show this kind of behavior. But father. My brother shouted. Jural, did I give you permission to speak? My father stopped him. I apologize. My brother said. Having this ambitious younger brother is troublesome. I wish to hurry up and make amends for this failure in order to avoid further conflict, but I would have to be crazy to try facing that woman again. But how far will he go to take the throne if I don't make it clear that it is mine? We will have to take measures to handle this case, regardless of how truthful Jillian's report is. Father said. It seemed like he was about to wrap things up, but we were interrupted by the room's door being flung open. Apologies for the interruption, but there is an urgent report. The messenger who just arrived said. You have permission to speak. Father said to the messenger. Sir. The survivors from the Frontiers Expedition Force have returned. The messenger reported. Survivors? Someone said. That is. Another person murmured. I have a bad feeling about this. It's a good thing that there were some survivors at least, but I can't imagine what state they'll be at now, not after facing that woman. Continue. Father said, silencing the room once more. Sir. After the Crown Prince retreated, they engaged with the enemy. However, their chain of command was quickly destroyed and most of the soldiers were killed soon after. About 80% of the battalion was either killed or heavily injured. The messenger reported. Absurd. One person said. How could this be? Another exclaimed, is there more? Father said, silencing the room again, the survivors seem to be traumatized and unable to function properly, sire. The messenger said. Is that so? Father said and closed his eyes to think. I was leading a battalion of 3,000 soldiers, to have them basically wiped out like this, it is no laughing matter. My brother's failure becomes clearer and clearer with each passing moment. How could he possibly let such dangerous person escape and now threaten the royal capital? My brother exclaimed. It was hard to not sigh at it. The enemy seems to be aiming at the lives of the royal family. Shouldn't one with a position as important as the Crown Prince prioritize his safety in this predicament? Marquis Gowan replied. That's enough. Father stopped them before the people at the assembly started fighting one another again. Then, he opened his eyes and spoke clearly, we will investigate the details of this case later. For now, we'll secure an escape route in case the capital is attacked, and members of the royal family should avoid going out as much as possible. He looked at both me and my brother, you two will now be always accompanied by an escort no matter where you go as well. That will be enough. You're dismissed. Father said, and closed the assembly. What are your thoughts, Your Highness? Marquis Gowan asked me after the meeting was over. I'm not sure. I did expect my brother to try sending someone after me eventually, but I doubt even he would deal with someone so strongly aligned with chaos. I answered. That might be true, though the second prince is not the only ambitious person in his faction. Maybe one of his followers sent that woman without his knowledge. Gawain said. It's not impossible, but I don't think that's it. It's true that she was aiming for my life though, and I don't think that she'd really aim for a crown prince just for fun. No matter how chaotic she is, it would be too dangerous. Nonetheless, I do not think it was Geralt. There must be some other reason. Perhaps my unique skill was seen as troublesome for the Chaos faction? I wondered out loud. The ability to notice that which is hidden. It's possible. Gawain replied. I stayed silent for a bit while pondering over it, before saying, I can't die just yet. My death would create chaos in this country. My brother and sister would both enter a bloody succession war. Normally it should be the second male child to have the rights to the throne if the crown prince dies, but my brother is the child of a concubine, while my sister is of a queen, so things are not so simple. And the nobles would probably be split in half in order to try controlling them, who are too young to have any achievements of their own, or the experience to properly govern a country. What a mess we're in, I said after we both stayed silent for a while. It's essential to take preventive measures now in order to avoid a bleak future. Gawain replied. I'm aware. For now, I got permission from father to put that woman as a wanted person, hopefully that should buy us some time. I answered. With this, we'll get the aid of the migrants at the very least, but will it be enough? Chapter 76, The First Princess Strip. First Princess Farah's Point of View. As I sneaked through the corridors to leave the castle and reach the city below, I heard a voice calling me from behind. Your Highness Farah, where are you going? Whoa! I exclaimed and turned around, only to see my personal maid looking at me with a troubled expression. Oh, Annabella, this is... Well, it's not what you're thinking. She seemed exasperated. You know that His Majesty specifically said that you were not to leave the castle. I know. But both of my brothers left to do something. Why am I the only one that has to remain locked inside? Please, just for a little bit. I'll be back soon after having a bit of fun outside. As your personal maid, I cannot allow that, she said. Why are you so inflexible? I replied while pouting. She held my hand and said, now, let's return. I'm sorry for sneaking out. Pretty please let me go. I begged her, I really can't stay inside here anymore. She sighed, I suppose it should be alright if I'm by your side, we don't stay out for long, and warn His Majesty about it. Alright. Thanks, Annabella. I said while hugging her. Now let's head off. Wow. There are so many people here. I exclaimed. I haven't been to town in a while, yet it's still filled with this many people. I'm happy that Father's rule is wonderful enough to care for all those people. Let's go over there, I said while running. Your Highness, please refrain from having such unruly behavior, Annabella said sternly. Ah, right. If I go out of line, Dad will get angry at me, so I should control myself. Then, Annabella, I'll go over there, alright? She giggled and said, of course. Her smile was really strange right now, but I'm feeling pretty good at the moment, so let's not mind it. Uncle, I want this, I said to the owner of a stall. Sure thing, Missy, wait just a bit, he said as he prepared some skewers for me. I specifically chose the ones that looked the least ladylike as payback against Annabella. Foo-fa-foo, it's so fun to do something wrong. Your Highness, please don't eat too much, Annabella said worriedly. I know. She's going to scold me if I eat so much to the point I can't have dinner, so I won't go that far. Here you go, Missy, the stall owner said as he gave me the skewer. Thank you, I said and immediately took a bite. This cheesy taste is just irresistible. I'm glad you like it, Missy, he replied. Thank you again, Uncle. I'll come again if I have the chance, I said while walking away. I'll be waiting, he replied cheerfully. I love eating cheap food like this from time to time. The food at the castle isn't bad of course, but I get bored of it if I eat it every day. Wait a minute. There's a sweet smell coming from that direction? I said while walking towards another stall. Your Highness. Annabella seemed worried. I know. I will save enough space for dinner, I said as I reached the stall. What kind of sweets are those? I asked the owner while pointing at them. Oh? That's ice cream, she replied. Please give me one. I asked her. Of course, here you go. She took one out, and gave it to me with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. I replied and then took a bite. It's cold, and sweet. There has never been anything like this at the castle, it's so yummy. It's wonderful. You should try it too, Annabella. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I can't. She started replying, but I cut her. It's alright. You can eat it because it's you. Come on, come on. I understood it. A maid shouldn't eat her master's food. But it's Annabella. It's obviously alright, then. Just a bit. She said, and gave it a small bite. How is it? How is it? I asked her. It's cold and sweet. She said with a big smile. The ice cream completely broke through her usual cold expression. I know, right? This is great. I'll have to tell the chef at home to serve it often once we're back. You can take your time eating the rest, Your Highness, but we'll be going back as soon as you're finished. Annabella said just as I took another bite. Eh? Already? Why? What's happening, Annabella? Everyone at the castle is more nervous than usual, my brothers are super tense. Just why? She stayed silent. I get it. A 10-year-old child has no need to know those things. And you can't tell me even if I ask because my second brother explicitly ordered you not to, right? I'm sorry. She replied. It's alright, it's always like this anyways. That brother of mine. Annabella is my maid, not his. I don't care if his authority is higher than mine. She's my maid. He can't order her like that. It's not fair to make her unable to disobey him like this. It's sickening. I took a deep breath to calm down, and then gave her my best smile. It's alright. You're my maid after all, so I'll forgive you. She was wide-eyed for a second, and then started giggling. Thank you. She said. Then, let's go home as I eat. I told her and started walking back to the castle. I was not going to let this ruin my good mood. I was going home with a smile on my face, eating this delicious ice cream and... Oops. A person said as I bumped into her. Kai-A. I shouted. Your Highness. Annabella said while hurrying after me as I fell on the ground. It's alright, it doesn't hurt, let me just... Wait, where is my ice cream? I exclaimed as I saw it on the ground. Ah. Sorry. The woman I bumped at said. Her foot ate my ice cream. I was about to start complaining, but when I took a good look at her face, I saw how beautiful she was, and became unable to say anything. Rena, you alright? A guy behind her asked. I'm alright. She said without even looking at him, and then she offered me a hand. I'm sorry for ruining your ice cream, miss. I think I blushed a bit. It's okay. I tried replying properly, but ended up stuttering. How embarrassing. Miss Ikijuji, please excuse me. A woman that seemed to be accompanying the one I bumped into said. They both seem to be very amazing and virtuous people, they must be on the order faction. A beautiful woman is having her legs wiped by a napkin held by a saintess. The saintess seems to have something coming out of her nose, but I must be just seeing things. If that's alright, I can reimburse you for the lost ice cream, so you could please show me around the capital? The beautiful woman said. Of course. I instantly replied. Yo. Young lady. Annabella shouted. It's alright. They seem to be good people, don't they? And I want to play a little more. Please. Pretty please? I asked Annabella, only for a little while. She gave in. I hugged her, thank you. I love you, Annabella. Alright. She seemed embarrassed. I love how kind she is to me. Age gap with a difference in status to boot. That's definitely the best kind of Yuri. The man accompanying the beautiful women said something weird, so let's ignore him. I'll show them around. Well, first of all, there's an ice cream shop over there. I told them as we walked. This is of course, nothing more than my duty as a member of the royal family though, as we should always pay attention to the opinions of those below us. So I must ask them lots and lots of things.